ॐ श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः। हरिः ॐ। सहना भवतु सहनौ भुनक्तु सह वीर्यं शान्तिः शान्तिः। हरिः ॐ। यश्छन्दसां वृषभो विश्वरूपः छन्दोभ्योऽध्यमृतात् सम्बभूव समेन्द्रो मेधया स्पृणोतु अमृतस्य देवधारणो भूयासं शरीरं मे विचर्षणं जिह्वा मे मधुमत्तमा कर्णाभ्याम्भूरिविशुर्वं ब्रह्मणकोशोऽसि मेधया पिहितः श्रुतं मे गोपाय। ॐ शान्तिः शान्तिः शान्तिः। ॐ मेधा देवी जुषमाणा विश्वाचे भद्रा सुमनस्यमाना त्वया जुष्टान्नुदमाना दुरुक्तान् बृहद्वदेमविदधे सुवीराः त्वया जुष्टा ऋषिर्भवति देवि त्वया ब्रह्मा गतशरीरुतत्वया त्वया जुष्टश्चित्रं विन्दते वसुसानो जुषस्वद्रविणो न मेधे मेधाम इन्द्रो ददातु मेधां देवी सरस्वती मेधां मे अश्विनावुभावा धत्तां पुष्करस्रजा अप्सरासु चया मेधा गन्धर्वेषु च यन्मनः दैवी मेधा सरस्वती सामां मेधा सुरभिर्जुषता गुस्वाहा आमां मेधा सुरभिर्विश्वरूपा हिरण्यवर्णा जगति जगम्या ऊर्जस्वती पयसा पिन्वमाना सामां मेधा सुप्रतीका जुषन्तां मयि मेधां मयि प्रजां मयि अग्निस्तेजो दधातु मयि मेधां मयि प्रजां मयीन्द्र इन्द्रियं दधातु मयि मेधां मयि प्रजा मयि सूर्यो भाजो दधातु। ॐ हंस हंसाय विद्महे परमहंसाय धीमहि तन्नो हंसः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ शान्तिः शान्तिः शान्तिः। हरिः ॐ। पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ॐ शान्तिः शान्तिः शान्तिः। हरिः ॐ तत्सत्। श्रीरामकृष्णार्पणमस्तु।
Now, may I request our Honorable Principal Maharaj of our college Ramakrishna Mission Vidyamandira to come and deliver his inauguration speech. Maharaj, please.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramakrishnaaya. A very good morning, everybody. Today, we all are assembled here very wonderful, to celebrate a very wonderful, I must say, occasion. You know, like all other departments, Department of English is one such dynamic department. It organizes very regularly, apart from the academic activities, such kind of seminar, workshop. And we have been planning since last 1.5 months, for 1.5 months, to host such a seminar or workshop. And I'm very happy that with the discourses, academic discourses, in this particular 2-day seminar, number of research papers will be read out. So on behalf of Ramakrishna Mission Vidyamandira Parivar, I cordially welcome the speaker of this session, Nandini Bhattacharya, and especially all the respected faculty members, research scholars from other institutes, colleges and universities. And I welcome especially the students of English department and the other departments also. And I would congratulate the faculty members of Department of English, Professor Sudhip Bhattacharya and all other faculty members for hosting such a wonderful 2-day program. And definitely in coming sessions, other speakers also will come. So in advance, I welcome and I convey my good wishes to all of them. And as I always say, the Vidyamandira student and students, faculty members, research scholars from other institute too, that always here whenever we host this type of programs, so at the end of each discourse or each talk, deliberation, there remains a very attractive Q&A session. I think this time also this provision is there. So with this, once again, I welcome everybody and I pray to Thakur Swamiji for the wonderful success of this 2-day program. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Maharaj. Now, I would like to request the reputable Dr. Sudhip Bhattacharya, Associate Professor and Head of Department English, Ramakrishna Mission Vidyamandira, to come up and welcome our precious guests through your welcome address, sir. Please.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome again the honorable persons here on the dais, Professor Nandini Bhattacharya of Burdwan University and our honorable principal, Swami Mahapragyanandaji Maharaj. During 1845-46, Bholanath Chandra wrote what arguably could be the first person narrative travelogue about India by an Indian, published in 1869 as The Travels of a Hindu to various parts of Bengal and Upper India, with an introduction by James Tallboys Wheeler. Now, Wheeler praised Chandra's, in quotes, thorough mastery of the English language and also, in quotes, wonderful familiarity with the English ideas and turns of thought. Wheeler added that Chandra saw, now again in quotes, saw every scene with Hindu eyes and engaged, again in quotes, engaged with thought and association which only found expression in native society. Now, moving beyond Wheeler's patronizing and colonial tone, the good news is that 180 years nearly later, after Bholanath Chandra, many enterprising Indians have chosen to travel their own country, rediscovering it and writing accounts of what they see and feel. In addition to the resource persons at the seminar here, other names have become popular in the genre of the first-person Indian travelogue. Ajit Harisinghani, P.G. Tenzin, Rishad Sam Mehta and Rajat Ubhaykar, to name only a few. I hope that discussions in this seminar will help further encourage study in this new genre. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Respectable guests, we have amongst the dignified presence of Professor Nandini Bhattacharya, Professor, Department of English and Culture Studies, the University of Burdwan. May I request you, ma'am, to come up and address the audience with your keynote address. Ma'am, please.
Namaskar and thank you President Maharaj and the head of the department and the faculty of Ramakrishna Vidyamandira College for having organized this seminar conference. I think it has several sessions in the honor of Shunando Shannal. Now, I think a few words about Shunando Shannal are in order, and it so happens that he taught both in this college as well as briefly in the University of Burdwan, and that Shunando Shannal fought tooth and nail against the eradication of English at the primary level by the left-front government, by the then left-front government, and this was later reinstituted, but Shunando Shannal's arguments about English as not simply a foreign imposition, but as a language with which we have grown up as an Indian language, is something that gives heart to and a context to most of us who practice English in India. Now, when we talk about travel narratives of Indians in India, I believe that it is a fairly difficult task because anyway, it has not been mentioned in the concept note that those travel narratives should be in English. I believe that there is a scope for translation of those narratives into English, and I also believe that people who are sitting here in this Shobha are mostly, or at least can understand Bengali. So therefore, that is a license that I will have to take, that these narratives are not necessarily in English, but could have been and have been translated into English so that they enter the canon of English studies in our state and in our country. Now, just a small thing that I would like to say, that travel literature is now a generic descriptor in the Modern Language Association's bibliography. Now, earlier the search would be with travel, treatment of, but now it is called travel literature and travel studies and travel writing, so you possibly can understand the great importance that travel literature has assumed over a period of years. Now, I would say that while people have been traveling for years and while they have been writing about travel, one of the important things as a student that you should understand is, because we are talking about English in India, is that most of the colonial enterprise or even the discovery of the world post-enlightenment was the result of travel and the result of travel writing. So what we call colonial anthropology is the basis of travel writing. So travel writing did not emerge simply as a literary genre, you see, or to fascinate readers like you. It was a very necessary part of an administrative exercise where the traveler would first go in, write and do a recce about a place, and then, of course, the colonial forces would come in. So this kind of a writing was part of the imperial agenda, and almost always a matter of power, seeing through power. I mean, there couldn't really be a post-18th century, and that is what I am interested in, any kind of travel literature that was innocent, that was naive. I mean, it wasn't like that. Traveling would mean a certain amount of investment in time, money, and other kinds of wherewithal. So traveling almost always from Europe into the African and South Asian countries and the South American countries would mean a exercise of power, an exercise of looking into places which one had not seen before and would be seen as green fields. So this is the very important aspect of travel writing that as young scholars you have to keep in mind, not as value-free literature, but as loaded kind of narratives that assisted, aided, and imaginatively reconstructed an area before it was actually visited. Now, I'm sure you have read this book by Amitabh Ghosh, this is The Shadow Lines. Now, in The Shadow Lines, Tridib says that it is more important to read a travel narrative about a place than to actually visit it. Because it is by reading the travel narrative that you are able to imaginatively reconstruct a place. It's not so much that you can learn about a place, which say Ila does, another character in the novel. She is someone who actually travels a lot but doesn't see anything. So the perspective of a travel narrative often makes a place. So this is the one point that I would like to say, that the travel narrative actually makes India possible to the Western eyes, to the Indians themselves. It's not, I mean, you just don't travel physically. You travel with you travel in order to fill in a narrative. And that narrative is what you walk into physically. So the making of a travel narrative is, I think, an exercise which is of greatest importance, because even today when you have these travel blogs and the various kinds of even gendered travel groups like Womania, who only cater to women travelers, you have certain stereotypes about certain places. If you are going to Paris, or there is going to be fashion and food. If you are going to Azerbaijan, then there is going to be a lot of exotica. it's something that hasn't been traveled to. So there are, if you're going to Germany, there will be a lot of museums. So you are already aware through travel narratives about the kind of things or stereotypes within which you are going to enter. So for you, Italy is either a place for scooters or maybe the Sistine Chapel. It depends on the kind of travel narrative that you have read. And we also make value judgments. These are also colonial because we have put in our minds that say Italy and France are less knowledgeable than say the northern European countries. This kind of a hierarchy was also very, very post-Enlightenment. So travel narratives necessarily value laden, necessarily focused, necessarily a kind of an eye before the real eye actually sees the place. So narratives are there for you to enter into a country before you have actually seen that. So this is the first thing that I would like to say. Now, travel narratives and travel writing has become the nodal point of the various kinds of theoretical perceptions with which we work today. Now, those theoretical perceptions, I think, began with the definitive travel theory, that is in 1978, Edward Said's Orientalism. This was the sort of definitive travel book because it spoke about the various travels, especially of the French imperialists into Africa, into Egypt, and how these travels were a way of selving the Europeans and othering the Africans. Now, what is a self and an other? Maybe somebody in the first bench would be able to tell me. Yes, yes. Would you be? Yes, please.
Shelving maybe mean that we embrace that into our closed area, and othering means we discard that in some sense.
Yes, it's selving simply means to make a self of, to have a positive connotation of oneself. By othering, one is making a difference between that positive self. So when I say I am good, I usually mean I am good in respect of you who is bad. So I am good does not have any meaning without you being bad. So selving is a production of a positive image of the self or of subjectivity in order to operate in the world. Again, this is a psychological procedure. You see, we are not talking of again, a value-free kind of travel. I just buy a ticket and I go somewhere. When I go somewhere, I go either as a devotee, an admirer. Say I'm going to England, so I am sort of, genuflecting because that is a higher civilization. And I am going to Bangladesh, I am going to that place because I belong to a higher civilization or more money or whatever the presuppositions may be. I'm going to Maldives. I believe that Maldives is a lesser place. So I go there simply to consume the beauty of Maldives, knowing fully well that I am more cultured, I have more wherewithal, and therefore I am bigger and better than that. So this, this production of the self through travel is something that forms the basis of travel writing as a genre, and all of the subsequent writing, some of which is difficult, like for example the writings of Hayden White, Talal Asad, all of which they came at this point between 78, 80, where the idea of travel writing was denuded of the naivete that had surrounded it. Now, what do I mean by this rather complicated sentence? That travel writing and traveling had been something that was considered to be naive. You simply go somewhere. You go, you enjoy, or you don't enjoy, you have a bad time, you have a good time. But with the coming of Orientalism, I think what happens is the understanding that you are never traveling without a certain a certain way of looking at that place. And let me also tell you that Napoleon actually sent a group of travelers before who were called the philosophes, who first saw the place and described the place and gave information about Egypt before the Napoleonic army actually stepped in. So to travel is also to conquer. You see, you go to a certain place, you pick up the information, you package it, and you give it to the more important state, the more powerful state, who then steps in. So knowledge gathering and knowledge as the basis of conquest, real conquest. See, you might be thinking, what is she talking about? But real conquest, I'm talking about a real strategy of a real general. That is Napoleon, which was later followed by Wellesley. Wellesley, when he came into India, and his chief opponent was not Siraj-ud-Daulah, the chief opponent was Tipu Sultan. So he went to Srirangapatnam, he first saw the library of Srirangapatnam, and that is what he first raided. So the fall of Srirangapatnam, this is 1898-99, was the result of the travel of several of the, like Robert Orme, for example, some colonial travelers, anthropologists, they actually went to Srirangapatnam in order to see the library, see what Tipu was trying to do, and all his weapons and etc., and what kind of a culture and civilization that Hyder Ali's son had collected, and what was the kind of help that the French were giving. So the printing presses, etc., and that is which was actually raided. So not the country, not so much the country, but its printing presses, but its books, but its library, and that was brought in to fill in the Fort William College. So the most important thing that I would like to state is that travel is the beginning of, as in the case of Stanley, for example, is the beginning of a premeditated entry into a place which you would want to transform, or with which you would want to be identified. So in the case of Greece and Rome, Greece, which was conquered by the British, the Greco-Roman literature was something that the British wanted to identify with. Alright, so not the real Greece, but definitely the Greco-Roman culture which the British looked up to. In the case of Africa and India, it was a travel to a passage to India, to see India for what it was, a green field, and to, that travel literature itself helped them to to conquer that place. In fact, to travel is to conquer. That would be my point. Now, the travel literature of Indians in India, I would choose two writers who are, who I believe have looked back at this, written back at this colonial anthropological way of approaching a place, and the two would be Trailokyanath Mukhopadhyay and the other would be Rokeya Sakhawat Hussain. Now both of these, they were, Trailokyanath Mukhopadhyay was actually a official with Hunter. Hunter was the gazetteer of Bengal. So if you are talking about Indians looking at Bengal, then maybe you should look at Hunter's gazettes. Now the person, the Indian who actually helped to compile these gazettes, is a gazette would be the best sort of travel document because it puts down really what are the things that are there. In Bardhaman has a gazette. In fact, we went through a process of updating that gazette and we found the Colonial Gazette to be of great importance. So what are the things that are there in an enumerative way? That is what the anthropologist traveler is going to do. Now this apart, Trailokyanath was, not only did he travel around the country, especially the northwest provinces and Orissa, in order to build up this gazette or write this gazette, he also has a book called A Visit to Europe, which of course doesn't count for your seminar because you are looking at Indians looking at India. Alright, so this is a person who actually recorded the famine, Durbhikko of 1878, and the details about how people are being destroyed, how there is lack of food, and how older people are being left to die, and how people are eating leaves. And this is something that I think all of you should have a look at. I am looking at the service book of T.N. Mukhopadhyay, Trailokyanath Mukhopadhyay, where these descriptions of all the travels that he has done and a description of very ordinary places, not Paris and London and the Taj Mahal, but ordinary places, and Orissa in particular, where he saw the ravages of the Durbhikko, or the famine. Now, this is something that I believe gave him an impetus to experiment with the kind of form that again is Greco-Roman, and which I would call is central to post-colonial literature. Now I am going to be a little tough, but you'll have to bear with me because I believe you all are intelligent young men and you will be able to take this bit of complication. I'm making two statements. One, that a travel after the discovery of the steam engine and discovery of the technological advances of the 18th century, that is what I call post-enlightenment. A travel is never, never, never an innocent, naive act. It can never be. The second point that I'm making is that travel is necessarily textualized. Travel comes in the form of a text, whether a written text or a photographic text or a collection of materials. It is a textualized offering, all right? Thirdly, a travel narrative. I'm considering, say you have collected your, from Bangladesh, you have collected maybe Shuranda Shangal, who was in Pabna, has collected some ghoti-bati of his parents. So even that is a narrative, all right? Mar ghoti, babar ekta huko, ittadi, dadur ekta choti. This will create a narrative. So these kinds, so this is the third point that I'm making, that a travel narrative is necessarily textualized. The fourth point that I'm making is that travel is necessarily an expression, an instrument of power. When one travels, either one travels in order to genuflect and to be one with something that is more powerful, or one goes to capture and conquer and consume something in a very cannibalistic way, something that is lesser than you, right? Now, the other thing that I'm saying is that travel becomes the center of several kinds of discourses, ideas. The fact that travel means crossing borders, the fact that travel means selving oneself and othering somebody, or even othering oneself and selving somebody. For example, Gitanjali. Gitanjali, when it was translated by Rabindranath, it was not a good translation, all right? And Rabindranath was actually condemned for this rather poor English, and he said that when I write English, I am trying to please the Victorian, Edwardian audience. So I'm trying to be like the English. So this is a classic case of an Indian as famous as Rabindranath who is trying to assume the British avatar, all right? So selving always doesn't necessarily mean that you are going to be yourself. You are going to be the currently, snooty self, the currently very positive self. If that self is now the American self where you have a Coca-Cola with your hat turned back, your cap turned back, then that is the kind of self. With Rabindranath, he is actually, many of the Indian writers who are writing in English are selving themselves because, as Europeans, because they want the European to read themselves. Okay, so they are actually presenting a translated version of themselves. And Rabindranath actually says that I become like, when I write in English, I become like a Boma in the Bobhat. And I'm formal. You see, I'm wearing a starched sari and I'm serving to the people. But when I am writing in Bangla, I am like the wife at night, who's wearing a Shadharan sari and she's very comfortable with her husband. The husband being the language, all right? So you have to understand that othering and selving and travel does not necessarily always mean traveling physically. Okay? I can sit over here and I can write a line that we have 4 seasons: summer, spring, autumn and winter. And the winters are harsh. Harsh? Shall I compare thee to the summer's day? Why? I mean, this is something actually I got a Prem Patru. But I always thought that to compare me to the summer's day was a rather bad idea because summers are harsh. So rather I would have, shall I compare thee to the winter afternoon? Okay, so this is again an uncritical way of accepting something, of a critical way of traveling. You have already traveled to England. You are there. You are looking at the daffodils. You are looking at the summer's day without having ever actually thought that outside it is the blazing sun and you have a few palm trees, not daffodils. So travel is a complicated thing. You see, travel is necessarily not a taking up your bag and buying a ticket and going somewhere. It's far more than that. Anyway, to sort of come to these 2 texts, which should give you some sort of an idea. One, I suggest that, and I am not the only one who's doing the suggestions, that one of the generic structures that Trailokynath and Rokeya Sakhawat Hussain adopt is the structure of the Menippean satire. Now the Menippean satire is a kind of, Menippeus was a Roman, and there are people like Varro and people like Apuleius. They are all writing Menippean satires. Now satura actually means a hodgepodge, and travel, remember, is also about crossing borders and boundaries. Anyway, this Menippean satire has an interesting thing about it. It's that Menippean satires talk about travel, but they talk about the travel from the underbelly, the travel of a dog. How does a dog see the world? How does an ass see the world? So Menippean satire actually gives you a vision of the world from below. রাজার মতন তো সবাই যাতায়াত করতে পারে. What about a very, very ordinary, very, very despised kind of creature? Also the Menippean satire takes account of travels through dreams, through hallucinations, through various spatial levels, heaven and hell and so on and so forth. A very good example of post-colonial Menippean satires would be the reading of Salman Rushdie, maybe Grimus, the first novel, Satanic Verses, which is definitely about travel. I mean, had it not been proscribed, I would have described that one. And had not you all bound me by the Indian talking about India, then I would have definitely spoken about the Satanic Verses. Anyway, the Menippean satire also includes dreams, hallucinations, projections, aspirations. So it's a multi-layered, multifocal kind of travel. So the Menippean satire is a form that many of the post-colonial writers are adopting, either consciously or unconsciously. Now, Troilokanath Mukhopadhyay is definitely adopting it in a more unconscious form. He is someone that Rabindranath Tagore, I have seen whenever people are in doubt, I have to say Rabindranath Tagore. Then everybody sort of quietens down. Oh, I mean, she's not speaking through her hat, she's not saying rubbish. So Rabindranath Tagore says that he introduces us to Udbhat Rosh. Udbhat is something that is very close to the Menippean, and not only is there a straightforward account of the Durbhikko of 1878, there is also the two stories, one being Domoru Chorit and the other being Konkaboti, both of which are travel narratives. But they are what you could call, one is a tall tale. Okay, one of the things that Bakhtin says about the Menippean satire, see here I have again mentioned somebody who is very, very canonical about the Menippean satire, just in case you think, what is she saying? Why is she here? So the Menippean satire is something that is it can travel in many ways, and one of the ways in which Domoru Chorit is moving is through not just all the things that actually happened to him, through Durbhikko, through Nokodubi, through the attack of a crocodile. In the one very famous tall tale is that he is gulped by a kumir, by a crocodile, and then he sees that there is a lady who is selling begun inside the kumir, all right? And then the person who is listening to this tale says, how on earth is she selling begun, and who is buying it? He says, why do you all ask these questions? How do I know who she's selling them to? But you see, there is a strange mixture of actual events which you will find in his autobiography and Domoru Chorit, and a strange reaction to, a strange inverted response to the colonial encounter. Like Ketu is thrown out of the village because he travels. Now this was a point when there was a revival of Hindu revivalism, and so travel itself was demonized. So if you traveled, তোমার ধোপানাপিত বন্ধ হয়ে যাবে. So traveling is not value free. তুমি এখান থেকে এই গ্রাম থেকে ও গ্রামে গিয়ে দেখো না, তারপরে তোমার সব কিছু বন্ধ করে দেওয়া হবে, you are chastised for that. So that again is a funny story. So the Damodu Charit, which is part travel, part tall tale, and part actual description of places that he visited, and a response through travel to, and in that sense of Manichaean satire, because it goes to heaven, it goes to hell, and there are spatial, interspatial, temporal travels. Now the other is Konkabuti. Konkabuti is a travel of a young girl in a dream. Now just see that both Konkabuti and Rokeya Sakhawat Hossain's The Sultana's Dream are both in a dream. So is Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. Now why are they in a dream? Why is it that as a man you can travel and your story may be told, and why is it that a woman or a girl usually has to travel in a dream? Now the reason, of course, is that travel is difficult for a woman. Travel is well nigh impossible for a woman. Where you are hearing that men are ostracized for travel in the 19th century Bengal, then how many women can actually travel? I think Jayati Gupta has written a book about women travelers. They all belong to the upper strata. See? So how can a common girl like Sultana, or how can a common girl like Konkabuti, how can they travel? So the travel is, in the case of Konkabuti, it is a hallucination induced by typhoid. And she wakes up and her problems are resolved. That is, she can get married to Ketu. She was being married off to an old man, and a terrible old man. Now, in the case of Sultana's Dream, which you must have read, I'm sure, by Rokeya Sakhawat Hossain. Have you read this? No? That is sad. I think the head should take particular care that Rokeya's Sultana's Dream is read in the class. Now, Sultana's Dream is about a woman actually traveling to a never land, an utopia. And that is where all sorts of new things are being discovered and happening. I will end this lecture with the idea that if we read some other Urdu texts which are also, other Urdu texts doesn't mean that Sultana's Dream is in Urdu. Sultana's Dream is written in English and translated by Rokeya into Bengali in a collection called Motichur. But because many Muslims spoke Urdu, I would like to talk about some other Urdu texts which are also talking of travel of women as something that is fraught, that can only happen in dreams or that can only happen in nightmares. But of course, just this last point about Sultana's Dream, there is a good edition by Bonita Bagchi which places Sultana's Dream as part of feminist utopian literature. Alright? But my point would be that Sultana is actually dreaming of a travel when she is at night, in the evening. So the night forms her parda, okay, her abru. Now, when she is in the Ladyland, she is without parda and the sun is shining, and this is the first thing she says to her fellow traveler, very Virgil-like, alongside Dante in that classic travel tale that is Divina Commedia, that why is it that you are all walking freely outside? After all, a woman shouldn't be walking like this, showing her face to everybody. And she says that there are no men over here, don't worry, the men are all locked in Mardana. Okay, so this is an inversion of what actually happened in early 19th century, that the women had to wear the burqa. the women had to wear the hijab, and the men could travel, the woman could not. And so that is, the story is actually about the possibility of the woman's travel, and at the end, when she wakes up, she finds that she's again in darkness. So basically, the real situation has not changed. What has changed is simply a possibility of the woman to travel and to be without parda, all right, in a land where there are no men. So thankfully we have come afar from such situations, and both men and women can travel, and travel narratives can be written by women who come from very, very basic circumstances. And but the question of travel writing and the question of borders, of liminality, of various kinds of intertwining perspectives remains. Travel writing happens to be a site. It is not a number of travel writings. You see, it just happens to be a site where many kinds of thought are going to cohere and going to converge or diverge. And as intelligent people, I think you should look at the very idea of travel and how the idea of travel creates an idea of India. All right, so traveling is not a value-free act. Traveling is what will make India by Indians who are othered or by Westerners who other India. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, as you know, it's a 15 minutes tea break, and let's have tea before moving on to the next session. Thank you.
Thanks to my lecturer, currently the head of the department, Shruti Bhattacharya, for giving the opportunity to collaborate and sponsor this event. And I love the name, With Your Own Eyes, Indians Rediscovering India. So who are we? Maybe let me share my screen if I may. Can you see my screen? Is it visible, the screen?
Yes.
If you can hear me, can you see my screen? Okay, great.
Yes, yes.
Okay, fantastic, thank you. So we are travels that make us. One word, if you Google us. So it's a family travel blog for travel enthusiasts. And that's the link. I'm going to share a QR code later, and also we have a YouTube channel. Now, as I said, the best way to find us is Googling us, and you can write travels that make us. It's one word, and then when you Google us, you can come across this, and then you can click on it to go on the page. And once you go there, this is how it looks, and then you can click on blog to go to the blog. You can possibly read a bit about our story. So what started as our family's hobby horse in April 2023 is gradually taking flight. It's becoming a travel blog for travelers, travel writers, mostly amateur writers, and most importantly, travel enthusiasts. We publish once every fortnight, and till date we have 25 entries on 15 countries. We have had 12 writers from different walks of life. It's not only just adult writers. Our youngest writer is about to turn 13. And as I said, we publish every fortnight. Now, some of the blogs that we have recently published, if you go there, you can have a look. A lot of them, because we are from Melbourne, Australia, you would see a lot of local blogs. And so I had my classmate who's French, so who lives in Slovenia, went to Iceland, wrote about his experience, and also we have a few blogs about our experience of traveling through Europe. Now, I thought this is my opportunity to talk to individuals who are really good at writing. They have a great ability, I guess, their passion and shared love for traveling. So I would request you, if you can, please visit our blog and YouTube channel, read our stories, subscribe, which will only take or need your email address, and let us know your thoughts by providing feedback, and most importantly, please write with us. No string attached. We are not in a position right now to pay, but hopefully in the future sometime we might be able to. And please read our stories, share it, and subscribe if you can. So our achievements till date, so we have a very, well, it's not very small, but we have a loyal group of readers. We have received positive feedback from various sources. Our readers actually benefit from travel tips. Our stories were actually used as teaching material in a Finnish classroom. And till date, we have, I think, 2,071 unique visitors, 5,074 site sessions from 41 countries. And how to access it? If you have a smartphone, you can scan this QR code that will take you to the blog site, and then once you're there, you can just put in your email address and then press or hit the subscribe button, and that's about it. Okay.
Okay, now we are.
So I'll just leave it with SB. I'll share it with SB, and then SB, when you have time, you're more than welcome to share it with us. Okay. Okay, so that's it from my end. Thank you very much. I hope you are enjoying the seminar. I would look forward to getting some subscriptions for some of you, from some of you. So.
Okay, Devapir, you're now on. Just a minute. Please wait. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
So why don't you text? Just text.
Can you hear me?
I can hear now.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
But এটা তো শুনতে পারবে না, মাইক না লাগালে কি করে শুনবে? হ্যাঁ।
Am I audible, Shudipta?
No, we are trying to make you audible. Yeah, why don't you try speaking now?
Is this better?
Yeah, a little louder.
All right.
Yes.
This is better?
Yes, this is fine.
All right.
Just a minute, you'll be introduced. One second.
Yes. But if you like, I can also bring a mic. I think I have an external mic at home. I can plug that in.
You're just fine. You can hear me fine.
Okay.
Now, we have yet another important guest, one of our resource persons for the day, joining us online. She is Dr. Devapriya Roy, a senior writing instructor at Ashoka University and even an author. Please, Dr. Devapriya Roy.
Okay, you're on. You're on.
Good morning. Good morning. I am disappointed because I really wanted to be there in that room with all of you, and it's because of a family emergency that I could not travel. However, thanks to technology, here I am, and I hope everyone can hear me. At the outset, I would like to thank Ramakrishna Mission Vidyamandira for inviting me to this wonderful conference. I'm grateful to Professor Shudip Bhattacharya, and I was looking forward to your famous hospitality. I was looking forward to the sumptuous lunch, but as it would be, that will have to wait until another time. It is traditional, I believe, to begin a talk that is given in memory of an individual with a few words on him. Now, I was not fortunate enough to know Professor Shonunda Shannal, and so I read up about him. And I must say how deeply impressed I was when I found out that that in his convictions, he was not afraid to speak up against the government of the day. And I think that requires great courage in any academic or intellectual, and his concern for students from working class families and their lot. He tried all his life to work towards providing them a quality education, quality higher education. And so I must say that I'm very honored to be invited to this seminar that has been organized in his memory. Now I should give you a few caveats. This is an English department event, and I have to tell you that for me, English department is my natal home. It is my Bapelban. And implicit in that statement is, of course, the acknowledgement that I don't live here full time anymore. And that is where I wanted to begin my conversation with all of you, is that it was in the English department that, you know, all of you who are in the English department, either as students or as teachers, you know that there are several routes in front of us, but the one that we take most seriously is academia. However, I chose the other way, which was that I sort of left academia to try my hand at writing. So in a sense, I was audacious and foolish enough to try to cross over from being the one who reads into the pages, right, of Indian writing in English. As you know, Indian writing in English is one of the main themes that scholars work with, and that today are really, our conversation today is underpinned by an implicit understanding of Indian writing in English. Now, like I said, it was audacious and foolish of me, but I used the learning from the classroom, especially in my MA, where I spent 2 years in JNU reading widely, variously, and also theoretically, when I started writing myself. Now, as a scholar, one of the things that we are taught early on is that when you want to contribute to any discipline, you must identify a gap. And it is a happy accident that the gap I identified led me to travel writing. It's not the only kind of writing I've done, but this is the book, The Heat and Dust Project, that I am here to talk about today. And the reason I began with the caveat is because I'm here to speak not as an academic, so you will not find me full of any intellectual ideas or talking about the latest currents in travel writing, but as a practitioner. And so I'm, in a sense, reporting from the trenches, where it is messy and where a lot of choices are made not only on sophisticated lines, and I want to talk about some of that with you. But before that, because here we are in a gathering with teachers, senior teachers, and students, I want to acknowledge my debt as a writer to one of my teachers. When I was an undergrad student at Presidency College, I was as old as the students here, some of the students here, I was very fortunate to have as my mentor, not my teacher, a man called Dipanjan Rai Chaudhary. Dipanjan Raichaudhuri was the head of the department in physics. And yet, he became my mentor because these things, as we know, in college campuses, these things happen. I was a student of English literature, but perhaps deep within me even then was a desire to be a writer. And we will return to the words audacious and foolish again and again, because while in Calcutta, every young person is either a poet or is publishing other poets in literary magazines, little magazines. It is audacious in that sense to think of a career in writing. How does one become a writer? When can you even use the word for yourself? How arrogant is it? Right? So I never thought of myself in terms of having a career in writing, but I did think of writing a great book. Now, as you also know, that if you're growing up in Bengal, and you might study in an English department, but even then to want to write in English is considered a great betrayal, right? So there was that tension too. But I do believe that that just as the form chooses the writer, the language one writes in also chooses the writer. So we will not go into that debate today. But as I was, probably coming into my own as a reader, one of the great influences on me at the time was the rise and much greater popularity of Indian writing in English. So you would remember that in 1997, Arundhati Roy won the Booker, and for The God of Small Things. And as we all know, that was a big, it was a big moment in Indian writing in English. But before that, in 1991 or 1993, Vikram Seth had published The Suitable Boy. Amitav Ghosh was writing his books, and the moment everyone assured us for Indian writing in English had come. There were big advances. That's how A Suitable Boy was, the advance was reported in every Indian newspaper in the front pages. And the Booker was a sizable sum of money. However, the thing to note over there that while all this was happening was also, I don't think when I was, in my teenage and Arundhati Roy was winning the Booker, that I was conscious of the fact that these were all books published abroad. They were published either via London or New York, which are even today the metropolitan centers of publishing in the world, global English publishing, right? So to be an award-winning, well-known writer, you need to publish either from London, now less so London, more so New York. So the story of Indian writing in English was still very much mediated via the West. And while Seth, I don't think we can accuse Seth, especially in A Suitable Boy, of selling out in any way. But there is no doubt that awards were given to books that spoke of a certain kind of India, right? And I don't know if you are familiar with the works of the Kenyan writer Vidyamandira Vainaina, but I would really recommend an essay he wrote called How to Write About Africa. This was published in Granta, when Granta brought out an Africa edition, the literary journal Granta, brought out an Africa edition with only 3 black African writers. The rest were all white writers who were traveling and or wrote novels set in Africa. So that's when Vidyamandira wrote this really angry, really polemical piece called How to Write About Africa. And it's available for free on the web if you just sort of look it up. And you must read it. And sort of a follow-up to that was an essay called How to Write About India, where the joke was that you had to write about mangoes and the monsoon, right? So all these debates were going on, and I was this young person in Presidency College studying English literature, exactly like our young friends in the auditorium today. And I wanted to write, like every other Indian English writer, the great Indian novel. However, this is where my mentor, Professor Dipanjan Raichaudhuri, came into the picture. And he told me, very kindly, as the wisest mentors know how to. You can't tell young people, this is what you must do. You can be rest assured they'll do just the opposite. So he told them, perhaps don't think of writing the novel now. Write something close to you. Write something from your life. And by then I had of course finished my graduation, and I had finished my MA, and I was in Delhi, and I was hoping to write. And these words set me free. He said, write something close to you now. Don't use up the idea of the novel already, because all writers regret everything they've written. So, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years later, you'll hate yourself for having used up in 8 years. Now that seemed like a very good argument to me. And so I thought about what I would write then. I was, like I said, audacious and foolish, and probably in my 20s. What? Right. Now, other than my first novel, which I was writing at the time, the idea of writing the Heat and Dust project came from identifying a very specific gap in travel writing about English, that was contemporary travel writing in English about India. Now, if you're talking about the early 2000s, everyone read William Dalrymple's City of Jinns, which was set in Delhi. Everyone was always talking about Paul Theroux, who wrote the great Indian Railway Bazaar, but he wrote travelogues about other parts of India. Yeah? And as radicals, influenced by the portrayal of India in the works of Western writers, right? We kept saying that they don't understand us, and there is exoticizing and there is fetishizing. But where was the response? And so, audaciously and foolishly, my husband and I thought we are going to travel around India on a very, very tight budget, and we are going to write a book about what we see. So that is how the Heat and Dust project came about, and our travels began in 2010. Our budget was 500 rupees a day for bed and board, and we set out from Delhi. We had left our jobs. I mean, we had barely had those jobs for 5 seconds when we quit those jobs. We had very small savings, and so this was not a sort of a exotic affair in any way. We really were constrained by our budget. We really would have to travel light and take buses and find the cheapest rooms to stay in. This seemed to me not just a way to see the country, but a way to clarify everything that we'd heard, everything that we saw in TV studios. And you will, the young people here will not remember that time. It was still the time before the smartphone. So when you traveled, you still traveled the old way. You relied on maps, you relied on guidebooks, and most of all, you relied on the people, on your co-travelers, people you traveled with, locals. You asked and you spoke to them, you trusted them. And I think this, I'm really grateful to the muses that we were able to do this book when we did it, precisely because after this, travel would change forever. Once you have Google Map on your phones, once you can book a room via an Oyo room or booking.com or whatever, you have already lost many of the stories that you would have collected while trying to make your way in a new place. And so we decided that this is how we would travel. We would reach a new place at some odd hour. We would be taking the cheapest buses. So if they said 5 hours, they meant 8 hours, 9 hours. We would reach a new place. In the darkness, it was our country, and yet in the darkness, everyone seemed like a thug, and you were afraid that you would be ripped off, your meager belongings would be stolen, and then you would find a place, and so one of the rules that we set out for ourselves was when we would travel, we would not stay in the same place for more than 3 nights in a row. because this was an aphorism that the Buddhist monks followed. That if you stayed, even if you stayed under a tree for more than 3 nights in a row, you would begin to develop an attachment to the tree. The tree would become my tree. So, so we decided we are going to be, we would be true parivrajaks. We would not, we would keep moving, and of course we didn't walk. We took buses. Now, the reason why I have given you a little bit of background about publishing and a little bit of background about how we identified this gap and we wanted to write this book was to bring one of the chief arguments to make today. Our theme for today is with your own eye. It's in India. And what the other speakers are going to talk about. That we are also talking about Indians speaking to other Indians about their rediscovery of India, or other Indians before they speak to the Western audience, which I was telling you about. But for the longest time, Indian writing in English came to us mediated by the West. Now, how did that come to be? How did this foolish young person from Calcutta, who was then living in Delhi, married to another young person, and these two young people decided that they would travel around the country and write a book? But how was that book going to find its readers? How were we going to reach you? And the happenstance of this was fortunate, because this was a moment when Indian publishing had really come into its own. Now, when I say that, when I talk about Vikram Seth, Namita Ghosh, and Arundhati Roy before this, and I told you about how it was very important for Indian writers to find a literary agent in the West, to find a big publisher in the West in order to be read and received, not only in the West but also in India. This was fast changing in the 2000s. By the late 2000s, we had seen a boom in Indian publishing in English, and much as I hate him, at this point I will have to mention this man called Chetan Bhagat. Okay? And yes, and I have to say my loathing for Chetan Bhagat is well known because I have written about it. However, what Chetan Bhagat and his IIM-trained marketing savvy did was it demonstrated to the Indian publishers how deep the Indian market was for literature produced in English by Indians for Indians, and that very quickly infected Indian publishing with an air of optimism. We were already nearly 20 years into liberalization, and if you remember that time, the late 2000s, there was a great deal of excitement in the air, right? And so Indian publishers wanted to publish young Indian writers writing in English, who would, of course, now there were the accusations made against us were also valid, that we were speaking to Indians in other metropolitan centers within India. So, so Bangalore and Gurgaon, these are places that were emerging as new centers with purchasing power, and many of these people were looking to books to understand the new India better. It is also sad that this is the time when there was a great decline in the bilingual intellectual, right? This is a phrase that I borrow from Ramchandra Guha, that perhaps a lot of these Indians who were buying these books about the Indian experience filtered through English were also divorced from their mother tongues, and they were not reading literature in their mother tongues anymore. And a great loss for the intellectual traditions of India. But this is how the situation was when I, as a young writer, I found myself a publisher who did not want to publish about mangoes and monsoons, but wanted to publish a book about an India rediscovered by Indians, and an India that was not therefore mediated through the cliches and stereotypes that Western writers invariably slid into. This part of it was actually easier. To get a publisher, this was probably the only moment in Indian writing in English when it was easy to get a publisher. It's not so easy now. Competition is much more, and it was nearly impossible before. It was a good moment, and somehow my editor and publisher, who remains one of my deepest influences, Kartika Vike, she literally gave us carte blanche. And we even had a small advance when we signed up to do this book. The only book in the Indian Writing in English edition before us was Pankaj Mishra's travel book, Butter Chicken in Ludhiana. Right? But as you know, now Pankaj Mishra was our senior from JNU, and as all, so from within the tradition, of course, we wanted to, sort of outdo his reach, right, his travels, and go deeper. Now, while we were, like I said, in a lucky moment, and we managed to pitch our book and sell it, so that when we started traveling, we actually had the idea, we actually had a small advance to help us with our travels. I'm sorry, can you hear me clearly? Yeah? Is it better? Yes. Oh, all right. And you can't hear the noise that is happening in my house. I have an infant and she is being fed, and that is a very loud affair. So I'm sorry if some of that is... Okay, all right. Yeah, so to come back to this is a good time for me to do a quick time check since I've been rambling on. Shudita, please feel free to sort of, raise your hand and stop me. So the real challenge, however, so here we were, these lucky young people getting in and out of buses and renting cheap rooms and getting horrified by things and making new friends. All of that is happening. It's all in the book. I hope some of you will read it. I hope Shudita will get a copy for your library and you can read it. But the real problem then became not about the interesting stories and the interesting anecdotes. As you know, traveling in India is full of stories, full of history, full of humor, full of insights that you gathered from the new economy unfolding before you. So all of that was happening. We were not poor for story. The real challenge was that what was the form of the book going to be, and how would we overturn the years and years and years of an established narrative practice which spoke about India in a particular way in English. So we had to tell an Indian story, but we had to do it in English. And that is where some of the great debates, some of the great tension in the book rises. Now I'll just, I don't want to bore you with any readings, but I want to quote Rukun Advani. Rukun Advani wrote, edited, he's the publisher of Permanent Black, which is a journal that comes out from Ranikhet and is one of the most critically acclaimed Indian academic publishers. Now, Rukun Advani used to publish a journal called Civil Lines. And in Civil Lines, in one of the issues, he wrote a little ditty, which I'll just quote 3 lines, that our lives as Indians are polyglot. To write them down, we have to keep not. This was from a poem called How to Write in Indian. And as we, in terms of form, experimentation, form and language, what we found is that we were not writing, or we would not be able to do justice to our narrative about India if we thought we were writing in English. We thought we were writing in Indian. You know how when you travel in other parts of the world, most countries are monolingual, right? Or at least mostly monolingual. And they'll ask you, so if you go to France or Germany, they'll say that, oh, how do you say this in Indian? Right? And then you have to explain that, oh, we don't have one Indian, we have so many languages. So what we were trying to do was write in Indian, and in order to reach other Indians. And the main problem, or the main problem then was that how do you enrich this Indian? How do you invent this Indian? And I would say that, therefore, for me and for Saurav, we bring two different mother tongues. We bring the same mother tongue to the mix, but facilities in two different languages. And so I turned a lot to Bengali travelogues. So, for example, contemporary Bengali travelogues, Namanita Dekshel brought her trademark humor to accounts of travel around the country. My father is a great admirer of Shoaib Mujtabali, and so I have read Ali's travelogues very closely and with great joy. Again, humor and insight coming together. Now, the main, I would say that the advantage that Indian writers who write in the Bhashas is that the scope for misreading is limited. I'll give you an example, and this is an example that we write about in the book. There is a moment when in our travels we get down in Pushkar. Pushkar is, it's a pilgrimage town, a pilgrim town close to Ajmer, and a really, really beautiful place in Rajasthan. So in Pushkar, when we got off the bus in the darkness, my sentence was that I stepped into cow dung. Then later on, when I was rereading and revising the book, I circled cow dung myself, and I asked myself, was it really cow dung? Wasn't it simply mud? And the reason I asked this question is because all of us who have read Westerners writing about India, Catherine Mayo downwards, know that cow dung is also political, right? And I debated that, and the fact that the choice of this particular word came up, and I flagged it myself, is because this is not a problem that would face the Indian writer writing in an Indian language. I was afraid of being misunderstood by anyone else reading this book. So some of these were the problems that we faced, but these were not. But the sort of the conundrum of our form was not just about language and getting it right, but it was also about how do two people tell a travel, bring together a travel narrative. As it turned out that we were two young people who had married each other in a moment of great optimism and who were now truly testing their marriage by traveling on a very, very tight budget. This would be my advice to young people. If you really want to know how much you love somebody, attempt traveling with them on a very tight budget, right? You'll find out you'll find out some really important things about yourself and about the other person. So here you had a young couple who were traveling around India, and of course who were being asked, and were we carrying our marriage certificate around to prove? Or, of course, everywhere in India, we were also asked our caste. That's not everywhere in India, I'd say. I don't think people would ask our caste in Bengal, but then that's also true because everybody knows. Right? Everybody can tell. So these were definitely the very important, very, very important moments in our journeys. But also, to again come back to talking about the form, that how do two people who are married to each other and are writing a book together without killing each other, how are these people going to tell a story? How do two people write one book? So this was also a problem with form, and we negotiated it by taking a linear chronology, by writing linearly. But each of us wrote in the first person. So there was this one big fight between us, which we narrated honestly, I would say, where it was in my perspective. And so I had some readers saying, you know what, I would have liked Sorrell's perspective on this as well, on this big fight. So it was also partly a memoir. And I think that is where we departed a little bit from the genre of travel writing. Travel writing is mostly about insights gathered while one travels. So V.S. Nepal, for example, when he wrote his 3 brilliant books on India, very books that make Indians really, really cringe and get angry. But let's say a monumental book like India, A Million Mutinies Now, we don't see V.S. Nepal himself at all, except very little. Through him, we see and we hear.
Hello.
Yes.
You've exceeded your time much. And so we
I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Yes, so I'll just wrap up in 2 sentences. Right? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Shrita. So, so therefore, where we departed somewhat from the genre of travel writing was in including strands of memoir writing within, because for us, this was a journey inward, as well as it is for many great travel books, but that we made that process evident and we shared it with our readers rather than keep it implicit as most travel writers do. As we all know, great traveling is when the journey was inward. On that note, I will end and thank you all very much. And I don't think, do we have time for questions? I mean, I'm happy to take them.
Yes, we do have some time, so say about 5 minutes if you have any questions. So we have about 5 minutes. If you should have any observations, any comments to make, please feel free. Anyone?
This is that tense moment for every, speaker. If nobody has any questions, then your talk has been a very big flop. So then the host has to ask a question, just to be polite.
Hello. Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, good. Because then, of course, as the host, I must ask. You talked about Pankaj Mishra, but what about this lady Monisha? I forget her surname, who wrote Around India in 80 Trains, I believe, and many of the reviews actually spoke about how she was an Indian looking at India from the perspective of a Western readership. So,
right. So I must confess,
Well,
I must confess, Shudika, that is a book that we chose not to read, because one of the things that, this is like one of those superstitions that writers have, that when you're writing in one particular form, you don't read too many books in it, right? So if you're writing, a thriller, at that time, don't read that many thrillers, read other things. But now, since then, I have come to disregard this principle. But at that time, we were, we didn't want to read, so that there was no sort of chance of, of any other writer's traveling voice lodging too deeply. So as you know, that we went to the Howrahs and read travelogues there, but I haven't read Monisha's book. But for us, this was the greatest challenge. We did not want to sound like Indians writing either for the Western audience or looking at their fellow brother and sister Indians like some idiot anthropologist, okay, carrying a camera and a notebook around. So I think definitely one of the things we did not guilty. I don't know whether we have succeeded or not.
Yeah.
I think a certain humility is also important for the travel writer.
Yes.
Why is an anthropologist an idiot? Why is an anthropologist an idiot? Why is an anthropologist an idiot?
Oh dear. Oh dear, I got myself in trouble. See, this is what happens when I imagine that I'm in an English department.
Yes, you are in an English department, but I mean,
economics and anthropology. In fact, yes.
Given that this is,
yes, I think I should clarify that is.
Given that this is a
I think
travel writing.
because-
1 minute.
Yeah.
Given that this is a conference about travel writing, and given that travel writing begins with anthropology, why should they be idiots? I mean,
Yes.
I really
And
don't get
they
this.
also, right. No, they're not idiots. I definitely take that word back. But what I will definitely say is that while we have appreciated works of anthropologists, we are also aware that initially it came hand in hand with colonialism, and therefore, especially when we read English narrative, it tends to be conscious of, right? So you don't want to go in order to document, right? At least in the way that we were writing a popular book, we were not writing as academics. We were not going to document.
Have you heard of something called critical anthropology? Have you heard something called critical anthropology?
Sorry?
Have you heard of a revisionist discipline of which Clifford Reeds and some very important writers are at the forefront? Have you
Yes.
heard of a revisionist critical anthropology?
Yes. I
Yes.
have.
So they are not
Of course.
part. They have.
And I would
Yes.
clarify. Yes.
Yes.
No, I would add here that yes, of course. But I would just add here that my PhD was in performance studies, and as you know, performance studies draws very closely from anthropology. Richard Schechner, the founder of performance studies, was an anthropologist himself. So that is not, to my mind, I do not want to disrespect critical anthropology at all. But what I do want to say is that when we look at travelogues and travel accounts, but just in here we are talking about the past, not talking about contemporary movements which have built on disciplines and refined them, right? We all learn, as has literary studies. We have moved on from literary humanism to literary theory, right? So it is in that sense that I made my intervention, and like I said, I definitely withdraw my very callous use of the word idiot. It was entirely in jest.
Okay. Anyone else, please? Any other question? Someone? Yes. Issue.
Can Ruskin Bond be called a travel writer? This is my question actually. Because
I think Ruskin Bond has published, I mean, he's
because as
his novels, do you mean?
Yeah, in many of his stories I have seen that he has mentioned many various places and all. So I think, can he be called a travel writer in
Yes.
that case?
I mean, he has published about his own travels as well, I think. But I mean, I don't really see him as a travel writer. Rather, I see him as a novelist or a fiction writer who's really brought alive the place in which he sets his writing, right? Which is Deoli and Landor, where he lives. And I think, therefore, on contemporary travel writers, the influence of writers who bring places truly alive, places and people truly alive, is substantial. So while I wouldn't classify him as a travel writer, I would definitely acknowledge the debt that contemporary Indian travel writers would owe to Ruskin Bond. Thank you for that.
Okay, so that's it then. Thank you for joining us, and we'll catch up later.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Devapriya Roy. Now I would ask for some few minutes for stage preparation for the upcoming sessions.
In the meantime, of course, may I ask Professor Tanveer Mazhari, dancing, what are you doing? I mean, don't tell me he fell asleep.
I tried not to.
No. To give this little gift to our keynote.
But exist for some esoteric aesthetic reason. Dust flakes off the ceilings in offices, the buildings are becoming dust, the roads are becoming dust. Daily Calcutta disintegrates, unwhispering into dust, and daily it rises from dust again. Unquote. So from this passage, what is interesting to note is the sense of disintegration and the daily emergence from the dust, as mentioned in the above quotation, defines the very nature of the city. Since metamorphosis is a characteristic feature of identity formation, Chaudhary's fictional world depicts the gradual archaeological as well as technological establishment in the city through the patterning of impulses like destruction, construction, that we find in many other cities as well. Chaudhary's desire to textualize the remaking of the city through the codification of its virtual urban space, along with strangeness and sublimity. This word has been used as a title, so it is quite prominent that the travel material is very much prominent in the selected words that has been used for titles. In fact, the narrative of a strange and sublime address has been designed from Sandeep's point of view, who is an outsider to Calcutta, because it is his first visit to Calcutta. The difference between where he permanently belongs, that is Bombay, and where he travels to, that is Kolkata, this comparative study actually made a kind of invites us to understand the rhizomic structural pattern of the city and its miniature spatial variations like Dhakuria, Golpark, Goriahat, Bowbajar, Chourangi, and other cultural hubs of this city. Once again, I will focus on a passage that describes the incidents that occur after an old person's sudden health breakdown, which is followed by the dramatic appearance of his relatives in the hospital. So this passage is full of comicality, but how a child actually observes, this is very important. The relatives arrived in rickshaws, trams, taxis, some walked, some came by bus, some came alone, some in families, some with their friends. Some came with their hair still gleaming after a bath. Some came unshaven with stubble on their cheeks. Some came in newly pressed clothes. A few came in clothes they had slept in. I conclude the quotation. So in fact, this comicality needs no introduction. The streets of Calcutta become theatres, as evident from the above quoted passage, which are full of actors like reckless dogs, cows lying in the center of the road, gossiping old women, playing children, and many more such players. This is what the social commentator Jug Surya, who wrote a book titled Calcutta, a City Remembered, published in 2007, calls that Kolkata's flair for the dramatic, both on stage and off stage. Through the narrator's traveler's repeated surrender to the sociography of street, what the readers get is the continuous flux and flow of urban delicacies. So, if we go through a recently released movie, not recently, rather a few years back, Prakton, Shiva Prasad and Nandini Mukhopadhyay's directorial, there we find a kind of walking rhetoric, and that famous song, Tumiyo Hete Dekho Kolkata, that actually summarizes what actually Amit Chaudhary has also proposed. If you want to understand the city spaces of Kolkata, you have to walk on the street. So the sociography of street is very important in realizing the cultural geographies of Kolkata. Against the backdrop of noisy sounds of the city, rickshaws, trams, taxis, and rival bonding of Mohanbagan and East Bengal, there is always a sense of overlapping between city and country life. The narrator realizes Calcutta, in spite of its fetid industrialization, was really part of that primitive terracotta landscape of Bengal. Such textual formation of geographical environment as space and that subsequent transformation of that space into text in Chaudhary's novel emanate the political, economic, demographic shifts. In the next part, I will focus on the Chaudhary's fourth novel, A New World, that moves around the expatriate Joyjit. We have gone through the realization of Sandeep in a strange and sublime address. Now it's time to explore Kolkata through the eyes of Joyjit. Joyjit, in a conversation with Bonnie, talks about the heritage house of Calcutta, which at present time going to be demolished and new multi-storied buildings are being created. In recent time, a report I came through in the Statesman that prestigious elite cinema hall is going to be demolished. So the sense of heritage, as it was known to the outsiders, and the popularity of the city for those hubs, cultural hubs, not only in Amit Chaudhary's when he was writing the novel, but even today we can understand that the city is going through, following the trends of globalization, a sense of recreation of consumer-centric approach. Against the backdrop of different professions that we'll find in the text, dhobi, maid servant, taxi driver, bank employee, bhelpuri seller, doctor, postman, istriwala, and different places like, to be very specific, Nandan Cinema, New Market, Southern Avenue, Deshopriya Park, Grand Hotel, Park Circus, Baligan Circular. Joyjit roams throughout the corner of the street and through his recollection maps out the transformation of city at a very radical speed. Joyjit's position in his father's flat and the experiences surrounding it projects a constant reinvention of the city space. The city is not natural and neutral, rather it is being culturally produced due to the nexus between physical geography and the socio-political ethnography. For Joyjit, after being remade and reshaped in this new climate, remade and reshaped by this new climate, Chaudhary's words, Calcutta becomes a new world with its own spatial dialectic that has all the potential elements to be categorized as what we call a tourist city. I quote a short passage from Joyjit in his encounter with a bhelpuri seller. Joyjit asking, bhelpuri or jhalmuri, ki debe? Bhelpuri বিক্রেতা বলছেন, আপনি কি নেবেন বলুন? কোনটার কি দাম? জয়জিতের বক্তব্য, ভেলপুলি সেলার তখন বলছেন 5 টাকা করে. Then Joyjit thinks of once again a kind of comparative stone between Calcutta and Bombay. In Bombay, in 5 rupees, he doesn't get anything, and he realizes the economic grip of a East India city, which actually offers you a kind of cheaper kind of living. But at the same time, he realizes the cultural issues related to the city space are much more impactful than what he generally gets in Bombay. So here I conclude another novel that may be referred to as an element of providing an element of travel, that is Afternoon Rug. We may go through Afternoon Rug. That also contains the the child character who visited Calcutta from London, and he actually explores different facets of Calcutta. So thank you for giving me a chance.
Thank you all, Onkur, and I think we will take the questions together at the end of the session. All right? So the next hello, yes, the next speaker is Dr. Ashish Vishwas. a truant adolescent boy's journey to discover the Indian self, a study of Premankur Atathi's Mahasthavir Jatak as a narrative of travel.
Thank you, madam. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. So, as my paper, the title of the paper suggests that it is a journey of a truant boy to discover India and the self. So, Premankur Atathi's Mahasthavir Jatak depicts the colonial urban society of Calcutta, Calcutta, that was woven around the conflicting space of a truant child and later adolescent character Sthavir Sharma, who belonged to a middle-class family. The novel is a 4-volume magnum opus. The first 3 volumes were published during the lifetime of the author, respectively in 1944, 47, and 1954. And the 4th volume was published posthumously in 1969. The very first volume of the book introduces the struggle of the child that fails to fulfill the social norms in a society that already set up its value to produce good boys in the disciplinary institutions devoted to mechanical reproduction, factual knowledge from its disciples. Sthavir obviously was struggling with this setup reflected in the school curriculum and always playing the catching up game with the good boys who appeared to him as some otherworldly creatures, and his own different self against them seemed to him as being a mere nuisance. He felt a sense of loneliness within himself, and the imaginative world of play, which was supposed to be the great escape from the imposing social world for a child, failed him as the sense of being a nuisance affected even his command over the other's world of the mind. But later, he refused to be a part of the process of becoming a good boy of society. He rather chose to explore the alternative spaces that may come in his life of adventure as a traveler in the northern part of Indian subcontinent. Now, this India, to the early European travelers, it remained an enigmatic space of danger and desolation during the best part of the British colonial empire to the west. The sense of its enigma, uncharted mystery and foreboding danger to the west can even be felt in the 1950 film production of Rudyard Kipling's Oriental novel Kim, produced under the banner of Metro Goldwyn Mayer. The film was introduced on the screen as, I quote, one of the most magnificent spectacles ever to grace this screen. Rudyard Kipling's famous story of splendid adventure and exotic romance, and I'm stressing the next portion, actually filmed in its authentic location, India, sparkling jewel of the mystic Orient. So please focus on this very term, actually filmed in its authentic location. So rather than the film, where it is being produced, the place become very, very important. This task of understanding the boundary, so India became a space of desolation and danger, for the foreign traveler, for the foreign travel narrators. And from here I may quote a quotation from Pramod K. Nair, who writes, the foreign traveler begins her narrative by describing the threatening, overflowing, barren, empty, vast landscape, that is India. The rhetoric of inflation first images an India full of dissolved boundaries, incomputable numbers, and most significantly exceeding limits. The traveler seeks to transform this chaos into a locus amenus by suggesting the certainty of number, well-defined boundaries, and clear markers. This is the rhetoric of improvement which inform all travelogues of the 1750 to 1820 period, which seeks a locus amenus. How they describe India, like Jemima Kindersley, who as an English traveler, he described Allahabad Fair as a moving landscape of grotesque figures. The native covers themselves with blankets. Alexander Doe in the history of Hindustan writes about India, impenetrable mystery of Hindustan. So these travel narrative carried forward forward the discourse of obscurity of India landscape and cultural practice into the native colonial identity. But the successful military expedition and building up of the Western hegemonic discourse of the Orient gave rise to the hermeneutics of this vast landscape of obscurity, where the authorial Occident could study and decode the Oriental mystery from their pioneer position created in their socio-topographical refuge. We may get the sense of this socio-topographical refuge in E.M. Foster's passage to very beginning passage of E.M. Foster's passage to India describing Chandrapur, the clear markers of the British living in their social space and the Indians. That also can be evident the civil stations in the Heart of Darkness by Joseph Conrad. So the systematic knowledge that the foreign travelers produced, that was produced for the Orientalist and Western consumer of Orientalism, gave rise to an imaginative geographical and historical knowledge which was primarily filled with negative connotations as it was made comprehensive to the West, and it marked a distinctive boundary that limits the movement of the Orient within the Western discourse of Orientalism. Now, I think this knowledge that the foreign traveler produced was the textual universe rather than the real thing. So the impact of the impact of the Orient was made through these books and manuscript. It produced a deferred knowledge far removed from the Orient itself and did not rely on the actual acknowledgement of the Orient. So it is the British Sahibs who are producing the Orient, the India, for themselves and the Orient. Therefore, it is here the actual struggle of the strategically silenced Orient to make an assertive impact on the hegemonic discourse of the imperial culture promulgated by the mercantile colonial agency to enslave the Orient under the cognition of inferiority in terms of culture, geography, history and genealogy began. It is here the journey of the truant away from home to the vast Oriental space becomes significant. They were the cast-outs of history because they showed their descent to the semantics of the colonial knowledge structure. Now, could the space of India in the hand of these truants that they are discovering while traveling become a possibility for the deconstruction of the meaning that the Western narrative invested in it? A space to ponder over, to know rather than to conquer? Could the reader rediscover this empirical India beyond the theoretical landscape of Orientalism prepared by the imperial scholars and distributed by the imperial agency? This is the question that the text would ask later on. So the second chapter begins with the travel of this truant boy, Thobin Sharma, and it began with his journey to Benares, the very religious seat, one of the oldest cities of India, and from there he wanted to go to Himalaya for his yoga sadhana. So here it is a very interesting point, and Shivaji Bandyopadhyay said that the myth of the ascetic and the steadfast India existing on the opposite pole of the materialistic, hedonistic West is there as a part of the anti-colonial narrative discourse. So with this, Mahastavi Jatak began. This is kind of a discourse against the Western Orientalism. Western discourse of Orientalism. So in Benares he met a character called Lakshmani, who had some kind of power, vibhuti, at her very early years of her life. But Sthavir had various kind of other adventure, including adolescent sexual adventure. Then from there on, I'm skipping most of the parts since of the constraints of the time. Then he met Paresh Chandra Bandyopadhyay, who was a reincarnate to meet his guru. Then there is a Shwadananda Maharaj and the guru. The guru is going to take his Shecha Mrityu. So all these mystic things he was encountering to discover India. Then the spiritual journey, he was on the path of spiritual journey to discover himself. So that is a part of India which was very much neglected by the Western discourse of Orientalism, sort of criticized, which we can get in the description and in the passage of Kim by Rudyard Kipling. There he Kim said, "Their gods are many-armed and malignant, let them alone." So this is what Kipling had to say. So I'm skipping most of the part. Let me move on to the very last section, to conclude, towards the end of in the end of the third chapter, Stavin met was struggling with life, and he was sort of worked as a labor under a person called Bulu Sardar, and there he met various subaltern families. They are working also as a labor, and he felt terribly ill due to malnutrition and excessive hard labor. So he was recovered by a family, very subaltern family, and the female in that family called Aranya Mata. So later on, when he was serving as a servant of a Maharaja in a province in India, and there was a tradition in the palace of that Maharaja, they have to join the king in the morning breakfast with sumptuous. There will be feast, and every time on every day, and there he actually drunk, and in that drunkard state he saw a procession of these subaltern people trading on that table filled with foods and a sumptuous meal. And from there he discovered that what is the purpose of a life, that the path that he was in during his truant stages. Now he's totally altered. So what can he do? So there only discovered that at that time of his traveling and struggle, he was pondering over his future, upcoming future. But the life that he was in at that time, that was the life that he should cherish. So I'm skipping this part due to constraint of time. I'm just concluding. I'm concluding. So Stavid's journey as a truant boy can be called can be compared to the lines of Gura, where to discover India, where Rabindranath, in English translation, that would sound like, "Mother, you are my mother, the mother whom I have been wandering about in search of, was all the time sitting in my room at home. You have no caste, you make no distinctions, have no hatred, you are only the image of our welfare. It is you who are India." This image of realization of the oneness of the land above the poverty-stricken, fragmented social self in the image of our welfare brings out the real devotion for the land that perhaps shape figures of dissenting truants who possess the audacity of change against the extreme odds that adult world envied and aspired for. As Thavid, as the narrator, realized that the power of aspiration for the impossible which his truant adolescent self could indulge in was departed from the vision of his adult self. There he became the poet persona of Shishu Bholanath by Rabindranath Tagore. I am not quoting that passage. It is in this revolting, far-sighted vision of the land, breaking the trance of its subjugated social reality, that became the base of the adventure of the truants to rediscover the eternal India. Thank you.
So, the next speaker is going to speak about Lady Abala Bose. Yes. Saptarshi Mollik. He is going to speak about Lady Abala Bose's India travelogues.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I'm so grateful to my professors of this Department of English where I was a student, and whatever little I have achieved today, I owe this all to them. Thank you so much, my dear teachers. This presentation is actually based on a monograph which is entitled Connecting Spaces, the Travelogues and Letters of Lady Abala Bose, to be published by Routledge this year. It was a part of my postdoc project undertaken at the Department of English and American Studies, University of Graz, Austria. So I'm sharing some of my observations on this book because I cannot give things before the book is published according to the terms of the publisher. So when I was actually experiencing, I actually discovered that manuscript at Acharya Bhavan where I went with Professor Bashubi Fraser and Professor Parul Chakraborty, who was the director of that. And it was actually kept under a drawer, and then I found that, and it was handwritten and signed and things. And then we actually got the plan to digitize it at Acharya Bhavan, which is just beside Rajabajar Science College. And it's a historically very important place. So with that, an investigation carried on, and then I found that they were published in Mukul as well as in Provashi. So I'm just sharing some of my observations regarding it. So the recent critical attention, which actually is devoted to travel literature, enacts a logical transition from the ongoing focus on autobiography, subjectivity, and multiculturalism. Travel extends the inward direction of autobiography to consider the journey outward. Irrespective of the journey's motive, it changes both the place visited and the self that travels. Though travel has been primarily a masculine enterprise, women were not excluded. They also traveled, migrated, moved, often for the same reasons as men, their husbands or fathers or sons. The kind of experiences they related to and the metaphysical roads they traveled were quite different. The writing was not seen as a metaphor for quest or as an act of empowerment. Instead, their writings were seen as narratives of the journeys and representation of their personal experiences. From the introduction to James Clifford's Roots, we can understand that the trope of travel narrative begins with a basic gender difference, and it assumes that men and women react differently once they venture outside their homes. Thus, travel writings cross boundaries of genre and purpose. And regarding the dearth of women's narratives, Susan Bassnett believed that the essence of the travel or the adventure lies in taking risks and exploring the unknown. So it is hardly surprising to find that early travel accounts tended for the most part to be written by men who moved freely in the public sphere. Though historically women have been more associated with fixity, with home rather than the road, the spread of English education for the middle class during the 19th century played a very significant role towards the development of such narratives. Travel facilitated women travelers to gain an insight into the realms of experiencing the important other, which often went unnoticed or were ignored by the men in the travel writings. Lady Abala Bose and her travelogues actually modified the massively Eurocentric structures of travel and coloniality by insisting on specificity of history, setting, and motivation. These travelogues are actually cultural experiences, along with Lady Bose's supra-individual teleology of discovery and intellectual evolution, which were later introduced through our measures for human welfare, especially regarding the education of women through Nari Shiksha Samiti and Teachers Training Institute for Young Widows in 19th century Bengal. Her travelogues, Abala Bose's travelogues, were written for publication in Mukul, a children's periodical, and they aimed to generate hope and wanderlust in the youth of Bengal through a lively socio-cultural presentation of facts, engaging readers and inspiring them to think beyond the borders, inspiring them to think that the world in them. Lady Bose questioned social stereotypes as she traveled beyond socially constructed gendered spaces and documented her experiences at home and in the world. They document geographical location, climate, natural terrain, people, their activities, the dynamics of history, culture, education, economy, and politics of the places that Jagadish Chandra Bose and Abala Bose visited in colonial India as well as in the world. The places in India which has been documented by Bose through her travel writings are Kashmir, Darjeeling, Lucknow, Madras, and Chittor. And these, I'm focusing on these because we're talking about India, and her India travelogues, like the world travelogues, proposed a socio-cultural bridge between her young readers in Bengal and the rest of the world. Her writings, on one hand,
They praise the good qualities of the English as well as critique their imperialism in colonial India, especially the massacre they had done in many places. And in doing so, she is debriefing the English imperial political and economic plunder and compares them to other free nation states of the world. Her travel memoirs are socio-cultural archives. Well, you just have to refer. Mukul was actually edited by Shivnath Shastri and Provashi was edited by Rabindranath at that time. So travel is an intimate part of human life involving a cultural exchange through observation and interaction, justifying that beyond our fidelity to our nation, we are all allied by another tie, that of being a part of humankind as a whole. It facilitates human beings' movement through temporal and spatial levels, connecting the home and the world through universal congeniality of the foundation of global fellowship. For an individual and populace, travel conclusively bridges the gap between particularism and universalism, invoking a realization through a liberating experiences which contributes towards ourself and our surroundings in the process of going, coming, migration, relocation, displacement. A person who has no actually understanding of this cultural alterity poses the risk of baffling culture and nature of constructing custom as the convention and thereby adhering to generalizations based on her or his own self. And an individual can only decipher the foundation of her or his self if she or he follows an inclusive perspective towards life where cultures merge, collate towards a constructive association. And Lady Bose's travelogues, if studied today, will see that they intensifies the habits of coexistence, travel, movability, cross-cultural contact. These all negates the politics of difference and the homogenizing perspectives of the world-state concepts. The exchange of knowledge, the exchange of information, which Bose's travelogues is undertaking, represents her openness to the world, enabling us to understand the cultural diversities around and discover ourselves with others who are often with other ethno-linguistic identities, engage with the difference and collate a cultural encounter to the cross-section of subjectivity, limited space and unlimited time. Abala Bose's travelogues augment this spirit of transculturalism as a foundation of progress within humanity, which accelerates the establishment of true unity by challenging borders, breaking up boundaries, and forming global networks through the cultivation of the spirit of freedom, which is the quest of the universal man, nurtured with the development of rational, ethical, and aesthetic faculties. Rabindranath considered travel as tirtha, which involves an awakening, and Abala Bose's travelogues facilitate learning from our differences, that is critical cosmopolitanism, through which often travel writing fosters a special kind of world citizenship which gulps and heals the friction between the champions of difference and diversity and those who yearn for universal human solidarity, justice and order. So Abala Bose's travel writings, actually India as well as the world, they propose an emancipatory and inclusive postcoloniality which can be associated to what Emily Johansson terms as territorialized cosmopolitanism, where the narrative and its author exhibit cosmopolitanism, worldviews, but also views herself as having ethical and moral responsibilities to the home as well as to the world. Abala Bose's travel writings are actually profound cultural discovery, harmoniously merging India with the world as a journey of refined tranquility towards wisdom, associated with the grace of reconciliation with dislocation and difference, inspiring individuals towards a fellowship through, in the words of Rabindranath, mutual understanding and the trust on the common field of cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now invite Dr. Tuhin Mojumdar, who is an assistant professor in the Department of English, Khatra Adibashi Mahavidyalaya, Bankura, and the title of his talk is Small Towns and Indian Railways, Distress and Disappointment in Stories After Independence by Kushwant Singh and Monojit Mitra.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Within the realm of travel literature, we embark on journeys that transport us to distant lands and bygone eras, granting us glimpses into cultures otherwise beyond our reach. A surge in wanderlust among Indians has led to noticeable increase in domestic travels, with many opting to explore hidden gems rather than venturing abroad. The concept of embarking on voyages to unfamiliar territories in order to encounter their exotic allure owes its origin directly to the colonial enterprise. Through colonization, distant regions of Asia and Africa were unveiled to the European gaze. It is noteworthy that travel literature authored by these tourists played a pivotal role in shaping European perceptions of the Orient. Said's work, Orientalism, projects the strategy of epistemological colonization of the Orient. The textual attitude has misinterpreted different literatures and cultures flourishing in Africa and Asia. Travel books and guidebooks like Verne's Around the World in 80 Days belong to this category. The enduring image of the Euro-American traveler equipped with binoculars, camera, hats, khaki attire, packaged water bottle, as exemplified by Mr. Das in Jhumpa Lahiri's short story Interpreter of Maladies, or Marco in Narayan's novel The Guide, emulates the trend by exploring remote corners of their own subcontinent in search of their exotic experience, absent from their daily routines or their diasporic existence. In 1982, India introduced the inaugural tourism policy outlining 5 categories: welcome, swagat, information, shuchana, facilitation, shubida, safety, suraksha, and cooperation, that is sahyog. Campaigns like Incredible India campaign, Atithi Devo Bhava, all enhanced India's allure as a tourist destination. This growing tourism was facilitated by the expansion of Indian railways connecting remotest corners, a legacy of the colonial encounter. The Indian railway system transcends its role as a mere mode of transportation, often embodying as a symbolic portrayal of India itself, its vastness, diversity, and complexity. Ruskin Bond, in the editorial Soot Gets in Our Eyes from the anthology The Penguin Book of Indian Railway Stories, writes, in 1853, when India's first railway steamed off in an atmosphere of great excitement from Bombay to Thane, it was really commerce. Within 10 years, the great Indian Peninsular Railway had opened up to cotton-growing areas of Deccan Plateau. In pursuing their commercial interests, the British rulers had created unity of diversity and sown the seeds of nationhood. Let's embark on a simple thought experiment. What we encounter when we hear the phrase, life in a small town. Some may envision a tranquil existence offered by Narayan in his collection of short stories set in the fictional town of Malgudi. Tree-lined streets, a serene railway station occasionally disrupted by the arrival of trains. What unites prolific writers such as Ruskin Bond, Jim Corbett, Jhumpa Lahiri beyond their rich literary legacies? It is the shared affinity for crafting compelling narratives against the backdrop of small towns. There is a certain allure and drama in spinning tales set in lesser-known locals, like the way Bond's storytelling gravitates towards Indian hamlets like Garawal, Kasauli, Mussoorie. Sometimes the location becomes a prominent character in the narrative. In such an environment, where opinions are freely exchanged and shared, narratives unfold organically. Small towns, meanwhile, serve as pivotal junctions along railway routes where diverse characters intersect, leading to memorable encounters. Additionally, literature set in Indian railway small town stations provide a compelling backdrop for social commentary, delving into themes like poverty, discrimination, distress, political turmoil and disappointments, besides the railway reverie and nostalgic homecomings. In the graphic novel Bhimayana, young Bhim and his siblings encounter humiliation for being a Mahar while traveling by train. It was predetermined that somebody from his father's workplace would come to receive them at Masoor railway station, but no one arrived. Finding neatly dressed kids unattended, the station master comes forward to help them. However, when Bhim reveals that they are Mahars from Satara, the station master chides them as untouchable. Another story, Mano Majra Station, a short story in the collection entitled The Penguin Book of Indian Railway Stories, is an extract from the chapter Kaliyug of Khushwant Singh's novel A Train to Pakistan. One fateful morning, a train arrives at the station shrouded in an airy aura. Guards summon the sub-inspector Hukum Chand, who arrives accompanied by 50 armed policemen. At the Gurdwara, Meet Singh, Imam Baksh and Banda Singh convene a meeting. Though unaware of the unfolding events, they lament at the onset of Kaliyug, the dark age. Hours passed in anticipation, while darkness descends, accompanied by a sudden eruption of flames from the railway station. The acrid scent of burning wood, kerosene and flesh fills the air, signaling the grim reality that the train hails from Pakistan. The sense of disappointment runs through the lesser-known story of Monojit Mitro's 99 Up train, when the entire village gathers at the railway station to welcome their heartthrob hero, who is rumored to arrive at their obscure village for the inaugural screening of his movie in the village's lone movie hall. By 1 o'clock, the Up platform was bustling with activity, crowded with men, girls. Nitai Pagla, the erratic man for whom it was a solitary reign at that platform, was visibly perturbed by sudden invasion of his privacy. He became the subject of teasing by schoolboys. His irritation peaked, leading him to the track, much to the amusement of the onlookers. When the train arrived, Manik Babu, the cinema hall owner, was the only passenger. He was bombarded about inquiries about the absent star. He clarified that Ranjan Kumar was not to arrive. Everybody was disheartened by the anticlimax. As the last train passed at the 8:30 in night, the station master stood alone in the platform, gazing out at the quiet town, Siulia, which had promised a special day, now retired early to bed, its hopes dashed. The station master trudged home in silence until the night was pierced by the full-throated cry of Nitai Pagla. The narratives, compiled from Khushwant Singh and Manojit Mitra, depict a contrasting portrayal of small town stations, focusing on tales of adversity and letdowns. Unlike the romanticized accounts of bustling big city stations and adventurous railway journeys, these stories delve into the struggles and disappointments encountered in the quieter realm of railway travel and small towns adjacent to railway stations. Thank you.
Thank you to him. I now invite Amrita Chattopadhyay, who is teaching in the Department of English, Vishwa Bangla Vishwavidyalaya, Bolpur, and the name of her, the title of her lecture is Reconnecting with Nature, a journey of self-discovery in Tagore's Glimpses of Bengal. Please keep to the 10-minute time.
Good afternoon, all of you. I'm Amrita Chattopadhyay from Bolpur. The title of my paper is Reconnecting with Nature, A Journey of Self-Discovery in Tagore's Glimpses of Bengal.
Then mind you keep on slow.
Second slide. Rabindranath Tagore was a fervent traveler, a polymath, and also someone who wrote a number. However, in this paper, we will look into his travels within the then India, especially as reflected in his book, The Glimpses of Bengal. Traveling as an act is important as it enables an individual traveler to come across different regions, people, and cultures, which lead to the enlargement of the body of knowledge and experience of the traveler. Further, the physical act of traveling involves the imaginative reconstructions of the experiences while writing about them, which often than not lead to certain discoveries about the self as well. As T.S. Eliot writes in his poem Little Gidding, the end of all our exploring will be to arrive where we started and know the place for the first time. Tagore has always held traveling to various places with utmost regard. For example, in his essay titled Jatrad Purvapatro, he elaborates the need for people to travel to various places in order to know the truth of the world. In this essay, he also laments about the fact that people don't realize that traveling is very natural to human beings. Please change the slide. I have organized this paper in 3 sections. After this introductory section, we discuss nature and self-discovery in Glimpses of Bengal, followed by concluding observations in section 3. Human beings are a component of nature. Therefore, it plays a vital role in our journey towards self-discovery. As rightly pointed out by Shagun Singh, understanding nature and human nature relationship and the interaction is of great importance for man's understanding of the self and the mystery of being. All human beings are in search for connection, the one which connects us to others and the one which connects us to ourselves. And undoubtedly, nature plays a vital role in the second area, bringing us closer to ourselves. It plays a very significant role in shaping our physical, emotional, moral, and spiritual ideas. The letters contained in the book Glimpses of Bengal were translated from Bengali by Tagore himself. In its introduction, Tagore, while talking about the significance of his journeys to the Bengal countryside, writes that it provided him with a kind of literary extravagance that was only possible when a surplus of thought and emotion accumulates. Further, Tagore justifies publication of his collection of letters, saying these letters synchronize with a considerable part of his already published writings. He thought that this act would open a parallel course which might broaden his readers' understanding of his poems. The poetic way in which he has described the scenic beauty of nature while traveling in his houseboat can be seen in many descriptions of nature in these letters. For example, in one of his letters he writes, "But on turning to the west, there is water, the currentless bend of the river, fringed with its high bank, up to which spread the village groves, with cottages peeping through, all like an enchanting dream in the evening light, because in the evening we wander out, and so that aspect is impressed on my mind." This was one of the first times that he got to see the lives of common village people from close quarters. While living in the village atmosphere, he noticed the slow-paced life of the countryside. For example, in one of his letters, he was amused to see a young boy delivering a speech requesting him, the zamindar, for a few wooden benches and stools for their school in English. He loved the simplicity of people there. He also liked how the people there lived a serene life with no hurry. In one of his letters, he describes the people in the following way. "Along the bank there are various other people, but they come or go with the slowest steps, or remain seated on their haunches, embracing their knees, or keep on gazing at nothing in particular. No one can guess." Even the author himself felt like he can gaze over the landscape and allow a free flow of fancy forever. The way he felt immensely connected to the Mother Earth is reflected in the lines, "I feel that the warm living earth is breathing upon me, and that she also must feel my breath." In the lap of the vast nature, he achieves an expansion of his conscience and realizes the triviality of human beings in front of nature. He writes, "The sky is free, the fields limitless, and the sun merges them into one blazing whole. In the midst of this, man seems so trivial. How tragically meaningless it all seems amidst the immense aloofness of the universe." Here he started relating simple happenings of the village life with profound truths of life. For example, in one of his letters, he compared the departure of a girl to her in-law's house in a boat with the death of a person. He says, "The quiet floating away of a boat on the stream seems to add to the pathos of separation. It is so like death, pain being temporary, oblivion permanent." The nature thus seems to share the feeling of melancholy with the people who are separated from each other. Thus, nature as described in these letters is very intricately related with human lives. It seems that his love for the countryside is mainly due to his love for nature. He says, "When I come to the country, I cease to view man as separated from the rest." He also writes, "Nature becomes really and truly intimate in strange and lonely places." He compares the life in the countryside with that which he had in Calcutta. He describes how nights in Calcutta are like slow river of darkness, while the nights in Bolpur is like a vast still lake, placidly reposing with no sign of movement. This comparison between city and a village and his preference for village life as opposed to the city can also be seen in the lines, "Each of the little joys of life which remains unappreciated amid the hubbub of the town sends in their claims to the heart when far from home." He describes how living in the countryside has changed his views on life. It is here that he realizes that nothing is more beautiful or great than to perform the ordinary duties of one's daily life simply and naturally. This journey was like a journey towards self-realization for him. His travels had also enriched him in the way it helped in his many literary creations. He accepts in one of his letters that his experiences while living in the countryside have helped him gaining the inspiration to write the story Postmaster Raghuvamsha. He also explains in his letters how the solitude that the villages offered to him has helped his mind to engage in creative imagination. From here, he seems to have gained a new perspective on human life and religion. He compares human life with a journey and writes, "The religion that only comes to us from external scriptures never becomes our own. To gain religion within is man's great lifelong adventure. The man's journey shall end in the joy of fulfillment." In 1892, he traveled to Shilaidaho several times. One of his most celebrated poems which were written here was Shonartoli. "Gogone goroje megh, ghono borosha, kule aka boshe achi, nahi bhorosha. Clouds rumbling in the sky, teeming rain, I sit on the river bank, sad and alone." It's apparent that in this poem, the poet describes his own experience of traveling by the river Padma. The poem is a beautiful piece of work with vivid nature imagery intertwined with the poet's quest for self-discovery. Similarly, in the introduction of his poetry collection titled Manoshi, Tagore wrote how his travels away from his home has helped in changing his outlook on life, which in turn has helped him in letting a free flow of imagination. According to him, it has also contributed in bringing forward his artist self. Therefore, he writes, "Amar gane ami bolechi, আমি সুদূরের পিয়াসী, পরিচিত সংসার থেকে এখানে আমি সেই দূরত্বের দ্বারা বেষ্টিত হলুম, অভ্যাসের স্থূল হস্তাবলে দূর হওয়া মাত্র মুক্তি এলো মনোরাজ্যে। এই আবহাওয়ায় আমার কাব্য রচনা একটা নতুন পর্ব আপনি প্রকাশ পেল। পূর্বতন রচনাধারা থেকে স্বতন্ত্র এ একটা নূতন কাব্যরূপের প্রকাশ, মানসীয় সেই রকম। নূতন আবিষ্কারে এই কবিতাগুলি সহসা যেন নবদেহ ধারণ করল, কবির সঙ্গে যেন একজন শিল্পী এসে যোগ দিল। Hence, in conclusion, we may assert that through these letters, which reflected his experiences while traveling across parts of India, truly reveals his expansion of consciousness and a changed perception towards life. This was realized by Tagore himself, which is why he expressed his doubt about whether he will be able to fit with the life in Calcutta after returning to the city. Therefore, his journey to the countryside, which provided him with an opportunity to rekindle his close relations with nature, has ultimately led to a journey of self-discovery as reflected in this book. Thank you.
last speaker of this session, Payal Ghosh, who's an independent researcher, and the title of her paper is With Your Own Eyes, Indians Rediscovering India. Somnath Subramaniam's Samanth Subramaniam's Following Fish travels around India as a travelogue. Around the Indian coast. Travels around the Indian coast as a travelogue.
Good afternoon, everyone. Is a kaleidoscope of 9 fizzy tales through which Samanth Subramanian unveils the hidden secrets of India's rich fishing tradition. He explores the diversity of food cultures in the coastlines of India. This book is a part memoir and part travelogue where the author-journalist chronicles how he becomes an ichthyophilia when he comes to India from Indonesia. Through this book, Subramanian destroys, in quotes, our preconceptions and discovers the relative and shifting nature of truth. He begins with Kolkata and Hilsa, in quotes, the darling of the waters. In the very first chapter, he differentiates two types of Hilsa, Ganga Hilsa and Padma Hilsa. He also talks about the sibling rivalry between East and West Bengal. He associates Hilsa even with sports, as East Bengal celebrates with Hilsa, while Mohun Bagan does with prawn. In Kolkata's Lake Market, with a keen eye, the author observes the cutting style of Hilsa. He notes that now Hilsa is available in all the seasons, and it is, in quotes, that eco-savvy Bengalis of earlier centuries constructed the idea of Hilsa season and buckled it to the religious calendar only to avoid overfishing. Though Subramanian catalogues many items of Hilsa, like fried Hilsa, cutlets of Hilsa, chol, Ombol ilis, ilis paturi, his craze for sorse ilis is most evident. He also learned how to separate the bones from the fish inside his mouth. He wonderfully depicts the culinary skill of Vasanti and all the ingredients. Then he visits Diamondhava and Kolaghat. He also laments for the deterioration of Hilsa due to overfishing and pollution in river Hooghly. In the second chapter, the author delineates the story of the treatment of asthma by swallowing a live mural. Here he reminisces his grandfather's art of faith healing. Bhatini Harinath Gaur tells the history behind this famous fish treatment of Hyderabad. When they force the children to swallow the fish, the results are often disastrous. The author himself swallows and realizes that it is asafoetida which is terrible. In Manapadu, on the southern coast of Tamil Nadu, the author sheds light on the pearl fishing community. Here, both Hindu and Jewish people are now Catholic. In this chapter, the author gives the delightful recipe of fish body, which is actually a dried fish powder. The next chapter is all about Kerala and toddy sops, but one cannot reach a toddy sop by simply asking for a sop. Instead, he has to pronounce sha. These sops store alcohol along with other foods. One of the strongest drinks is anamayaki. But the toddy sops are famous for kappa mean curry combination, which is a type of fish curry. Curry mean is also there. The author also writes about the use of coconut oil, but he cannot tolerate the smell when it is added to curry. He says, as if somebody has decided to make tea with head and shoulders or salad dressing out of bale cream. He also tastes chembeli and beral, sweet and cold coconut toddy, gobi manchurian, karimin polichatu, pathimukam. The author also gives an aesthetic picture of the house foods. When he reaches Mangalore, he instantly orders for Mangalorean fish curry, which is basically banga or mackerel. He tastes murumin, a Malayalam word that refers to a type of snapper found in estuaries and seasonally in the lower reaches of rivers. Tao fry is also there. In chapter 6, he portrays the scene of catching the fastest fish in the Konkan coast between Mumbai and Goa, which Subramanian calls Xanadu. This is exceedingly adventurous. He quotes Johnson from his memoir, The Shellfish and the Sacred Mountain, that the shellfish is a Neptunian being unequaled in majesty and evasiveness, a watery version of the Himalayan snow leopard. The shellfish cup is held in Miami every year, and it offers, in quotes, a pursuit of $100,000 to the team that catches and releases the most selfish over 2 days. When he arrives in Panaji, Claude Alvarez tells him how tourism industry affects Goa's beaches and the fishing trade. Alvarez also informs that by 2020, 5 to 10% of Goa will go under the sea. Due to the tourism industry, the river princess sinks further into her grace, altering the tidal flow around her, spilling into the sea. River princess is the symbol of the, in quotes, indolence of Goa, of a state that had unfortunately come to be infected with idleness of its guests. In Mumbai, he visits Mumbai Devi temple and gives a picturesque description of the idol. Then he visits to the Anath ashram where he tastes Bangla again. Then he tastes Solkhadi, Bombil and Hokum. He eats sira in one of the houses of Poli community with Radi Khima. From Patil, the author comes to know that they do not believe in Gandhiji's ahimsa. At last, he reaches Gujarat, where he visualizes the building process of the fishing boats. He meets with the boat builders of Vedabal, Mangrol and Porbandar. The author concludes that the rhythm of the lives of all the fishermen are very much alike. Their skin is rough and dry due to the scorching heat of the sun and salty water, and their bodies have become fragile. Some government policies threaten the ways of their livelihood. In quotes, the GPS may have replaced the compass and the stars, and the engine may have helped to permanently stow oars and sail, but there is no such substitute that can give relief to a fisherman from spending long hours on the water praying for a bite. In following feast, Subramanian unites the diverse coasts of India through fish. It is fish that holds culture, language, history, tradition, medicine, trade and commerce together as a thread holds the beads. Unlike other travel writers, the author records both his good and bad experiences. He literally narrates what he sees in his own eyes. Like Chitrita Banerjee's Eating India, Subramanian's following feast will indubitably drive the readers to explore the coastal regions of India. Thank you.
Thank you, Payal, for finishing before time. So now all the papers are open to questions. Please keep your questions crisp, because after having heard about all sorts of fishes, one must be feeling quite hungry. Yes. Any question? Any response to the 6 papers that have been? None? Well, then I'll just sum this up. Maybe Ankur should have said Mumbai instead of Bombay, or talked about it just for 2 minutes, because he is talking about Kolkata and Calcutta and the slippages. And the next paper was on India as an enigma. That is also a colonial stereotype. I think the play on the word stobi, which means somebody who is static, should have been worked on, because we are talking about travel, which is movement. And the lady Abala Bose, the fact that she is writing about not the man's mind but the human mind.
We had our 30 minutes of lunch break. Now it is time to welcome Dr. Kaustav Roy. He is a physician and traveler. He is the resource person for our second session of the day. Dr. Kaustav Roy, please.
Yes.
I'm feeling like Siberia rather than India. ডাক্তার মানে যদি বলা হয়, আমি মেইনলি বাংলাতে বলবো, মাই ইংলিশ ইজ সো টুটা ফুটা, মানে আমার বাবা লেখাটা অনেক আগে বুঝে গেছিলেন যে ব্রিটিশ রাজ ভারত ছেড়ে যাবে বিকজ অফ মি আর কি, মানে এরকম একটা মানে অবস্থার ইংরেজি আর কি, তার সাথে হিন্দিও থাকবে, প্লিজ বিয়ার উইথ মি, একটু বিয়ার করে নেবেন। তা আমি ভাইয়াদের, ছোট ভাইয়াদের আমি তুই করেই বলবো একদম, মানে আমাদের মানে বিদ্যামন্দিরের ভাই, মানে এটা আমার নিজের ভাইয়ের থেকেও যেন একটা বেশি আপন করা জায়গা আর কি। তো আমি শুরু করছি একটা ছোট্ট ভিডিও দিয়ে, এবং সেটা শুরু করার আগে বলে দিই যে ভারতবর্ষের মাটিতে আমার ট্রাভেল বাই এনি মিনস মানে হচ্ছে মোটরসাইকেল, পাবলিক ট্রান্সপোর্ট, ইভিস, বাইসাইকেল, নিজের গাড়ি, অন্যের গাড়ি, সমস্ত নিয়ে 1 মিলিয়ন কিলোমিটার, 10 লক্ষ কিলোমিটার। এটা আমি করেছি, আমার 3 বছর বয়স থেকে আমার ট্রাভেল শুরু হয়েছিল এবং সেটা এখনো চলছে। সেখান থেকে আমার ছোট্ট অভিজ্ঞতা, যা অভিজ্ঞতা, আমি কোনো ট্রাভেল রাইট আপসে যাওয়ার আগে আমার নিজের অভিজ্ঞতাটা নিয়ে আমি শুরু করছি যে ইন্ডিয়ান ট্রাভেল বাই অ্যান পাগলের ডাক্তার। স্যার সাউন্ড
ওখানে একটা প্লাগইন পয়েন্ট আছে, জ্যাকটা লাগিয়ে দিলেই হবে।
रास्ते में काहे आए हैं इस तरह दो राह, तू ही तो है राह जो सुझाए, तू ही तो है अब जो ये बताए, जाए तो किस दिशा में जाए वही देश, ये जो देश है तेरा स्वदेश है तेरा, मुझे है पुकारा, ये वो बंधन है जो कभी टूट नहीं सकता।
Special thanks to Swadesh. Our desh in my eyes, through my eyes. PowerPoint presentation এখানে প্রথম যে জায়গাটা প্রথম স্লাইডটাতে আমি যাচ্ছি, স্লাইডটা India through the eyes of a Vidyamandira traveler. What is এখানে একটা কোট আনকোট একটা কথা রয়েছে ভ্যাদাইমা মানে কি কথাটা? একটা ট্রাভেল একটা বিরাট জিনিস, যেটা আমাদের ভারতবর্ষ, আমরা জানি যে ভারতবর্ষের প্রচুর কালচার, প্রচুর ভাষা, প্রচুর খাবার, প্রচুর কালচার, প্রচুর ভালোবাসা, মানে একটা যদি আমাকে ভারতকে জানতে হয়, যে স্বামীজি বসে আছেন, বাকি বসে আছেন, চোখটা বন্ধ করে আছেন, মানে আমাকে দেখছেন না, আমি খুব খুশি, আমাকে দেখছেন না, দেখলে কিন্তু খুব কপালে দুঃখ ছিল আমার আর কি। তার থেকে বরং মা অনেক বেটার। যাই হোক, ভুল ত্রুটি যাই হোক, মা ক্ষমা জ্ঞান করে দেবেন। স্বামীজির কাছে কিন্তু সেটা খুব মুশকিলের ব্যাপার। স্বামীজি একটা জায়গায় বলেছিলেন যে দেখ বাবা, একটা দানও না হলে কি একটা পয়সা না নিয়ে গোটা দুনিয়াটাকে ঘুরে আসতে পারতাম? তো আমার সেই দানগিরিটা শুরু হয়ে গিয়েছিল 3 বছর বয়স থেকে। যেহেতু স্মৃতিশক্তি খুব প্রখর, সেহেতু 3 বছর বয়স থেকে প্রত্যেকটা মানে ট্রাভেল আমার মনে আছে। তখন তো অত ছোট, বাড়ির লোকের সাথে ট্রাভেল করতে হয়েছিল। তারপরে প্রথম আমার নিজের ট্রাভেল যখন শুরু করি, সেটা হচ্ছে 1986-এ, বাড়ি থেকে পালিয়ে। একটা সিনেমা ছিল বাড়ি থেকে পালিয়ে, আমারও সেরকম বাড়ি থেকে পালিয়ে চলে গেছিলাম কোথায়? হরিদ্বার, দুন এক্সপ্রেসে করে, জেনারেল কম্পার্টমেন্টে। মানে তখন যে দেখতে দেখতে যে জিনিসটা গিয়েছিলাম, সেই দেখতে দেখতে যাওয়া জিনিসটা আমার ট্রাভেলের ভেতরে পড়ে। তো ভ্যাদাইমা কথাটা আমার এক মাতৃস্থানীয় খুব বয়স্কা এক আত্মীয়া ইউজ করেন। ভ্যাদাইমা কথাটার মানে হচ্ছে ভ্যাগাবন্ড। ভ্যাগাবন্ড বললেও ঠিক বলা হলো না, কিন্তু মানে যে ভ্যাগাবন্ডেরও কোনো চাল ছিল না। আমি অনেকটা মনে করেছি নিজেকে যে ট্রাভেলার হতে গেলে, মানে টুরিস্ট অ্যান্ড ট্রাভেলারের ভেতরে একটা ডিস্টিংক্ট তফাৎ রয়েছে। তো সেই ট্রাভেলার হতে গেলে আমাকে ভারতবর্ষকে দেখতে হবে। ভারতবর্ষ দেখা মানে হচ্ছে একটা সুন্দর নীল জল, একটা সুন্দর আকাশ, সুন্দর গাছ, এমনকি একটা সুন্দর কুকুর। এটাই ভারতবর্ষ। তো সেখানে আমার চোখ দিয়ে ভারতবর্ষকে দেখা। নেক্সট, এবারে প্রথম কথাটা হচ্ছে যে ট্রাভেলার না টুরিস্ট, কেউ ছোট নয়, কেউ বড় নয়। টুরিস্ট একটা আলাদা একটা গণ্ডির ভেতরে থাকেন তারা। আমাদের ভেতরে অনেকেই ট্যুরিস্ট আছেন, অনেকেই আমরা ট্রাভেলার নই অ্যাকচুয়ালি, সেটা আমাদেরকে মেনে নিতে হবে। মেনে নিতে হবে বলতে যে আমি যদি প্রথমে যাই ডিফেন্স, এটা আমারই ছবি। আমি বলেছিলাম যে আমার ভারতবর্ষে 1 মিলিয়ন কিলোমিটার অর্থাৎ 10 লক্ষ কিলোমিটার হয়েছে টোটাল। আজও অব্দি আমার লগ বুকে উঠেছে 11.64 মিলিয়ন কিলোমিটার, তো সেটা ওয়ার্ল্ড ওয়াইড। কিন্তু ভারতবর্ষের ভেতরে 1 মিলিয়ন কিলোমিটার, এই 1 মিলিয়ন কিলোমিটারের ভেতরে আমার বাইকে হয়েছে প্রায় 7 লক্ষ কিলোমিটার, গাড়িতে হয়েছে 2.5 লক্ষ কিলোমিটার, বাকি 54,000 কিলোমিটার বাইসাইকেল এরকম একটা ছোট্ট মানে এরকম একটা পাতি হিরো সাইকেল নিয়ে ভারতবর্ষের বিভিন্ন জায়গা। তো সেই জায়গাটার ভেতরে আমি দেখছি যে ডিফারেন্স বিটুইন এ ট্রাভেলার এন্ড এ টুরিস্ট, মানে বাই এনি মিনস আমি যেখানে গেছি, লোকের বাড়িতে থেকেছি, খেয়েছি, তাদের কালচারের সঙ্গে মিশেছি, এটা একটা ব্যাপার। তার সাথে হচ্ছে যে আমি সেলফ অ্যাসেসমেন্ট করেছি, এটাও কিন্তু আমরা নেই। ভারতবর্ষ দেখতে গেলে এই সেলফ অ্যাসেসমেন্টটা খুব দরকার আমাদের নিজেদের ভেতরে, যে আমার কি মেন্টালিটি আছে আমার ট্রাভেলার হওয়ার, নাকি আমি টুরিস্ট মেন্টালিটি। যদি আমি টুরিস্ট মেন্টালিটি হই, ভাইদের ভেতরে কারো ঘুম পেলে বলবি, কিন্তু কোনো চিন্তা নেই, কোনো চাপ নেই। হ্যাঁ, আমি এখানে কিন্তু ডাক্তার কৌস্তবরা যেরকম তোদের কিন্তু কৌস্তবদা, কারণ তোদেরই সিনিয়র আমি। এই যে ক্লাস বেঞ্চগুলো না, এই বেঞ্চগুলো আমাকে মনে করিয়ে দিচ্ছে আমার মাধ্যমিক কথাটা, আমার অঙ্কে 14 পাওয়ার গল্পটা। মহারাজ বলেছিলেন টিসি দিয়ে বার করে দেবো, হ্যাঁ বাবাকে ডাকো, টিসি দিয়ে বার করে দিচ্ছি। সেই জিনিসগুলো কিন্তু আমার এখানে মনে আসছে, সর্বক্ষণ মনে এসে যাচ্ছে। এবং তোরা আমার সব থেকে আপনজন হয়েছিস, সুতরাং ঘুম পেলে বলবি কৌস্তবদা ওখানে ঘুম পাচ্ছে, ঠিক হচ্ছে না, বোর হয়ে যাচ্ছি, কিন্তু একটু পেছন থেকে হাতটা তুললেই যথেষ্ট। তো যে জায়গাটা হচ্ছে যে আমার মাইন্ডসেটটাকে আমাকে আগে ঠিক করতে হয়েছে, এবং হাউ টু স্টার্ট, হোয়ার টু স্টার্ট। শুধুমাত্র আমি ট্রাভেলার হলাম, ট্রাভেলার হয়ে আমি ভারতবর্ষকে দেখতে শুরু করলাম, ভারতবর্ষকে দেখতে শুরু করলে কোথা থেকে স্টার্ট করবো, কেমন করে স্টার্ট করবো, এটা একটা বড় ব্যাপার হয়ে দাঁড়ায়। নেক্সট এবারে হচ্ছে যে এটাও আমার গাড়ি ইভি, এটাও কিন্তু নিয়ে আমি ভারতবর্ষ ঘুরছি। তো সেই জায়গাটাতে আসছে যে আমি কি ভাবে আমার মাদারল্যান্ডকে আমি ডিসকভার করে যাব। প্রথমত হচ্ছে বাই পাবলিক ট্রান্সপোর্ট, বাই কার, বাই মোটরসাইকেল, বাই ইভি, বাই বাইসাইকেল, বাই ফুট, বাই হিচহাইকিং। এই হিচহাইকিং আমার সুন্দর সুন্দর গল্প আছে। মালগাড়ির গার্ডকে পটিয়ে, দাদা একটু নিয়ে যাবেন, কোথায় যাবে বাবা, কোথায় যাবো ওটা তো জানি না। হ্যাঁ, ভদ্রলোক এমন করে তাকালেন যে আমার দিকে, আমি মঙ্গল গ্রহ থেকে মাত্র ল্যান্ড করলাম। মানে এরকম অদ্ভুত কোশ্চেন তো তারা কোনদিন পান না। হ্যাঁ, পেছনে একটা ছোট্ট ব্যাকপ্যাক, একটা মোটামুটি 1 মাসের না কাঁচা জিন্স, এবং পয়সা তথই বছর। সেখানে যদি কেউ মালগাড়ির গার্ডকে গিয়ে অ্যাপ্রোচ করে যে বাবা কোথায় যাবে একটু নিয়ে যাবেন, হ্যাঁ সেটা স্বভাবতই তিনি অন্যরকম ভাবেই তাকাবেন, এটা একটা ব্যাপার। তো হিচহাইকিং, আমি যেমন লরি উপরে উঠে একজন নলিবারকে বললো হ্যাঁ जाएगा तो आज भी जाएगा, काल भी जाएगा, परसों भी जाएगा। এই যে ব্যাপারটা, আজ भी जाएगा, काल भी जाएगा, परसों भी जाएगा, মানে এখানে আমার মায়ের একটা উক্তি মনে পড়ছে। গোয়ালপাড়া আশ্রমে তখন জ্ঞান মহারাজ ছিলেন। জ্ঞান মহারাজ প্রচন্ড স্ট্রিক্ট ছিলেন, মানে 10টায় খাবার মানে 10টায় খাবার করতে, 12টায় খাবার বলতে 12টায় খাবার করতে। তো মা বলছেন বাবা জ্ঞান, এখানে কিন্তু ওইরকম কলকাতার মতন টাইমিং চলে না। হ্যাঁ, এখানে টাইমিংটা ফ্লেক্সিবল টাইমিং চলে। আমরা বলি না যে বাঙালির টাইম, সেই বাঙালির টাইমটা ফ্লেক্সিবল টাইমিংটা চলে। জ্ঞান মহারাজ বলছেন মা হ্যাঁ আপনি যেরকম বলবেন। তো ঠিক সেরকম এখানে এই যে বাই হিচহাইকিং, আমি লরিওয়ালা বলছে হ্যাঁ কাল भी जाएगा, परसों भी जाएगा, नरसों भी जाएगा, মানে কবে যাবে কোনো ঠিক নেই। আমার মনে আছে আমি মানে মালের উপরে শুয়ে আছি, আমি একবার করে দেখছি চাঁদটা একবার এদিক থেকে এদিকে যাচ্ছে, একবার এদিক থেকে এদিকে যাচ্ছে। কারণ কি, পাহাড়ে হেয়ার পেমেন্ট, তো লরিটা একবার যখন বাঁ দিকে ঘুরছে চাঁদ ডান দিকে চলে যাচ্ছে, এবার যখন আবার ডান দিক থেকে বাঁ দিকে ঘুরছে তখন চাঁদ আবার ডান দিক থেকে বাঁ দিকে চলে যাচ্ছে, চাঁদ মুভ করছে, আমি নই। তো এটাও কিন্তু ভারতবর্ষকে দেখার একটা ব্যাপার, ভারতবর্ষকে এইভাবেও দেখতে হয়। আর একটা হচ্ছে বাই এনি মিনস। এবারে নেক্সট আমরা যাচ্ছি একটা জায়গায়, এখানেও আমি একটা কথা রেখেছি, টোকল ছড়াতে হবে। এই কথাটার সাথে অনেকেই পরিচিত নয়। এই যে ওয়ার্ডগুলো আমি নিয়ে আসছি, এটা হচ্ছে আমাদের ভারতবর্ষের বিভিন্ন জায়গা থেকে, বিভিন্ন ভাষা থেকে ট্রাভেল, মানে ভাষার ট্রাভেল যেটাকে বলা হয়, সেই ভাষার ট্রাভেল থেকে আমি নিয়ে আসছি। টোকল ছড়াতে হবে লেখা আছে কি, ডিসকভারিং ল্যাঙ্গুয়েজেস, কালচারস এন্ড ফুডস দি বাইক ইজ অ্যান হার্লে ডেভিডসন, ঠিক আছে, সব মিশে গেছে, কালচারটা মিশে গেছে, এবং সেখানে টোকল ছড়ানো মানে হচ্ছে সব জিনিসে একটু একটু করে। আমাদের একটা মানে কথা আছে চলতি কথাতে যে হরির নাম খাবলা খাবলা, এই কথাটা বোধহয় অনেকেই শুনেছি। বাইগুলোর মুখে বেশ হাসি হাসি ফুটলো যে কোস্তরদা কিন্তু আমাদের লাইনে যাচ্ছে, একটু একটু হলেও যাচ্ছে, কিন্তু বেশ একটা হাসি হাসি মুখ। তো যে জায়গাটা হচ্ছে যে আমরা যেখানে একটু একটু করে সব জায়গাতে যদি আমরা আস্তে আস্তে ফুটফল করতে থাকি, সব জায়গাতে একটু একটু করে পা দিতে থাকি, তাহলে দেখা যাবে যে আমরা একটা ট্রাভেলিং কে পুরোপুরি একটা বৃত্তকে কমপ্লিট করছি। তো সেটাকে পূর্ববঙ্গীয় ভাষায় বলা হয় টোকল ছড়ানো। টোকল ছড়ানো মানে হচ্ছে মানে জ্যাক অফ অল ট্রিক্স, মাস্টার অফ নান। এটা কিন্তু মাস্টার অফ নানটা কিন্তু থাকতে হবে, কারণ মাস্টার একটা কিছুতে হয়ে গেলেই আমরা কিন্তু বাকি অ্যাভিনিউজ গুলো ভুলে যেতে শুরু করি। তার জন্য শান্তিনিকেতনে যখন প্রথম কবি মানে ক্লাস চালু করেছিলেন, তখন একটা অদ্ভুত নিয়ম চালু ছিল যে এক একটা সাবজেক্টে এক একজন এক একটা ক্লাসে পড়বে। যেমন কেউ হয়তো অঙ্কে 6-এ পড়ে, বাংলা সে পড়তে পারে, আবার সে ইংরেজিতে হয়তো 8-এ উঠে গেছে। তো এরকম একটা অদ্ভুত সিস্টেম ওখানে কিন্তু শান্তিনিকেতনে বেশ কিছুদিন কবি মানে শিক্ষার এক্সপেরিমেন্টে চলেছিল। সেরকম আমরা বলছি যে যে টোকল ছড়াতে হবে মানে হচ্ছে আমরা জঙ্গলও দেখবো, পাহাড়ও দেখবো। একজন মাউন্টেনিয়ার হিসেবে আমি হিমালয়কে কম ঘুরিনি, মোটামুটি ভালোই ঘুরেছি, বেশ কিছু পিক অ্যাসেন্ড করেছি, রক ক্লাইম্বিং এখনো প্রফেশনালি করি, বাচ্চাদের শেখাই, ছোটদের শেখাই এখনো কিরকম ভাবে প্রসিক নট মারতে হয়, কিভাবে ফিগার অফ 8 মারতে হয়, কিভাবে জুমার লাগাতে হয়, কিভাবে ক্যারাবিনার সেট করতে হয়, কিভাবে পিটন মানে পাথরের গায়ে কিভাবে পিটন করতে হয়, এগুলো এখন আমরা শেখাই। তো এটাও কিন্তু ট্রাভেলিং এর একটা অঙ্গ। তো সেখানে নেক্সট এবারে আমরা আসছি যে ট্রাভেলার রাইট আপস। ট্রাভেলার রাইট আপস এর ভেতরে একটা বড় জিনিস রয়েছে যে মুরগি আগে না ডিম আগের মতো একটা ব্যাপার। মুরগি আগে না ডিম আগে যদি আমি কথাটাকে ভাবি, সেটা হচ্ছে যে আমি যদি আগে ট্রাভেলার রাইট আপ পড়ে নিই, তাহলে আমার মতো ভেতরে একটা বায়াসনেস আসতে পারে। আবার আমি যদি ট্রাভেলার রাইট আপটা না পড়ি, তাহলেও আমি আমার মতন করে চলতে শুরু করলাম, হয়তো দেখা গেল আমি বেশ কিছু জিনিস বাদ দিয়ে গেলাম, এটাও হতে পারে। কারণ ভারতবর্ষ তো একটা ছোট জিনিস নয়, এটা একটা বিরাট জিনিস, বিরাট জায়গা, এবং তার ভেতরে আমি যদি খুব ভুল না করি বোধহয় 246টার কাছাকাছি ভাষা চলে, এবং এরকমই আছে আমি যদি অন্ধ্রপ্রদেশে ঢুকে যাই আমি এক বর্ণ বুঝতে পারবো না। তো সেই জায়গাটাতে গেলে হচ্ছে যে আমার কাছে প্রথম যে বইটা আসে সেটা হচ্ছে হিমারণ্য বাই রামানন্দ ভারতী। রামানন্দ ভারতীর লেখা হিমারণ্য। এটা আমার কাছে মনে হচ্ছে একটা খুব সুন্দর একটা তৎকালীন। হিমারণ্য ছিলেন আমাদের লীলা মজুমদারের দাদা মশাই। সুতরাং বুঝতেই পারছেন আপনারা যারা এখানে আরো গেস্টরা রয়েছেন যে বুঝতেই পারছেন যে কতখানি পুরনো লেখা। তারপরে আসছি আমরা কৈলাস মানস সরোবর, প্রমোদ কুমার চট্টোপাধ্যায়। প্রমোদ কুমার চট্টোপাধ্যায়ের লেখা অসম্ভব সুন্দর, এবং প্রমোদ কুমারের যেটা আরেকটা পরিচয় আছে সেটা হচ্ছে উনি একজন শিল্পী, এবং সেটা আমার কাছে একটা খুব ভালো ইয়ে হয়েছিল। আমি নিজেও ইন্ডিয়ান আর্ট কলেজে পড়েছিলাম, আমার গুরু ছিলেন পরিতোষ সেন, দ্য ম্যাজিশিয়ান অফ দ্য ইন্ডিয়ান আর্ট, মানে ওয়াটার কালার। তো পরিতোষ সেনের ছাত্র আমি। তো সেখানে দেখেন দেখা গেছে যে পরিতোষ সেন আমাকে যেটা করেছিলেন যে কৌস্তব তুই যখন ট্রাভেল করবি একটা স্কেচের খাতা নিয়ে যাস, স্কেচ করিস, যদি সম্ভব হয় সেখানে আঁকিস কিছু। তো সেই যে এই জায়গাটাতে প্রমোদ কুমার চট্টোপাধ্যায়ের বই, সেখানে আমি দেখেছিলাম যে এই প্রমোদ কুমার চট্টোপাধ্যায়ের বই আমি দেখেছিলাম উনি খুব সুন্দর পেন অ্যান্ড ইঙ্কে কাজ করতেন, খুব সুন্দর সুন্দর এঁকেছিলেন। প্রমোদ কুমারের আরেকটা বই আছে তন্ত্রাভিলাষী সাধুসঙ্গ, সেটা কিন্তু ট্রাভেল রাইট আপ অ্যাকচুয়ালি, সেটা আমি এখানে লিখিনি কিন্তু সেটাও একটা ট্রাভেল রাইট আপ, সেখানে অসংখ্য সুন্দর সুন্দর ইলাস্ট্রেশন আছে। তারপর আসছে মহাপ্রস্থানের পথে প্রমোদ কুমার সান্যালের। আমি যদি ধর্মীয় ব্যাপারটাকে একটা বাদ দিই তাহলে তৎকালীন ট্রাভেলের একটা অংশ আমি সেখান থেকে পাচ্ছি, মানে ভারতবর্ষকে দেখা। কারণ কি তখন কেদারনাথ বদ্রীনাথ কিন্তু ভারতবর্ষের সমস্ত প্রদেশ থেকে লোকেরা যেতেন, এবং তারা যে লোকেরা যেতেন সেই লোকেরা তাদের নিজস্ব কৃষ্টি, তাদের নিজস্ব কালচার, নিজস্ব খাদ্যাভ্যাস, নিজস্ব সমস্ত কিছুকে নিয়ে যেতেন। সেখানে মহাপ্রস্থানের পথে পড়লে আমরা দেখতে পাই যে বাংলাদেশের যে দলটি গেছে তার সাথে অন্যান্য প্রদেশের দলের কিরকম ভাবে ইন্টারাকশনটা হচ্ছে সেটাও আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি। তার সাথে আমি আরেকটা আধুনিক কালের একটা বই বলি, তপভূমি নর্মদা।
বাই শ্রী শৈলেন্দ্রনারায়ণ ঘোষাল শাস্ত্রী। তপভূমি নর্মদা একটা ভীষণ ভালো ট্রাভেলার টাইপ, মানে নর্মদা পরিক্রমার উপরে খুব সুন্দর বই এটা। আমি মনে করি যে সবাইকে একবার পড়া দরকার বইটি। তারপরে যদি আসি, উমাপ্রসাদ মুখোপাধ্যায় আমার দেখা করার প্রণাম করার সৌভাগ্য হয়েছিল ভ্রমণ অমনিবাস 5 খণ্ডে। তো এই যে ভ্রমণ অমনিবাসে উনি হিমালয় পরিব্রাজক হিসেবে হিমালয়ের যা বর্ণনা দিয়ে গেছেন, এবং যেখানে আমাদের ভারতবর্ষের যে মেইন একটা পার্ট হিমালয়, সেই তার উপরে উনি একটা ভীষণ ভালো কাজ করে গেছেন। এবার আসছি যে শুধু ট্রাভেল রাইট আপের ভেতরে অনেকগুলো আছে, যেমন ঔপন্যাসিক ট্রাভেল রাইট আপ, যেগুলো কয়েকটা উপন্যাসের, যেমন ব্রহ্মাণী বিক্ষোভ সুবোধ কুমার চক্রবর্তী, বা শীতে উপেক্ষিতা রঞ্জনের লেখা শীতে উপেক্ষিতা। দার্জিলিং আমরা সবাই গেছি, প্রায় সবাই গেছি। এই কে কে দার্জিলিং যাসনি? হাত তুলতে একটু দেখি ভাইগুলো। বাহ বাহ বাবা, 3 জন 4 জন 5 জন 6 জন, বাহ 7 8 9 10। আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে, তার মানে তাদের এদের ফার্স্ট টাইম দার্জিলিং হবে। তো সেখানে দার্জিলিং এর শীতকাল একটা মোস্ট ডাল সিজন বলে পরিচিত, সেটাকে এত সুন্দরভাবে উনি রিপ্রেজেন্ট করেছেন শীতে উপেক্ষিতায় রঞ্জন। বইটি এখনো পিডিএফ এ পাওয়া যায়, প্রিন্টে পাওয়া যায় না। নেক্সট, তো এইবার আমি আসছি কিছু মডার্ন ট্রাভেলারদের বই নিয়ে। মডার্ন ট্রাভেলারদের বই নিয়ে এদের 3 জনের ভেতরে একটা খুব বড় মিল আছে। 3 জনেই মোটরসাইকেল ট্রাভেলার, 3 জনেই মোটরসাইকেল ট্রাভেলার এবং মোটরসাইকেল নিয়ে ঘুরেছেন। তার মধ্যে হচ্ছে যে When the Road Becomes বাই রবি মনোনন, খুব ভালো বই। বইটি এই যতগুলো বই আমি বলছি সবকটি আমার সংগ্রহে আছে। বই কিন্তু কেনা যায় না, এটা অনেকেই ভুল করে যে বই কিনেছি। হ্যাঁ, বই কেনা যায় না, বই সংগ্রহ করতে হয়। তো সেখানে হচ্ছে ডোন্ট আস্ক এনি ওল্ড ব্লগ ফর ডাইরেকশনস পিজি তেনজিং। পিজি তেনজিং এর সবথেকে মজার কথা হলো পিজি তেনজিং সাউথ ইন্ডিয়াতে একটা উচ্চপদস্থ কাজ করতেন, কোথাও ছিলেন। তো উনি জানতে পারলেন যে ওনার ক্যান্সার, ক্যান্সার 3rd স্টেজ। তো উনি করলেন কি, সেখানে চাকরিতে ভিআরএস নিয়ে উনি ওনার মোটরসাইকেলটা নিলেন। মোটরসাইকেল নিয়ে উনি সিকিমে ওনার বাড়িতে ফিরলেন, গোটা ভারতবর্ষ ঘুরে। এবং সেখানে উনি বিভিন্ন রকম কালচার, বিভিন্ন রকম মানুষ, বিভিন্ন রকম জায়গায় উনি গেছেন, এবং তার লেখাতে সেই জিনিসগুলো ফুটে উঠেছে। এবং উনি যখন সিকিমে ঢুকছেন, সেখানকার তার নিজের হোমকামিং যে কিরকম ভাবে কি তার ইমোশনটা, সেটা কিন্তু খুব ভালোভাবে দেখা যাচ্ছে। এরপরে আসছে বাই অজিত হরসিংহানের 2টো বই, দ্য লিভিং রোড অ্যান্ড ওয়ান লাইফ টু রাইট। এই 2টো অবশ্য পড়া উচিত, ভাইগুলো অবশ্যই পড়িস। এই বইগুলো পড়লে তোর না একটা লাইফ একটা তৈরি হয়ে যাবে কোথাও, এবং তোর ভেতরে ঠাকুর একটা কথা বলেছিলেন যে মলয়ের হাওয়া বইলে সব কাঠ চন্দন হয়, অসার বৃক্ষ ছাড়া সারবান বৃক্ষ সবাই চন্দন হয়ে যায়। তা সেখানে আমাদের যেটা করতে হয় কি বলতো, স্বামীজি যেটা বলে গেছেন যে অলরেডি এডুকেশনটা আমাদের ভেতরে আছে, জাস্ট একটু পুশ আপ করে দেওয়া। সেরকম আমাদের ভেতরে সবাই একটা করে ছোট্ট ছোট ঘুমিয়ে আছে শিশুর পিতা সব শিশুর অন্তরে, সেরকম ব্যাপার আমাদের ভেতরে, সবার ভেতরে একটা করে ট্রাভেলার, সুপ্ত ট্রাভেলার লুকিয়ে আছে কোথাও না কোথাও। জাস্ট আমাদের যেটা দরকার সেটা হচ্ছে একটুখানি উস্কে দেওয়া। এই একটুখানি উস্কে দেওয়ার জন্য ওয়ান লাইফ টু রাইড আমার মনে হয়েছে ন্যাশনাল বেস্টসেলার, একটা ভীষণ ভালো বই। আমাদের সুদীপ স্যার আছেন, উনি অবশ্যই বইটি পড়েছেন। আমার মনে হয় যে উনি এই ব্যাপারে মোটেও দ্বিমত পোষণ করবেন না। নেক্সট, এরপরে একটা কথা উপরে আমি বলছি, মিট অ্যান্ড ফিল আদার ইন্ডিয়ান ট্রাভেলার্স। শুধু মিট না, ফিল করাটা একটা আলাদা ব্যাপার, পারসিভ করাটা একটা আলাদা ব্যাপার। তো সেখানে আমি প্রথমেই রাখছি যে শ্রী এইচভি কুমার, হিউম্যান জিপিএস। ইংলিশ ডিকশনারিতে একটা ওয়ার্ড তৈরি হয়ে গেছে, এইচভিকেইং। এই ওয়ার্ডটা চলে এসছে। এইচভিকেইং মানে হচ্ছে, এটার নামটা শুনেই বোঝা যাচ্ছে দ্য হিউম্যান জিপিএস। ভদ্রলোকের সাথে আমার কয়েকবার দেখা করার সৌভাগ্য হয়েছিল। মানে উনি দক্ষিণ ভারতের লোক, কিন্তু তুই যদি জিজ্ঞেস করিস যে আচ্ছা বলুন তো দক্ষিণেশ্বর কিভাবে যাব, উনি বলে যাবেন যে আপনি এখান দিয়ে টিকিট ধরে এভাবে যান, এভাবে গিয়ে বালি ব্রিজে উঠবেন, এখান দিয়ে গিয়ে এভাবে দক্ষিণেশ্বর চলে যাবেন। ওই জন্য ওনাকে বলা, এখন গুগল করলেই দেখা যায় দ্য এইচভি কুমার, দ্য হিউম্যান জিপিএস।
বলা হয়, প্রত্যেকের হাতে স্মার্টফোন আছে, এখন গুগল করতেই পারো। তো তারপরে আমি আসছি ডক্টর আশিস কুমার চট্টোপাধ্যায়, আরেক পাগল ডাক্তার, গাইনোকোলজিতে স্পেশালাইজেশন। আশিস দার আলাপ হয়েছিল আমার বিদ্যামন্দিরের সামনে, একদম। আশিস দা আমাকে দেখা হয়ে বললেন যে এরকম একজন ডাক্তার, আমি মন্দির খুঁজছি, আপনি মন্দির বলতে পারেন কোথায় আছে এখানে? তো আমরা দুজনে কল্যাণেশ্বর শিব মন্দিরে গিয়েছিলাম এবং উনি মন্দিরটাকে খুব খুঁটিয়ে খুঁটিয়ে দেখলেন। ডক্টর আশিস কুমার চট্টোপাধ্যায় হচ্ছে টেম্পল ম্যান বলা হয়। কৌলাল বলে একটা খুব সুন্দর পত্রিকা বেরোয়, এই কৌলালে উনি নিজে লেখেন এবং ওনার যদি লেখা পড়তে হয় গো টু ফেসবুকে চলে যাও, যারা যারা দেখছেন ফেসবুকে চলে যান আপনারা। ডক্টর আশিস কুমার চট্টোপাধ্যায় 9খানা বই আছে, অ্যামাজনে পাওয়া যায় ওনার লেখা, এবং এখন অব্দি উনি ট্রাভেল করে যাচ্ছেন। অ্যাট দ্য এজ অফ 78 ট্রাভেল করে যাচ্ছেন। এই মুহূর্তে ঋষিকেশে আছেন, কালকে কোথায় থাকবেন জানেন না। তো এরপরে আমি আসছি শ্রী উজ্জ্বল পাল, দ্য গ্রিন অন হুইল ম্যান। উজ্জ্বল একজন সাইক্লিস্ট, যিনি গোটা ওয়ার্ল্ডটা বাইসাইকেলে ঘুরেছেন। ওনার যাত্রাটা শুরু হয়েছিল আমাদের বিদ্যামন্দিরের সামনে থেকেই। দিব্যানন্দজি করেছিলেন, ইনঅগ্রেশন করেছিলেন 12ই জানুয়ারি 2018 ওনার যাত্রা শুরু হয়েছিল। এবারে উনি এখান থেকে জাপানটা করছেন। উনি ফার্স্ট ইন্ডিয়ান যিনি সাইকেল সহ কিলিমাঞ্জারো ফার্স্ট অ্যাসেন্ট করেছিলেন, সাইকেল নিয়ে কিলিমাঞ্জারোর মাথায় গিয়েছিলেন এবং চালিয়ে গেছিলেন। কায়রো থেকে চালিয়ে উনি কিলিমাঞ্জারোর মাথায় পৌঁছেছিলেন এবং এখন উনি বীরভূমে ওনার একটা আশ্রম করেছেন, যেখানে উনি একাই থাকেন। উনি নিজের মতন একটা সবজির ছোট্ট ক্ষেত আছে, সেটা ফলান, সেরকমই লাইফস্টাইল লিড করেন এবং সেখান থেকে তিনি কিন্তু আবার নতুন নতুন স্বপ্ন দেখান, স্বপ্ন দেখতে শেখান। এবং একটা ব্যাপার যেটা উনি যেটা বলেন যে সারা জীবন অন্তত একটা গাছ লাগান, সেই গাছটাকে বড় করে তুলুন। এরকম নয় যে আমি 300খানা গাছ লাগিয়ে গেলাম, পেছনে একটা গরু এসে 300খানা খেয়ে চলে গেল, ওরকম বনসৃজনের কোনো দাম নেই। অন্তত একটা লাগান, একটাকেই বড় করে তুলুন। নেক্সট সে শাকুরদাস শাসমল, দাসুদা বলে পরিচিত, যিনি পায়ে হেঁটে গোল্ডেন কোয়াড্রিলেটারাল করেছিলেন 90 ডেজে, 9000 কিলোমিটার 90 ডেজে পায়ে হেঁটে, পার ডে 100 কিলোমিটার করে, গল্প নয় একদম। উনি লেখাপড়া জানেন না, নামটাও সই করতে পারেন না, উনি বলে গেছেন যেগুলো, সেগুলো অন্য লোকে লিখেছে। এটাও কিন্তু ট্রাভেল, ইন্ডিয়ান ট্রাভেল অন্যরকম ভাবে, ওনার অভিজ্ঞতাটা অন্যরকম ভাবে উনি বলেছেন। এবার আসছি সত্যেন দাস, অনেকেই এর নামটা জানেন, লাদাখ চলে রিক্সাওয়ালা, একটা সিনেমা হয়েছিল লাদাখ চলে রিক্সাওয়ালা। উনি পায়ে চালানো প্যাডেল রিক্সা করে নিয়ে এখান থেকে লাদাখ চলে গিয়েছিলেন এবং যাত্রাপথে উনি যে যে জিনিসগুলো, যে যে জায়গাগুলো দেখেছেন, সেই জায়গাগুলো একটা ন্যারেটিভ শুনে দিয়ে গেছেন। এরপর আসছে শ্রী নরেন্দ্র কুমার গৌতম, যাকে মাস্টারজি বলে বলা হয়। ইনি অ্যাকচুয়ালি তার ওল্ড 2-stroke স্কুটার, একটা 30 বছরের পুরনো স্কুটার নিয়ে উনি হিমালয়টা ঘুরে ঘুরে দেখেছেন। সেখান থেকেও একটা কিন্তু খুব সুন্দর আমরা ন্যারেটিভ পেতে পারি। তারপরে আসছি একটু অন্যরকম, বালা মানিকান্দন। ইনি একজন কলেজের প্রফেসর। ইনি প্রথম একটা ইলেকট্রিক মোটরসাইকেল নিয়ে ব্যাঙ্গালোর থেকে লাদাখ ঘুরে আবার ব্যাঙ্গালোর ফেরত গেছেন 6927 কিলোমিটার বাই ইলেকট্রিক মোটরসাইকেল। ইটস এ রেকর্ড, এশিয়া বুক অফ রেকর্ডসে ওনার ওটা স্থান পেয়েছে। 22 দিনে 6927 কিলোমিটার। হ্যাঁ, এরপরে আসছেন আমাদের ঘরের কাছের একজন মানুষ, সৌগত পিক্সকপ চট্টোপাধ্যায়। আমি এই নামটাই লিখলাম, সৌগত পিক্সকপ চট্টোপাধ্যায়, তার কারণ হচ্ছে ফেসবুকে ওনাকে এই নামেই পাওয়া যায়। এনার নাম অ্যাকচুয়ালি সৌগত চট্টোপাধ্যায়, কলকাতা পুলিশের এসিপি ছিলেন, সদ্য রিটায়ার করেছেন। এবং আমার পাগলামির অনেকটাই সৌগতদাকে দেখে অনুপ্রাণিত, বাই এনি মিনস। ঠিক আছে, লরিতে চেপে পড়ো, ঠিক আছে গাড়িতে চেপে পড়ো। এবার আমার আরেকজনের নাম বলছি, পরিমল কাঞ্জি, তলায় লেখা জাস্ট গুগল হিট। আমি আর বলছি না এর সম্পর্কে, জাস্ট গুগল করলেই চলবে পরিমল কাঞ্জি কে। এরপর আরেকজনের নাম আমি এখানে লেখা নেই, সেই জায়গাটা আমি বলে দিচ্ছি। সেটা হচ্ছে আমাদের শ্রদ্ধেয় অজিত বাগ। ইনি অ্যাকচুয়ালি আমাদের বাড়িতে পারিবারিক, বাবার ছাত্র ছিলেন, বাবা শিক্ষক ছিলেন, তার ছাত্র ছিলেন, খুব দরিদ্র পরিবারের সন্তান। উনি অ্যাকচুয়ালি আমাদের গাড়ি চালাতেন। তা উনি খুব ভালো আবৃত্তি করতেন এবং তার সাথে উনি একজন ভালো ট্রাভেলার ছিলেন। উনি আমাকে কিছু জিনিস শিখিয়েছিলেন। প্রথম কথা হচ্ছে, এখানে সবাই মোটামুটি যে বয়সে আছেন, যারা একটু বেশি বয়স্ক আছেন তারা জানবেন, যখন হিন্দ মোটর খোলা ছিল তখন কিন্তু হিন্দ মোটর থেকে প্রচুর গাড়ি চালিয়ে ডেলিভারি দেওয়া হতো চেন্নাই, তখন চেন্নাই ছিল না, মাদ্রাস, বম্বে, মুম্বাই হয়নি তখনও, দিল্লি, নেপাল। এবং আমার 18 বছর আমি লাইসেন্স পাওয়ার পরে অজিত দা আমার সেখানে নামটি লিখিয়ে দিয়েছিলেন, এবং 60টা 70টা 100টা করে গাড়ি কনভয় করে বেরোতো। আমি একটা চালিয়ে নিয়ে যেতাম, অজিত দা একটা চালিয়ে নিয়ে যেতেন। এবং ওই যে যাত্রাপথ, সেই যাত্রাপথের যে বিভিন্ন রকম বিবরণ, সেই বিভিন্ন রকম, আমার একটা খুব বদ অভ্যেস ছিল সবেতে ক্যামেরা ক্যারি করা, যার জন্য আমি এই রিসেন্ট যেগুলো দেখলাম আমার নেগেটিভস এবং ডিজিটাল ছবি নিয়ে, এখনো অবধি আমার টোটাল ছবির সংখ্যা দাঁড়িয়েছে 1,14,000-এর কিছু বেশি। নিটলি আর্কাইভে রাখা আছে, সাল ওয়াইজ রাখা আছে, ট্রাভেল ওয়াইজ রাখা আছে। সেখানে আমার সেই তখনকার আমলের সিঙ্গেল লেন জিটি রোড, আমার মনে আছে যে আমরা একটা জায়গায় খেতে নেমেছি উত্তরপ্রদেশে, গরমকাল, হাওয়া দিচ্ছে, মুখটা গামছা দিয়ে ঢাকা, ময়ূরগুলো আশেপাশে চলে এসছে খাবারের লেফট ওভারের জন্য। এই যে অভিজ্ঞতাটা, এই অভিজ্ঞতাটা এখনকার ট্রাভেলাররা কতটা পাবেন আমি খুব ডাউট, এই জায়গাটা কোনো হয়তো পাওয়া যাবে না। তারপরে নেক্সট, এবারে শুধুমাত্র তো আমাদের বই পড়লেই হলো না, বা ট্রাভেল রাইট আপ হলেই হলো না, বা শুধুমাত্র ট্রাভেলের কথাগুলো শুনলেই হলো না। কিছু ফিল্ম মেকার যারা শুধুমাত্র ট্রাভেলের উপর কাজ করে গেছেন, তার ভিতরে একজনকে আমি খুব কাছে থেকে পেয়েছি, সেটা হচ্ছে লেট গৌরব জানি। লেট বললাম এই জন্যই, লাস্ট মোটরসাইকেল চাংপা ফিল্ম করার সময়তে উনি লাদাখে এএমএস এ আক্রান্ত হন এবং সেখানেই দেহ রাখেন। যে আমাদের এটা বলা হয় যে আমরা যখন মাউন্টেনিং কোর্স করেছিলাম, হিমালয়ে মৃত্যু অত্যন্ত পুণ্যের কাজ বলে মনে করা, অত্যন্ত পুণ্যের, মানে যারা শেরপা, যারা এভারেস্টে বলে দেহ রেখেছেন, যারা সমস্ত হাই অল্টিটিউড পোর্টার্স, লো অল্টিটিউড পোর্টার্স যারা হিমালয়ে দেহ রেখে গেছেন, তারা নিজেদেরকে খুব ভাগ্যবান মনে করেন, খুবই ভাগ্যবান মনে করেন। তো সেখানে আমি 3টে ফিল্মের কথা বলবো। এই 3টে ফিল্মের ভেতরে 3টে ফিল্মই কিন্তু ইউটিউবে ফ্রিতে পাওয়া যায়, কোনো অসুবিধা নেই দেখতে। একটা হচ্ছে রাইডিং শো অন দি টপ অফ দ্য ওয়ার্ল্ড, এটা একটা অসাধারণ ফিল্ম, 17টা বিদেশি পুরস্কার পেয়েছে। ওয়ান ক্রেজি রাইড এবং দ্য মোটরসাইকেল চাংপা, এই 3টে ফিল্মের কথা আমি বলছি। এরপর আমি একটা ছোট্ট ভিডিও দেখাবো, এটা আমার নিজের ভিডিও। ওই যে বললাম না পাগলের ডাক্তার, তো মাথাটা গন্ডগোল আছে, আমি জানি আমার মাথা গন্ডগোল আছে। তো সেখানে আমি করেছিলাম কি, আমার নিজস্ব যে অ্যাম্বাসেডরটা ছিল, ওই অ্যাম্বাসেডরটা নিয়ে একটু তিব্বত ঘুরতে চলে গেছিলাম, হিমালয়টা টপকে তিব্বত ঘুরতে চলে গেছিলাম। তো সেই তিব্বত যাওয়ার রাস্তার একটা ছোট্ট পিস, একটা মানে কিরকম আমাকে কি অবস্থাতে পেরোতে হয়েছিল, সেই ছোট্ট পিস একটা, আমি মুভিটা একটুখানি সেকেন্ড মুভিটা, 2 নম্বর মুভিটা। India through my own eyes. অ্যাম্বাসেডর নিয়ে একমাত্র ট্রাভেলার যিনি তিব্বত করেছিলেন আমি, আর কেউ করেনি। তো এরপরে যেখানে আসছি যে নেক্সট জায়গাটাতে, নেক্সট লাইন, এবার আসছে যে এই যে ট্রাভেলিং এর একটা ব্যাপার হচ্ছে যে ট্রাভেলিং এর সাথে একটা প্রবলেমস এবং একটা চ্যালেঞ্জ জড়িয়ে থাকে। এটা কেউ অস্বীকার করবেন না, মানে যেতে যেতে একলা পথে নিভেছে মোর বাতি, আমাদের রবীন্দ্রনাথের সেই গানটা, যেতে যেতে একলা পথে নিভেছে মোর বাতি, ঝড় এসেছে ওরে বার, ঝড় এসেছে ওরে বার, ঝড়কে পেলেন সাথী, যেতে যেতে একলা পথে। এবার জিনিসটা কিরকম, যে আমি সিকিমে যাচ্ছি, সিকিমে একটা খুব রিমোট জায়গা দিয়ে যাচ্ছি, সন্ধ্যা হয়ে গেছে, ঝড় এসে গেছে এবং বৃষ্টি পড়ছে, সেখানে আমার হেডলাইটটা কেটে গেল, আমি জাস্ট লাইট, প্রচন্ড বৃষ্টি, বাজ পড়ছে তার সাথে। আর পাহাড়ে বাজ খুব সাংঘাতিক হয়, নর্মাল জায়গাতে বাজ হচ্ছে কোথায় পড়বে না ঠিক আছে, আমি একটা কোথাও গিয়ে আশ্রয় নিলাম, কিন্তু পাহাড়ে তো কি হয়, আমরা মেঘের ভেতরে থাকি, বিদ্যুৎটা কোথা দিয়ে এসে আমাকে স্ট্রাইক করবে আই ডোন্ট নো, তো সেই জন্য আরো বিপজ্জনক জিনিস হয়। তো সেই জায়গাটাতে আমি যখন যাচ্ছি, যেতে যেতে আমি তখন কি করলাম, জাস্ট রাস্তার পাশে বাইকটাকে সাইড করলাম, বসে গেলাম, এই গানটাই গাইতে লাগলাম, এই গানটা গাওয়ার সাথে সাথে আমার কোথাও ভেতরে সেন্স একটা খুব সুন্দর একটা ব্যাপার এলো, যে একটু বৃষ্টি কমলে টর্চ বার করলাম, স্পেয়ার বাল্ব বার করলাম, স্ক্রুড্রাইভার বার করলাম, হেডলাইট খুললাম, সারালাম, তারপরে আবার চলতে থাকলাম। প্রবলেমস এন্ড ইটস সলিউশনস, সেখানে আমরা অ্যাজ এ ট্রাভেলার, ইন্ডিয়ান ট্রাভেলার হিসেবে আমরা কিভাবে প্রবলেমস এন্ড ইটস সলিউশনস গুলো করবো। প্রথমে হচ্ছে মনিটরিং, প্যানিকিং কখনোই নয়, মনিটরিং, রিডিসকভারিং, রিঅ্যারেঞ্জিং, ম্যাকগাইভারিং এন্ড লার্নিং। ম্যাকগাইভারিং কথাটা কিন্তু অনেকের কাছে অপরিচিত হতে পারে। আমরা যখন ছোট ছিলাম তখন ম্যাকগাইভার বলে একটা সিরিয়াল হতো, এটা ইউএস সিরিয়াল, আমেরিকান সিরিয়াল হতো। সেখানে দেখাতো একজন ভদ্রলোক, তিনি তার নিজস্ব জায়গার যা কিছু দিয়ে উনি কিভাবে কাজটাকে উদ্ধার করে নিচ্ছেন। যেমন ধরা যাক যে আমরা এখানে আটকে পড়েছি, আমাদেরকে বেরোতে হবে, তাহলে দেখা যাচ্ছে যে এখান থেকে কিছু জিনিস নিয়ে আমরা কিভাবে দরজাটা খুলে বেরিয়ে যেতে পারবো, এটাকে বলা হয় ম্যাকগাইভারিং। ম্যাকগাইভার থেকে ম্যাকগাইভারিং কথাটা এসছে। তো সেখান থেকে লার্নিং হওয়ার পরে আজকে এই যে জায়গাটার ছবিটা, এই ছবিটাও কিন্তু একটা সেরকমই জায়গার ছবি, যেখানে আমার গাড়িটা প্রবলেম করেছিল এবং সূর্য ডুবে যাচ্ছিল। তো এই যে এই জায়গাটাকে, এখান থেকে আমরা শুধু ট্রাভেলিং বলতে তো হলো না। আজকে স্বামীজি যখন ট্রাভেল করেছিলেন, গোটা ভারতবর্ষ হেঁটে করেছিলেন, মনে আছে সেই জায়গাটা যেখানে বানরে তাড়া করেছে, একমাত্র কৌপিনটা সুপুর দিয়েছেন, নিয়ে পালিয়ে গেছে, বানরের কাছ থেকে নিতে গেছেন, বানরে তাড়া করেছে, স্বামীজিও ছুটছেন ভয়ের চোটে, পেছনে বানরও ছুটছে। একজন সাধু বললেন, দাঁড়াও, প্রবলেমগুলোর মুখোমুখি হও, রুখে দাঁড়াও। যে মুহূর্তে রুখে দাঁড়ালেন, সেই মুহূর্তে প্রবলেমগুলো চলে গেল। অ্যাকচুয়ালি আমাদের লাইফেও তাই, একটা ট্রাভেলারের লাইফ কিন্তু তার নিজস্ব লাইফের সাথে কোথাও একটা মিশে থাকে, বিশেষত ইন্ডিয়ান ট্রাভেলার। আমি কিন্তু ফরেন ট্রাভেলারদের কথা বলছি না, যারা এসে জাস্ট প্লেনে নামেন, যারা একটা সার্কিট বেছে নেন যে আমি খালি তাজমহল দেখবো কিংবা দুটো রাজস্থানের ফোর্ট দেখবো, তারপরে ও ইন্ডিয়া কি ন্যাস্টি, প্যাকেজ ড্রিঙ্কিং ওয়াটার ছাড়া খাওয়া যায় না, হ্যাঁ বন্দে ভারতটা চলতে পারে, এরকম ভাবে চলে যাবো। নো নো নো, জাস্ট নো। তো সেখানে নেক্সট এই একটা ব্যাপার, যেটা বি কারেজিয়াস এন্ড বি অ্যাডভেঞ্চারাস, বি হাম্বল এন্ড বি জেন্টল। এই জায়গাটাতে এসে আমার মনে হয় যে আমরা একটা ছোট্ট ভিডিও দিয়ে আমরা এই আলোচনাটাকে, আমার যেটুকু বলার কথা ছিল, আমি জানি না, হয়তো টাইমটা আমি একটু বেশি নিয়ে ফেলেছি, একটা ছোট্ট ভিডিও দিয়ে আমরা শেষ করছি। হ্যাঁ,
এসে যেখানে পথ বেঁকেছে, যখন নীরবে দূরে দাঁড়াও এসে যেখানে পথ বেঁকেছে, তোমার ছুটে যাওয়ার মুহূর্তরা কে জানে কি হবে সে দিশাহারা। তোমার ছুটে যাওয়ার মুহূর্তরা কে জানে কি হবে সে দিশাহারা। আমিও ছুটে যাই সে গভীরে, আমিও ধেয়ে যাই কি নিবিড়ে। তুমি কি মরীচিকানা ধ্রুব তারা, তোমায় ছুটে যাওয়ার মুহূর্তরা কে জানে কি হবে সে দিশাহারা। যখন রোদেরই কণা ধানেরই শীষে বিছিয়ে দেয় রোদ্দুর, যখন রোদেরই কণা ধানেরই শীষে বিছিয়ে দেয় রোদ্দুর, তোমার ছুটে যাওয়ার মুহূর্তরা কে জানে কি হবে সে দিশাহারা। তোমার ছুটে যাওয়ার মুহূর্তরা কে জানে কি হবে সে দিশাহারা। আমিও ছুটে যাই সে দিগন্তে, আমিও ধেয়ে যাই কি আনন্দে। তুমি কি ভুলে যাওয়া কবিতারা, তোমার ছুটে যাওয়ার মুহূর্তরা কে জানে কি হবে সে দিশাহারা। তোমার ছুটে যাওয়ার মুহূর্তরা কে জানে কি হবে সে দিশাহারা। কে জানে কি হবে সে দিশাহারা।
একটা ওয়ার্ড দিয়ে শেষ করব, সেটা হচ্ছে যে স্বামীজি বক্তৃতাতে একটা কথা বলেছিলেন, যদি আমি একটাও ঠিক কথা বলিয়া থাকি তাহা মোদীয় আচার্যদেবের ভুলগুলি কেবল আমার কথাটাও তাই।
কারোর কিছু
কোশ্চেন?
হ্যাঁ, কারোর কিছু প্রশ্ন কিছু বলার আছে? Anything, any question, any reactions? Well, we have a reaction.
The second round of paper presentation. This round will be chaired by the respected head of the Department of English of our college, Professor Shudi.
This is now the second paper presentation session. I'm afraid we are running about 45 minutes behind time.
Films have always been considered as reflectors of social realities. As the camera pans over a wide range of city and scenic landscapes filled with mundanities of everyday existence, films help spectators conduct a simultaneous scrutiny of their current state of being. Hello everyone, I am Sharnali Dev from St. Xavier's College, Kolkata, and this paper is titled Real versus Real, Traveling India Through Films, where I have looked at 4 films in particular, which is namely Delhi and Kolkata in Shujit Sirkar's Piku. There's the portrayal of the village in Article 15 by Anubhav Sinha, and Ritesh Batra's Lunchbox, the humdrum of city Mumbai life in Ritesh Batra's Lunchbox, and inversely the issues of casteism, sexual violence, marital abuse, rape and prostitution, and the underlying Savarna Brahminism and toxic masculinity in the respective villages, portrayed in Leena Yadav's Parched and Anubhav Sinha's Article 15. Okay, yes. Mary Satan in Problems of Filmmaking in India states that India's commercial entertainment films are far more star-dominated than the entertainment films of any other country. The star as well as the distributors have not only dominated the formula-style films. The commercial film scenarios have been, except occasionally, the worst constructed. Pico in Article 15 for the first film that I am going to talk about is Pico. Pico is exceptional not only in its commercial achievement but also in its earnest construction of the monotony of city life. Pico, the modern city woman, is the only daughter of hypochondriac Bhaskar. Sirkar creates the character of a typically annoyed daughter and an overprotective father who would not let Pico engage in casual relationships. Pico takes the role of the family anchor, its breadwinner, while Bhaskar is a true feminist father. He also knows how cruel the world can be, and therefore he tries to tell Pico that whoever she chooses should be the person who really nurtures her soul. In Pico, we see the middle class world of city life, and with middle class concerns like broken kitchen taps and handhelds making unannounced holidays, Bhaskar's daily bowel checkups, and most importantly, the soullessness of city life. This is a world where you and I can relate to what Shujit Sirkar is showing in the film, without, like, devoid of the glitz of reciting in the country's capital. In a path-breaking scene, which is this scene also translates as the film's interval. We see Pico, Rana and Bhaskar sitting at different positions, and in this scene, Sirkar wanted to show the discordance of the way people think in cities. None of the characters are actually expressing what they are trying to say, and therefore they are sitting at different places, which kind of translates into what they think according to the city, the way people think in cities, which is kind of discordant. Anyway, in another scene, Pico and Rana are in a car while a local train goes past them. This is a very important quote, which is Western culture is not a benchmark of progress. Is that clear? Here we see a major difference between the way Piku and her father Bhaskar sees life, which is basically Piku's Western liberal education goes against the way Bhaskar tries to put forward his very traditional beliefs about life. In another scene, Piku and Rana are in a car while a local train goes past them. We see Piku in the Kolkata house as the lenses capture a car and a tram going past each other in opposite directions. Tradition collides with modernity, and when Piku peers at the schoolgirls through the black-rimmed window, it is metaphorical of not only the distance that lies between their world of innocence and her world of expectations and disappointments, but also points at the discordance between what she wants and what she expresses. Sirkar throughout the film juxtaposes landscapes. Yes. Sirkar throughout the film juxtaposes landscapes. An incandescent view of Howrah Bridge is then juxtaposed against the port, and there's a scene which is very beautiful. That is a boat in the river, which is basically saying that movement in the film is always juxtaposed against stability, which is Piku's life as well. Movement and stability in through landscapes and landscapes through thoughts is what I'm trying to say in this slide. Okay, a constant conflict between movement and stability characterizes cityscapes and the metropolitan existence. That's done for Piku. This film is Article 15 by Anubhav Sinha. Article 15 is set against the background of a village in Lalgaon, UP, where two Dalit girls are raped by a bunch of men on a bus and then hanged. Ayan Rajan, a freshly returned Delhi University graduate and an IPS officer, arrives and fights against patriarchal violence. Sinha uses fog as one of the major metaphors in the film as Ayan, with his officers, try to solve the case at hand. In an interview with the film companion, he remarks that I wanted these people to live in a place where there was no sunlight. I was trying to manifest this feeling of a people who always live at the edge of achieving something, which is basically that we see these people, Anubhav Sinha says, that people who represent the upper classes and the Savarna Brahmin middle class in the film are always shown in sunlight rather than the people of the lower classes who are probably portrayed as prejudiced and ignorant, and thereby they are always shown in the darkness or the fog. Later on we see that, later on we see that this is a very remarkable scene in the film, where we see that the girl who was raped earlier was later is hanged, and it's a still scene, which means that there's a lot of importance that the filmmaker wants to invest in this particular scene. He says that, again, Anubhav Sinha, quoting him in his interview with the film companion, says that that white shot of the tree was a really important one. There's some spectacle to it. There are people in this place who are used to death. That life is cheap in some places in the world is a statement that's important to say out loud so that we can stop making it cheap there. So there's a kind of socialist message here that we are going against patriarchal norms, and therefore we have to come together in order to uplift places which are beneath us. Anyway, later on, there's again a scene where water is used as a symbol of death and danger, and water becomes a clear metaphor in scenes where we are trying to put characters of balance. However, in films like Piku and Article 15, what we are seeing is that in Piku, for example, Kolkata is romanticized in a very positive light. I mean, Kolkata definitely is not that beautiful. Earlier this year, Kolkata was one of the places, Kolkata specifically Howrah, was a place which was listed in amongst like 10 most nasty and dirtiest places in India. So Kolkata is not that beautiful, but then we see a very privileged upper middle class way of looking at Kolkata, and later on in Article 15 we also see the way Anubhav Sinha portrays Ayan Rajan, who is again a Savarna Brahmin upper caste, who tries to come into this village and tries to come into this village and absolutely saves everyone. Then we have two films, that is Parched by Leena Yadav, and this is very famous and my favorite, that is Lunchbox by Ritesh Batra. In Lunchbox, again like Piku, the humdrums of city life, Mumbai, a place where people are not being able to communicate with each other, the Lunchbox, the Dabbawalas who go around the cities, collect tiffins, and that gets misplaced, and then whatever happens in the film, the basic crux of it is that people in the cities are dispossessed individuals. Internally, they cannot express what they are facing inside. So we are internally conflicted individuals, like George Simmel in one of the essays, that is The Metropolis and Mental Life, which is a very good essay, which shows the discordance between city life and small towns. We can refer to that essay and see how internally conflicted, how anonymous and how obscure our lives are in a city like Mumbai. I'm not going to talk about this because there's no time. Okay. Last film which I have to talk about because it is one of my favorite films. It's called Parched. I am pretty sure not many people has watched this film because it's not a commercially good film, But anyway, this is an extremely nice film because of one thing, and that is this film is one of the most important films in India's history because it employs the female gaze in a very nice way. This film is about the lives of 4 women who are not privileged like Piku and who are absolutely imagined in the far end of the world in a village in UP, and they are facing many problems. We see landscapes as we are seeing here of Rajasthan. This is, not UP but Rajasthan. The film is called Parched because the parchedness, the dryness, the aridness of their soul, because they are facing so much of problems, so much of prejudice in this particular place. 1 minute. So much of prejudice in this particular place is contrasted with the name of the film, which is Parched. Anyway, this is why the film is important. The characters in the end are seen against the backdrop of a carnival suggestive of a rebellious emancipation of their body and their sexuality. Parched is violent, vibrant and free, a film dealing with the often buried socio-political issues that Indian villages face till date. To conclude, in a sociological study on the livelihood and belief systems of a village called Sripuram, a village in Tanjore district, Andre Bete, who is a Indian sociologist who works on villages, Andre Bete observes that Indian village constitutes a kind of structural entity with values such as tolerance, respect for elders, religious harmony, and oneness with nature. Now in Parched and Article 15, though from different point of views, both of the films portray none of these qualities about Indian villages. We rather see that Indian villages are they are extremely prejudiced places, they are socio-economically iniquitous kind of places, and we need to work a lot in order to get those villages at par with the cities. Not to say that cities are very good places, but anyway. Nature is hostile to human conditions, and the landscapes reflect the barrenness of village existence. Similarly, Pico and the Lunchbox, from different standpoints, show the inner physical and spiritual ennui. Ennui means spiritual boredom. That marks the parchedness of modern city existence. That is it.
Thank you very much. Our next paper is by Ms. Tanushka Bhadra, Serene Wandering at Topchanchi Lake and Madhuban Forest. Is it Topchanchi? May I request all speakers to please keep to the time because we are really rushed.
Namaskar and good afternoon everyone. I hope that you are all in pink of your health. I am Tanushka Bhadra, student of English Literature, pursuing my graduation from Women's College, Calcutta. It's really an overwhelming situation for me that I have got this opportunity to come on this dais and share my travel experience with all of you. I feel really very excited to record particulars of my journey, not only as a mere travelogue, but also a deep expression of my long cherished love for nature and the serenity plentifully contained in and around her. So today I'm going to highlight the place which I visited, but this place is not only a travel place or tourist place for me. This place is very close to my heart because the place where my mother was born and brought up. And as the title of our seminar is Rediscovering India, and India is our motherland, so I'm really very happy that I'm sharing with you my mother's birthplace with all of you today. So the name of the place is now popular, all of you may be aware about it. The name of the place is Gomo. Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose Junction. It's a small hilly town to discover our life. It really helps us to improve our physical and mental health. And before ending my travelogue, I would like to urge that everyone should go to that place at least once to feel the originality and organic pleasures of nature. The knowledge which I gained from the local people, the fresh air I breathed and the lovely hospitality I received from them were absolutely beyond my worth. So at the end, I will say that as Ruskin Bond states, happiness is as exclusive as a butterfly and you must never pursue it. Thank you so much. Namaskar.
Thank you, Tanushka. Our next speaker is Ishani Rao. Ishani Rao, please. To the top and top and top. Envisioning Satyajit Ray's Nayak within the framework of travelogue within travelogue.
Good afternoon everyone. Today I will be presenting my paper titled To the Top and Top and Top, Envisioning Ray's Nayak within the framework of travelogue within a travelogue.
This concept is
The next slide. Okay, so first we need to understand what is this travelogue within a travelogue. This framework means when a person is undertaking a physical journey, often one contemplates about one's own life, the life journey he has undertaken, and recalling the past experiences, realizing how long the path this person has covered, losing many things, gaining many things. And this whole experience is often narrating to some other person. This other person's opinions and his reactions is affecting this person's also, and is contributing to his later life. And this whole structure we see in Ray's film Nayo. And next slide, please. The plot structure, the film starts with Aurangzeb traveling to Delhi to collect a prestigious award, and while traveling he encounters Aditi, an independent journalist whose curiosity makes him narrate his life journey from the simple theatre artist to a superstar. And here we see a change occurs in both the characters as the encounter happens. And next slide, please. So to weave the plot, two main characters are employed here, Aurangzeb and Aditi. So the first character, the protagonist, Aurangzeb, is a superstar, having a huge fan following along with controversies lurking around his image, but his snobbish nature does not allow him to care about any of these, or even care about whether public is able to afford the ticket to watch the film. He is a person who is at the top of his journey, but later we will find that how alone he is. And this will be exposed by the encounter which happens with Aditi. And the next slide. Aditi is an independent journalist and she is very straightforward. And initially she mistakes Aurangzeb to be very snobbish and a person who is very selfish behind the dazzling makeup of an actor. But as we see, as these things are exposed in the interview, that practically Aurangzeb is a person who is broken, who is suffering from existential crisis, who is suffering from his insecurities. And even Aditi is working a kind of redeemer. Her character is kind of a redeemer here. And this thing we will find in the cinematic techniques employed by Ray in this film. Now, the next slide. Yes, the film begins with Aditi given a superior position. See, both the pictures, the position is reversed. In the first picture, Aditi is standing and Aurangzeb is sitting, and somehow the way it's being focused, Aditi is taking a superior position. But in the next picture, Aditi is standing also, but here obviously the height difference is happening. But Aditi is now looking with a glance of respect towards Aurangzeb. Her perception about Aurangzeb has totally changed after the interview. Next slide. The first confrontation, both are sitting on the opposite sides, taken from an MCU angle, and they are slightly off-centered. And this off-centered indicates that there is something to be exposed about the characters. The characters are not complete. And only in one scene I remember we find them totally centered, and at that time they are really, the conversation takes place in a very intimate way because the background is totally blurred. And at that time we see there is a soul-to-soul conversation taking place. And in the next, no, not in the next slide. Yes, in this photo, Aurangzeb is standing outside and Aditi is sitting inside the train. So she is seeing Aurangzeb beyond the window. Like, she is not exposed to the reality of the film world, which is experienced by Aurangzeb. He knows what he has gone through. He knows what it's being an actor. But Aditi is not aware of that, and sitting from the public place, she is judging him initially as an opportunistic, as a bold and straightforward journalist. Her initial perception was totally wrong, which will be exposed, which will be shown later in the film. Next slide, please. So the journey motive, how it is shown in the film. We see two trains are traveling down the parallel rail tracks, and these two trains passing in the opposite directions. This indicates the encounter of Aurangzeb and Aditi, which is going to have a great relevance in the whole film, and this whole film is about their encounter. And the next, the train journey, not the next slide, sorry, the next photo, the train. This train is running through the wilderness. This is depicting Orindam's solitary journey, his isolated journey. And the next slide, please. So, to the top and top and top, Orindam's journey. His mentor, here the first two photos, he is sitting there, he is blurred position, and this person is given more focus, who is not allowing him to work in films. And in the next photo, this person has died. His fire is burning, and Orindam is now given more focus. So he has now gained more agency in this photo. He is now able to decide that yes, I will work in films. I do not care what my mentor has told. And in the next two photos, we find this senior actor disrespecting Orindam. Here Orindam is being given an inferior kind of posture. And in the next photo, we find this person is sitting in his opposite side, and this person is begging for a small role. This person was at the top once in his life, and now he is facing his downfall. He has been sitting unemployed for 4 years, and so there is a kind of reversal of role, and this person is kind of playing the role of alter ego, because this person was also once at the peak, and here by peak we can be reminded of the top and top and top, what Orindam once told when he was a simple theatre artist. And next slide, please. So the dream sequences we find in this film is really interesting. The first dream where Orindam is running in a desert of money, full of dollars and everything, and he is so happy that he has so much money, and suddenly he is drowning. Those skeleton hands with telephone appears, and this similar kind of scene we find that Jack Sanders' Man of Steel 2013 film, which was a desert of skulls, and there also we find the protagonist drowning in that skull desert. And in the second dream we find that Orindam is in a forest, and this forest is surrounded by cameras. And here we find that he is being, we find Promila as a predator image. Promila is speaking from bush, and he tries to pursue her, and then he is encountered by her husband, and this person tells that, are you not ashamed of dating a married woman? So this two dreams is indicating the life of an actor, that he has reached the top of his life. He is rich, he is already famous, he has a lot of things. He has also controversies and people to talk about him. But what about companionship? What about friends? What about his life? He doesn't have any. Next slide, please. To the top, but alone. In the first image, he was dead drunk, and there was a small girl standing, and when he was about to approach that girl disappears. She goes back into her compartment. So he is alone in this. He understands that he is supposed to be alone due to his success. And in the next picture, he is kind of crying, and he was dead drunk, and he was almost about to commit suicide. He was suicidal because he brawled one of her affair, like he was having an affair with Promila, and she went into a brawl with her husband, and that has been a controversy well versed in the newspapers. And in the next photo, two photos, we find it is at the last scene of the film where these two characters are parting their ways. Aditi is being received by her supervisor, and she is going away with a person. She has someone to accompany her. But Orindam, he is greeted by a lot of his fans. They are greeting him with garlands, and they are trying to get his autographs. They are cheering him, and Orindam is looking at Aditi with a faint hope that she will look back at him. She will, maybe they can have a new start, but that doesn't happen. Orindam, even though he is surrounded by so many people, he is alone. But what Aditi does is that Aditi, at the end of the film, she tears away the interview which she sneakily noted, and that tearing away that note made Orindam to gather hope or a new hope to live his later life. And by this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ishani. Our last speaker for this session is Ms. Saba Hussain, traveling in India as self-discovery.
Good afternoon, everybody. The name of my paper is Traveling in India as Self-Discovery. You think you are making a trip, but soon it is making you or unmaking you, writes the great Swiss travel writer Nicolas Bouvet. A journey inculcates not only a territorial displacement, but is also a change in personality. The significance of a journey or traveling can be traced back to as early as in the 14th century, during the time of Petrarch, when he wrote about his most famous ascent of Mount Ventoux. Petrarch compared his climb with his own moral progress in life. In recent times, when a person undertakes traveling and thus transforms his holidays into journeys, they become a segment of a very important personal journal of experiences, which adds to the personal development. René Maria Rilke once commented that the only journey is the one within. This paper tries to analyze the effects of traveling on individuals who in this 21st century are plagued by the existential questions such as how important their being is in this entire world, or how does one contribute to the world in terms of identity. Along with some observations on traveling and psychological enhancement, this paper tries to examine the effects of traveling in a multicultural and highly diversified country such as India by means of different perspectives, movies, and travel writers of Indian subcontinent. To travel is to find one's true nature by diving deep into one's own psyche. The best part about traveling is that there are no two experiences which are alike even in the slightest. Even if there are two people traveling together at the same time in the same places, their experiences are poles apart. Hence, traveling is a highly subjective phenomena that helps travelers to transcend their corporeality, furthermore assisting in the recognition of the self. This recognition is done on the basis of the binarization of the self and other as studied in the post-structuralist, post-colonist as well as in the discourse of Orientalism. Traveling is always suspended between the dialectics of external world and the internal world of a human being. People who embark on global adventures are usually impregnated by the realizations of the entity called self. Goffman in 1959 observed that the self is a collection of performances that take place in specific locations for the purpose of portraying the characters of socially constructed perceptions of the authentic self. Thus, without traveling and being succumbed to the cozy armchair of one's own living room, one cannot find the correct exposure in order to enhance his or her own idea of the self. The question of identity, which thus plaguing our younger generations, must be perceived because the people are having it difficult to define the perceptions of the idea of self in the contemporary setting where human beings are reduced to mere corporate laborers. The children are swamped with studies which is depriving them of self-time generally used in the assessment of the idea of self vis-a-vis personality and identity, raising existential questions such as who am I, why am I here, why is the purpose of my life. To quote Aristotle, he says, knowing yourself is the beginning of all wisdom. Travel narratives, movies, books, travelogues, etc. elucidates the idea that traveling ensures a kind of stimulation that assists in the comprehension of the self. According to Foucault, a well-traveled personality is seen as one who is knowledgeable in the art of life. Likewise, a crucial observation was made by Roger Woolhouse, who vehemently believed in the transformation of the self after an adventurous event or trip. Woolhouse commented, in quotes, "A person's identity is a matter of psychological continuity. This means that in order for person A to survive a particular event or adventure, it is necessary and sufficient that there exists at a time after the given event or adventure a person B who has psychologically evolved out of person A. This psychologically evolved personality is in many ways better than the previous one and is highly receptive and tolerant towards other cultures. Entering into the host culture, the travelers engage in behaviors that challenges the normality and coziness of their home environment. Gross in 1995 states that the self is a work in progress. A step beyond social norms offers the person
the opportunity for self-concept advancement, the milieu for third space thinking to capture and individualize personal meanings and experiences. To travel anywhere else upon this globe impregnates certain positive vibes inside us, whereas to travel in India is almost an exotic experience. India, being so culturally enriched, offers altogether a different kind of perspective and outlook. The variety in cultures, religions, and people of India is significant and worth appreciating. One remains astounded by perceiving various ways of lives being lived in the Indian subcontinent. India's diversity has inspired many travelers and writers for visiting India and to write about it. Often, these writings have been presented in a conflicting manner, making it indispensable to know about India, its multiculturalism and multilingualism through the lenses of different Indian travel writers and movies. From the accounts of great foreign scholars such as Al-Biruni, Fahian, Marco Polo and others, to the most contemporary travel blogger Shivya Nath, we can paint a picture of India and its diversified culture. Shivya, in her famous work, The Shooting Star, portrays the epic landscapes and experiences she gained by traveling in India and explains how her travel journeys changed her outlook, helping her in finding new purpose of leading a sustainable lifestyle, transforming her worldview and inner spirit. The idea of traveling in India and finding one's roots is intricately incorporated into Sujit Sarkar's movie Piku. The movie, on the superficial level, deals with a father-daughter relationship, but when we dive deep, we realize it is much more than that. It is about connecting to your roots, accepting, loving, and finally learning to live with people, no matter how flawed they are. Moreover, it's about the journey of life. Ashutosh Gawarikar's Swadesh, We the People, also elucidates the transformation of a man named Mohan after traveling to India and then to the remote village where his destination was. Karma by Akarsh Khurana is also important as it has surrealistic elements. It is a movie about the feeling of a root. These movies impart ideas about traveling in India and how one goes through metamorphosis when he or she embarks on such a journey. The spontaneity of the journey gives birth to excitement in the travelers who have been sucked out by their mutant Delhi routine. Common travel activities such as chanting mantras at a temple, climbing a mountain, exploring the unknown jungles add to the personality and development of the self. In further studies, it has been found that a person who travels to different places are more at ease in self-expression and presentation than the rest. Traveling ensures the boosts extroversion, making it easy for us to communicate, understand, and being understood. Travelers develop not only personal traits but also communal traits such as being sensitive, caring, nurturing towards the other people. Their collaborative skills and group skills are almost astounding, which helps in the overall development of the travelers as well as the nation, making it a harmonious place. Thus, traveling is not just a leisure activity, but also a transformative journey that enriches the mind, nourishes the soul, helps in the conception of self, and leaves lasting memories. It is an essential part of the human experience, reminding us that the world is vast, diverse, and waiting to be explored. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Saba. Yes. Now the papers are open for discussion. Exactly 5 minutes, please. Anyone? Anything? Yes, please. Hey, you wanna get the mic down?
He can. Sorry.
So I have a question to Shornali Day. Paper was Real versus Real Traveling India Through Films. So you have proposed for your paper that Indian villages should be kept at par with Indian cities, but you have also mentioned that cities are not really a good place. So do you think that they should be left alone with their individual qualities to flourish individually, or do you think they both have to be like made similar to each other?
I think you missed my point. I was not trying to say that Indian villages should be kept at par with the cities. What I am trying to say is that in the film Article 15 and Parched, we do not get a very romanticized way of seeing villages, as I have quoted Andre Pete, that is, he's a sociologist who talks about villages being this place where we foster cultural harmony, where we foster religious harmony. So that is not the point of view we see in these films. Also, we have to consider that in Article 15 we have the upper caste way of looking at villages, and in Parched we have the point of view of the females of those villages, which is obviously they are more subjugated socially. So I'm not necessarily saying that villages should be at par with the cities or cities are better than the villages. It is just portraying landscapes and how those landscapes connect with individual psyches and individual mind spaces shown in the film. That's it. I am not going into the binaries of discussion at all, because we are not here trying to create binaries in India that cities are better, villages are better. Nothing is better or worse. It is as shown in the film. I hope that answers.
Okay, anyone else, please? Anyone else? Now, I just have one point for all those who are talking about movies, and that is, I wonder if you have watched the late 2023 movie which was released on OTT called Thak Thak. If you have, then, well, I think if you haven't, you should take a look at it. It's about three women who come from disparate backgrounds. One of them is pretty old. The other one is a Muslim lady who is escaping her Orthodox home and abusive husband. And the third one is a young lady who's trying to simply probably run away from her personal dilemmas. So Thak Thak is about these three people who take off on three bikes. They have never ridden long distances, and they decide to go all the way up, I think, to the Khardungla Pass. And this is again a journey of self-discovery, where they thrash out their personal dilemmas. So I would recommend that you watch this movie. If there's nothing else, then we go on to the next session.
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks to all the paper presenters of this session. This is the time to move into the next round of paper presentation. That is the third round or the last round of the day. This session will be chaired by one of the most respected professors of this institution, Professor Tanvi Alam Mazari. Sir, we welcome you on the stage.
Finally, we are starting what would be the last session of the day, and we have had many papers, we have many speakers, and it has been an entertaining interaction that we are having. The unfortunate thing, of course, there was less of action, very little of interaction, and more of paper reading. I think that would change in this particular session, that you would also respond to what is happening around you, what is being spoken, what is being shown. You have been very passive.
Coming here, the paper we are going to read is titled Reading the Physical Landscapes, Mobility in Satyajit Ray's Film. An important note before we begin: mobility in the title does not denote any theoretical interpretation bearing reference to the discipline of mobility studies. The term has been used as a conduit to indicate the free-flowing physical movements of Feluda and team which in turn has resulted in producing the entirety of the narrative as very mellifluous. Now moving forward, Satyajit Ray as an artist is known for his meticulousness in creating his artworks. In his orchestration of physical backgrounds for the tales of Feluda, Ray has shown his political accuracy. His designing of the settings have provided the tales with the required background, not for the necessity of being situated, but also for intensifying the essence and the reception of reading a work of detective fiction. In a work of detective fiction, where the consistent concern is detangling of mystery, constant mobility is essential to avoid the mundaneness of affairs. Making the main character's travel is then a wise recourse. On the top of it, making the protagonist as an adventure lover, a wanderlust person, always leaves a scope for the creator to make the characters move from one place to another whenever necessary. Remember, this is a political move and this is a political safeguard. Imagining Feluda as a stern, headstrong bachelor, Ray has been able to construct the fitting protagonist of a detective fiction. The tales, almost always occurring at varied locations, result in producing a wide-ranging physical landscapes. The shifting of locales is materialized through the journeys made by Feluda and team, which mostly include Topshe and Jatayu, as we all know. There are significant aspects of the tales which share the qualities of a travelogue. Feluda's gravitas elucidation referring to the history, geography and politics of the places is nothing different than the account of a traveler. Just like a travelogue, the tales in Feluda are in first-person narration of Topshe. This makes the account more intimate, realistic and reliable as in the case of a travelogue. Now, to inspect the qualities of travelogue in Feluda, we have attempted a reading of some selected tales. So, in the very first line of Feluda Goendagiri, translated as the Danger in Darjeeling, Topshe intimates the readers with his regular encounter with Rajan Babu in the mall. This immediately locates the character in the much familiar hill station and fills the mind of the reader with the images of the famous Darjeeling Mall. Unlike for a reader in 1965, when the tale got published in Sandesh, it is inevitably understandable for us that Feluda and Topshe are out of their hometown. Gradually, it becomes clear that they are spending their vacation there. Topshe's description of the surroundings as it was always dark outside. Light has been, it's pathetic that I have to read it in English translation. Anyway, lights had been switched on in every house nestling in the hills. A mist was rising from the Rangit valley down below. It's not unusual, I mean, we can relate to it.
No, if you want, you can quote in Bangla, there is no problem.
But I don't think Bangla takes it with me. Okay. Rather, it sounds very close to the way any tourist would describe the mountainous locale, with more descriptions of the familiar streets, the antique shops in the mall. This tale permeates the mind of the reader with a virtual tour. In the Emperor's Ring, which begins in Lucknow, one of the ancient cities of the world, within the few pages of this text, we find Feluda to reiterate his past visit to Lucknow when he went there to play a cricket match. From Feluda's depiction of the historical incidents in and around Lucknow, we get a picture of the thoughts in a native mind in post-independent India. Then the description of the Bhulbhulaya, the mirror maze in this tale, makes the narrative to portray the itinerant Feluda. He speaks as if all of it has been like an adventure to him. Through the voice of Dhiru Kaka, the locality is demonstrated. As it happens, a localized perspective is always there. Feluda describes the pictures of the Ganges at three different places: Haridwar, Rishikesh and Lakshman Jhula. From his descriptions of these three places, we can understand the wisdom and scrupulous interest of Feluda in physical spaces. In Shakuntala's necklace, in the opening line, Jatayu refers to Feluda and Topshe's trip to Lucknow and Gantok as adventure. This word is something that is lost in English translation. But in reality, the word adventure recurs again and again in the story. The first part of the story follows a prolonged itinerary discussion. This again
paints a familiar picture before embarking on a journey. I mean, that's what we do, right? Before we we plan to go somewhere, we need to have a discussion on what we have to do, how to go, everything. As traveling Gangtok begins, we find Feluda and Topshe en route to Gangtok. From Topshe's description, we get to know that Feluda has recently read a book on Tibet, and Topshe himself has read a book on travel by Shane Hedy. So their minds are filled with the thirst for adventure. In this story, we find Mr. Shoshodhar's remarks, the scenery is just out of this world, and it is also peaceful. There are mountains and rivers and flowers. You get orchids here, and bright sunshine and rain and mist. Nature in all her glory. This is again nothing but a traveler's joy in traveling to places which turn out to be more engaging than imagined. In the Golden Fortress, Ray takes the readers on a captivating journey through the picturesque landscape of Rajasthan, unraveling the history, culture, and mysteries of the region. Through his eloquent prose and keen observations, Ray vividly paints a picture of the majestic forts, vibrant markets, colorful festivals, and rich traditions that characterize Rajasthan. Anyway, I'm just cutting it out a bit.
You have got 2 more minutes.
Okay, yeah, that's why I guess. Most of the tales around Feluda follow a recurring pattern. If we select the tales based in offbeat locations, there is also a similar pattern. In the Royal Bengal mystery, Feluda, Topshe, and Jotai travel to Lakhonbari, an imaginary name assigned to a real place. When within the first few passages, Topshe locates the place being 46 miles from NJP station, in our mind map we see a distant hilly region. In this tale, Ray's implication of the locale is much airy and unconventional, with a recurring motive of the jungle where the man-eater hides, the tiger hides. The reading of this story is a thrilling experience as reading an account of a deadly adventure. Feluda, Topshe, and Jotayu travel frequently by car. Topshe describes the outside as he views from the car window with repeated depictions of the jungle, the primal animals and birds, and a magnanimous collection of hunted animals. This story weighs more as a stringent travel narrative. In the story The Locked Chest, the travel account is quite spectacular because this time Feluda and Topshe visit the historical Polashi, though as Feluda himself describes, Polashi's glory has diminished. Inevitably, Polashi is seen as a rustic village. Feluda's interest in Polashi is similar to that of a fascination of an urban man in rural places. In fact, the descriptions of the village in this story is quite conventional with respect to the images of foxes howling, buzzing of crickets, and absence of all sorts of comforts available in a city. I'm skipping a bit and reaching to the final section. Okay, thank you, sir. Yeah. There are 3 kinds of descriptions for a place they go, for any place they go to. Feluda's own scrupulous descriptions of the locations, viewed while moving from one place to another by the first person narrative voice of Topshe, and the description of the places by people who live in those places. Together, these descriptions solidify the images of the physical locations to such an extent that in a way it looks like only physical locations can be real, because other elements are made constricted by Ray. To argue this matter of constriction, we have some points to refer to. Ray's characterization and design of architecture is so stereotypical that we can almost pigeonhole the types of characters and architectures. Ray indeed has shown mastery in his selection of locals, so much so that it almost feels like the background and the tales complete each other. No doubt the setting of the Emperor's Ring in Lucknow has provided a tale with the essential gravity of the situation where a 300-year-old ring is lost. Same is in the case of the Royal Bengal mystery. To invoke a gripping reception of the setting of the story, in the jungle is found to be a very appropriate selection. In fact, Ray's sagacity in handling the background cannot be questioned. But isn't his characterization very limited, with recurring images of an old man who has some peculiar, weird hobby, huge mansions with much cultural significance, affluent hosts, and absence of significant female characters. Further, Ray has inculcated.
Please, I think you have asked the question. Please, last line.
Last line, this is the last one. Further, Ray has inculcated a reserve in terms of depicting the villages, whether on one hand the cultural attributes of a place are included on the one hand, some portrayals are very limited, but in both cases they both cater to the establishment of the entire narrative, a collation of potent and nuanced travel accounts. Thank you.
Thanks for this joint paper. I'm sorry I had to interrupt you, but that's the unfortunate part that we have to play in this. Next is Orpita Pal, Research Scholar, Department of English, University of Gold Bongo. The title of her paper is Politics of Traveling, Revisiting the Meta-Cinematics of Feminine Akaler Shondane. Please. You have your 10 minutes now.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I will start with my paper. Okay. Traveling has always been an act of conjoining and comparing the people of two separate places and cultures. This journey, portrayed in art, film, and literature, has had a vision of bridging a gap between differences, finding similarities, and unveiling truths from a new perspective. The act of traveling becomes a political one when the impact of travel and tourism upon the traveler as well as the host place is considered. This impact of travel is explored in the critically acclaimed film Akale Shondane. The director Minal Sen uses meta-cinematics to tell the story of a film crew coming from Calcutta to the small village Hatui in West Bengal to shoot a film on the famine of 1943 in the September of 1980. The film also highlights the glaring rural and urban divide, their clashing values, and provides a commentary on famine and scarcity. In the film, the crew takes residence in a grand dilapidated zamindari house where their hostess, a lonely woman, lives with her old bedridden husband. Their filming goes smoothly until a cast member, Devika Mukherjee, leaves due to a small dispute with the producer. The director's efforts to select a rural woman to cast in the role leads to a huge misunderstanding between the crew and the villagers. The situation aggravates and the crew leaves to finish filming in a studio in the city. The differences in values and morality between the film crew and the villagers is established from the beginning of the film. The film crew is active, always moving, arranging sets, performing highly emotional and physical scenes. The villagers are comparatively passive, surrounding them, watching from the sidelines. Sen presents many urban characters with the typical vices that come with urban living: privilege, arrogance, and entitlement. The character of the actress Devika Mukherjee is a study in arrogance and insensitivity. She has no sense of respect, propriety, or responsibility. She does not consider the old respected village headmaster or their kind hostess worthy of attention and conversation. Requesting her to dress appropriately for a funeral is insulting her. She decides it's best to break the contract and leave in the middle of a project due to a small inconvenience. The director also is very arrogant. The director treats Horen Chandra Aon, the caretaker, as if he is ignorant, his opinions unimportant. To him, Horen's endeavors into theatre and palagan is insignificant. He also ignores Horen's suggestion to cast a shy, uneducated poor village woman Durga in the character of Maloti. Sen also portrays the villagers as weakened by superstitions, manipulated easily by selfishness and greed. When the director searches for an actress to find a substitute for the role of Maloti, a prostitute, Mr. Chatterjee, a powerful, well-to-do resident of the village, sees the opportunity to let his daughter work in cinema, expecting it to be the gateway to fame and wealth. However, after hearing about the role, he takes it as an attack on his honor and integrity, accuses them of being pimps, and turns them out of his house. The search for an actress to play the role of a woman driven to prostitution by hunger is interpreted by the villagers as an effort to dishonor them, to prey on their property, and to buy a girl cheap to finish their chaotic project. This misunderstanding is fueled by the general mystification of the process of filmmaking and suspicion about the city folks' unabashed display of wealth and careless overconsumption. The influential people of the village, the likes of Mr. Chatterjee, all come together to mobilize the village against the film crew, proclaiming to defend the honor of the village woman. But the headmaster sees through their pretense. He knows that it irks these people that the crew is uncovering and representing the story of a predatory, unethical, illegal business that made profit during the famine at the expense of the lives of a large number of people. But not everyone is placed at the extreme points of the scale. The actress Meeta Patil serves as the foil to Devika Mukherjee. She is humble, dedicated, open and sympathetic to the suffering of the other women characters, such as the servant Durga and the newly widowed hostess. She tries her best to alleviate their pain by companionship and monetary help whenever possible. Horenchandra Aun finds a rekindling of his love for theatre through the film crew, and he tries his best to help them finish filming. The headmaster, also the most objective and observant about both sides, provides wisdom and advice whenever necessary. Through the use of meta-cinematic techniques, Mridal highlights the ongoing scarcity, hunger, malnutrition and starvation that still continue even after a famine is thought to have ended. The actors and the director in the film play a fun game of guessing from pictures of starved bodies what place and time they might belong to. This is to drive home the fact that the result of hunger, malnutrition and starvation in human bodies is the same, whether it's classified as famine or not. To the poor and impoverished, it is a part of their life. It is a continuum. The very first dialogue in the film, ironic and ominous, sets the tone. City people are here to film the famine. Famine, it's written all over us. The script that the crew works on contains the well-used tropes of the 1943 famine. A nameless small village in Bengal, distressed by starvation and disease. Many have already left for the city. An old man's family refuses to sell his land to the praying moneylender. The son works for military contractors and is paid in insufficient, worthless rupees. The old man dies very soon. The son also becomes bedridden. His young wife, Savitri, desperate with a crying infant, decides to strike a deal with Malati, a widow driven to prostitution. When Savitri returns with rice and oil, her husband suspects her of defilement, smashes the cooking rice pot and kills the infant in anger. At last, Savitri leaves for the city. The film is edited in a way, Gangadhar Noshkar edited it, in a way that the shooting of a scene by the film crew is followed by the village life at present. And it provides a parallel between the past and the present. For example, the intense shot of the cinematic scene with Savitri is followed by Durga's life of helpless suffering, her disabled husband and sick child. This helps us understand the continuity of suffering from past to present. The shot of the moneylender paying on Savitri's family is followed by a comment by the headmaster that there are still people like the moneylender in the village. The crew consumes so much resources that it creates a significant scarcity in the village market where the people of the village are unable to procure necessities for their daily lives. An unnamed villager sarcastically points out, they are filming a famine, they are also creating one. In the end, the film crew fails to finish filming and has to leave for the city. But the tone of the ending had been premonitioned throughout the film. The overarching irony of the plot, the unbridgeable gap between Durga and Smita, the misunderstandings, these all culminate in the headmaster's confession. We are in two worlds, yours and ours. I was like you too. I also came from the city. I sought understanding. I did not succeed. But one thing I know, the fault is on both sides. The unending despair is echoed in the pitch black photograph, lending a finality to her drilling. Darkness at noon, past, present, and future. Sen successfully uses the self-reflexive techniques to not only showcase his comprehensive understanding of the relationship between rural and urban Bengal, famine and hunger, but also provides auto-critique of the art of filmmaking itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Rishika, for this very interesting paper. Next, we have a joint paper once again by Amrita Chakraborty and Richik Bhattacharya. Amrita is first year student from the Department of Comparative Literature, Yadavpur University, and Richik is second year student from Department of same university, same department. The title of their paper is Travel Vlogging Through the Spectrum of New Age Art.
Thank you, respected Chair, and good afternoon to everyone who are present here. Our paper is on travel blogging through the spectrum of New Age art. In our paper, we will discuss the reasons behind recording this experience through blogging, and we will also elaborate on the multiple skills which make a travel blogger. And the paper will also talk about why travel blogging is the most reliable review of a destination in the contemporary times. We will also delve deep into the ideas by which the skills of travel blogging may be developed and how these blogs indirectly or directly provide knowledge to and have an influence on the viewer. So to start the main paper, according to Helen Keller, life is either a daring adventure or nothing at all. Traveling is an escape from the contemporary ongoing scenes of daily activity, mainly as a refreshment. Traveling is often like a pilgrimage, helps us to rediscover our true self and redeem our potential, which is mainly believed by the Indian Orientalists. Travelers therefore develop a free spirit and inquisitive nature. Traveling is a form of education in the younger short and an experience in the elder part. It's a form of sport which helps us to access the various unexplored places. Indians like Vivekananda, Rabindranath Tagore had been influenced by their works after traveling through other corners of the world and inside the country. Traveling provides us with pleasure, thrice. First, through the thoughts of traveling before the tour. Next, when one enjoys the duration of the tour. And lastly, by writing travelogues, recollecting on the memories of the trip. Through the ancient period to the modern form of recollection of memories, travelogues play an important role in forming a bridge between different cultures of different places with lingual, traditional, social disparities of other places. A travelogue is mainly a truthful account of the experiences and learnings of a traveler which they shared through different forms. Ancient scholars like Yuan-Sang, Fahien, Megasthenes had visited India during the Mahajanapada rule, and during their residence for many years they have accounted in their travelogues the social, political, cultural, economic situations of the contemporary Indian society, which helps the modern students to understand the then Indian structural society. This proves that travelogues are written with various objectives and purposes which include sharing the first-hand, raw adventures of a person, exploring and validating the unique traditions and cultures of a place, or inspiring fellow travelers and people to visit a place. With the gradual development and the improvement of technological aspects, travel blogging emerged as a substantial assimilation of the traveling souls. Travel blogging did not emerge overnight. With blogging mainly refers to video blogging, travel blogging is the sharing of a traveler's experiences and adventures to the art of videography. It explores the essence of a place through the perspective and understanding of the travel blogger. A travel blogger creates videos which gives his or her viewers the live experience of the blogger about the special features, cultural natives of a place and their own participation among them. It is the dedicated hard work of passionate individual travelers who quested for different ways to make travel records more efficient. The social media platforms such as YouTube and the apps from Meta Network like Instagram and Facebook have immensely contributed towards the development of travel blogging as a form of recognizable art. The gradual improvement of Indian travel blogging channels has made a larger Indian audience to take the enthu of traveling and experience their own feelings. We can see in the vlogs of Slay Point, which makes the viewers more engaged with the vlogger, according to the comical depiction as the youth of his age are more vulnerable to the mimetic approach of the contents. Again, if one looks to the cinematic videography as seen in the Indian vlogs of Ankit Bhatia, where the content creator is a traveler here, tries to attract the viewers with the different angle formulations of cinematography. Aesthetic videos and chill videos majorly occupies the channel of Mythless Backpacker. India, being a country of diverse languages, history, cultures, practices, traditions, religion, food habits and festivals, is a hotspot for travel blogging to flourish and develop travel as a new age art. The art of travel blogging in India has been formulated from earlier of this century and in the last decades of the 20th century. From here on, my co-presenter Amrita will continue the paper.
The axis of less known travel hotspots in India like Spain, island of Corsica and Indian places like Manali have been engrossed by the Indian masses through these Indian movies of 2010. Popular movies of the 21st century Bollywood such as Zindagi Na Milegi Dobara 2011 and Ye Jawani Hai Diwani 2013 have been seen using the style of travel blogging by exploring the unknown through various adventures. As the characters of Irfan, Arjun and Karan of Zindagi Na Milegi Dobara are seen to dig deep into their sphere through various sports and festivals and have been describing their experience all through. Again, the character of Bunny from Ye Jawani Hai Diwani has been shown to carry his vlogging camera everywhere he goes, or the way he calls his travel book a book of dreams. It is through the art of traveling that these movies give an enriching and refreshing experience. Similarly, if one focuses on the Bengali movie of Shunar Killa, 1974, the Golden Fort of Jaisalmer and the western sand dunes of Rajasthan got recognized among the Bengali masses for the first time, which in the later period made Rajasthan one of the top places to visit for the Bengalis. These movies use the approach of travel blogging to show us how travel contributes to one's life. These movies, with the establishment of travel scenes, became very popular among the Indian households, which later inspired travel bloggers to emancipate the Indian viewers to grab their target by showing that what actually people will love to visit and what they can afford while traveling. These blogs in present time have acquired the place of most trustworthy review among fellow explorers for their exposure to real-life experiences, guidance, adventure and personal growth. Non-Indian channels like Walter's World are growing by sharing unique conveniences, offers, ideas, tricks and opportunities while traveling. It not only shares the pleasure of the trip with the viewers but also helps them in planning the next trip. This directly promotes the local tourism industry and brings a bunch of new tourists and business opportunities to the local gift shops and hospitality industries such as fooding, lodging, events and others. Channels like Fearless and Far and Eva Zubak take the viewers towards the unique stories and culture of a locality away from the mainstream. They bring out the simplicity and lifestyle of different places. If one focuses on the channels like Sailing La Vagabond, it opens exciting clips of adventure through their vlogs and boosts their viewers with a hope to cherish adventure and take vivid risk of enjoyment while traveling. Travel blogging has been contributing to the art of food blogging for many of these creators. The culinary attributions of different food cultures around different parts of the globe led people being so fascinated by the variety and history of food that often these creators have completely shifted their content from travel for food. The channel of Mark Wiens is an example of such a phenomena. Overall, these blogs have a huge impact on the psychology of the viewers and tempt them to visit the places. The ongoing inflation and price hikes also affect this freelancing travel blogging to promote tourism and different less known travel places which have a huge capacity to mesmerize the visitors. These popular known bloggers often get sponsored to attract the viewers to visit the places. Similarly, focusing back on the inflation and price hike situations, the bloggers often...
2 more minutes.
Yes, I'll wrap up. The bloggers often try to estimate a low-cost opportunity to attract their viewers for visiting the places, especially for the Indian visitors, where the majority population is of lower middle to middle class. The Indian bloggers mainly tend to keep their blogging videos budget-friendly, with different offers and low-priced advancements to boost up the travel exponents for the Indian viewers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this interesting paper once again. The next paper is by Ognibo Shannal. The title of the paper is Kothay Pabo Tare, In Search of Moner Manush. Ognibo is a student of Bengali literature. He looks like an ex-student of this college, doesn't he? Please go ahead. You have your 10 minutes.
Good afternoon. I express my gratitude to the Department of English, Ramakrishna Mission Vidyamandira. It's a great joy to be present in my alma mater. I am a student of Bengali literature, and the title of my paper is Kothay Pabo Tare, In Search of Moner Manush. In Bengali, the word bhromon, travel, is derived from the root bhram, that means to roam or wander about. Also, another word, bhrom, or delusion, is derived from that same root. So, in Indian perspective, these two words are interrelated. We are all traveling in this world of delusion. In the last verse of Vivek Chudamani, Shankaracharya said, "For those who are afflicted in the way of the world, by the burning pain due to the scorching sunshine of threefold misery, and who thought delusion wander about in a desert in search of water, for them here is the triumphant message of Shankara, pointing out within easy reach the soothing ocean of nectar, Brahma, the one without a second to lead them on to the liberation." Here two words, Vranto and Poribhramyatam, are significantly related to each other. In Bengali, Kamalakanto, worshipper of Mother Goddess Kali and mystic poet, said, "Apnate mon apni theko jeo na ko karo ghore, ja chaibi ta boshei pabi, khuje dekho antopure." O mind, don't go outward, search within, and you will get whatever you want. Almost all traditions of mystical devotion of Bengal shade the same thing, that all the sacred places like Gaya, Kashi, Modina, etc. are in this body. So don't roam around meaningless pilgrimage. So is traveling means only the comedy of delusions, or in another aspect, it means self-introspection also? We shall try to find the answer. The title of the novel Kothay Pabo Tare, Where Can I Get That, by Kalkut, is taken from a song of Gagan Harkara, a Baul poet whom Rabindranath Tagore also admired. That is, "Ami kothay pabo tare, amar moner manush jere." Where can I get that? Who is my moner manush? The mystical word moner manush cannot be successfully translated in English, but we can mention that as man of heart. However, the song carries the sense of melancholia and pleasure together. Melancholia arises in mind for not getting the man of heart, and pleasure arises for the process of searching. Haraye shei manushe tar uddeshe desh bideshe berai ghure. Losing that man, I wander here and there. This song and those emotions are the soul of this novel of Kalkut. Kalkut is the pseudonym of the Bengali writer Somoresh Bosu, who was known for his deep socio-political insight and portrayal of class struggle and marginal lives. In his personal life, Somoresh Bosu went through miseries and hardships which were the destiny of the common people of turbulent India. He experienced partition, independence, and also turmoil of independent India. With the communist ideology, he portrayed the waves of turmoil in his writings. But when he started writing by getting the pseudonym Kalkut, slowly his observations and style of writing changed. The name Kalkut has a mythological significance. It is an acute poison but interrelated with amrita, nectar. To obtain the nectar, one has to endure the poison. So, he expressed the pain of bearing the poison of that time and wandered to get the nectar. He said in his novel, "If you see, you find my heart is filled with poison. To search myself is to get the nectar. Oh nectar, my body is shivering with the toxicity. Oh nectar, where are you? So tell me, beside Calcut, what can be the more appropriate name?" Searching the nectar, sometimes he went to the lap of nature, sometimes became a pilgrim and went to religious festivals of India, or sometimes he went to the unknown villages of Bengal and searched the nectar in the heart of common men and women. In this novel, Kothai Pabo Tare, his journey is depicted through a broad background and setting. Two kinds of wandering are described in this novel. One is spatial and another is temporal. The narrator travels through many distinguished and undistinguished places of Bengal like Hasnabad, Kalinagar, Moluti, Shantiniketan, Nanur, Shiuri, Bokreshwar, Joydev, Ottohas, Howrah. The geographical distance and diversity of these places are immense, but the narrator searched a unity through his own observation. And wandering in time means the narrator's travel through his remembrance. He wanted to dive into the ocean of memory and get the gems of childhood. These two frameworks make a clear distinction between the India before and after partition. Calcut had described his madness towards Roop, or the beauty of this world, which can be seen in common perception. But he could not be merely bound in this perceivable Roop. He wanted to get the transcendent of Arup beyond any limitation. These all are the ocean of transcendence. I slowly sink into it. Why I don't know, as if a tune is playing in an unknown, unseen world. Beyond one's limit, an innominate tune is playing. In this novel, Calcut's journey continued without any beginning or ending. But apparently, he started his narration from a place in southern Bengal where he encountered with many remarkable characters. One of them was a boatman named Adhor, or Intangible. He was the master of Parapar, crossing the river. But mystically, this Parapar denotes crossing the river of this worldliness. Who has the pebble of the divine boat is Guru or God. So from the very beginning, the text touched the transcendent. Then many more characters assembled with the narrator. Some characters are very common middle class people and some are residents of an obscure and mystical world. But in both cases, Calcut discovered the Arup beyond the mere limitation or apparent reality. If we find the theme of this novel, certainly we can feel the essence of love all around it. Love, like the transcendent Arup, come in this novel in many disguises. Sometimes it broke the morality of society. Sometimes it played some adolescent games. Sometimes it moistened the lover's heart with rains of sorrow. And it reminded the eternal divine love of Radha and Krishna. In the profound love of Jhimi or Aloka Chakraborty, one can observe the archetype of Radha. But unlike Radha, her love had only three stages. Purvarag, that is psychological state before the coherence with the lover. Anurag, the state of being drenched in love. And Mathur, psychological state of separation from the lover. But there was no Milan, union with the lover. The sorrow and mental pain of Jhini depicts the viraho, estrangement, of the bowels that is in the search of man of heart. It has been presented in the psyche of Calcut that led him to leave his social barrier. At the end of the text, Jhini and the widow Nayantara became unified, but not only the two women, but also many characters like the narrator himself, Achin Babu, Gaji, Gopidas, Mahato, Angri, Jogomaya, Abodhut, all of them became united by having the pain of not getting the man of heart through their own eyes. So, the sense of piriti or love became the sense of eternal viraho in this novel, like the song of Gagan Harkara mentioned earlier.
2 more minutes to finish your paper.
Significantly, Calcut had discovered a new India, which was literally other to the civilized citizen of independent India.
Calcut had gathered the voices, the stories, the lives, which are generally unknown to the educated middle class. Calcut had searched the internal nectar in the heart of the Sahaj people. Gaji, Gopidas, Bindu, Radha, Gokul, Sujan become India in the eyes of Calcut. By the words of the strange Fakir Gaji, he realizes the eternal simplicity of India. But peep through the doors of India, you see in the market amongst many, the vagabond says about the theory of life. Necked man interprets life under a tree. In this country, throwing the golden crown, the prince becomes the king of all kings under a banyan tree. Dances wearing a torn cloak, goes under the shade of Chatim, leaving all the modern pleasures, leave all the books. What can give me these things in the whole world? From Gopidas, Calcut learned about the obscure rituals of bowls. Jogomaya and Avadut spoke about the mysterious worship of Tantra. But the common thing presented in both bowls, fakirs and tantrics is the simple and innate theory of life, the devotion of love and searching of the transcendent that is existed in the small body. Also the oral tradition of these cults is unfolded through the novel. The mysterious songs make the text poetic and melodious. This text has many dimensions. One can read the text from post-colonial perspective, and we can get from this text the heteroglossia and polyphony of marginal voices, which has been theorized by Mikhail Bakhtin. In the secret rituals of Baul tradition, the Monir Manush means the innate soul, which is expressed in the eternal joy of love. It is unperceivable and beyond our perceptions, and it can be attained only through the worship of man. Calcut also traveled through the paths of Sahaj Manush, or innate man. Outside, he had searched for the eternal India, the divine nectar in the heart of common man, and his inward wanderings has expressed his realization. Actually, here in this novel, Calcut is not only a narrator or a traveler, but he is like a floating consciousness which is beyond any space of time. Like Tarapodo in the short story Otithi by Rabindranath Tagore, Calcut is beyond any worldly limit. So, from the Vedic period, the soul of India has been chanting one mantra, that is Chadoi Beti, go ahead, go ahead. To get the freedom, to freedom to travel, to freedom to explore, to the freedom to hear in veins the rhythm of the universe. To get this kind of freedom, Calcut had started his journey, which continued through many layers of roof of the enchanting Aru. The novel starts with the mysterious Adhor Majhi and ends with another mysterious Majhi or boatman named Shotto. From unknown to the truth, it is really the path of Calcut in search of Monir Manush. Thank you.
Thank you, Nico. Another interesting paper. And we have the last paper of the day. Another former student of the college, of the department, Orgode, and the title of his paper is Changing Landscapes from Travel Narratives to Travel Flex. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Orgode, an independent research scholar at the moment and a former student of the department and the college. The title of my paper is Changing Landscapes from Travel Narratives to Travel Flex. Now, since I have about 10 minutes, I want to focus on online travel narratives and how it continues to evolve. In the last few years, especially after travel restrictions were lifted internationally post-COVID, online documentation of travel narratives has become not only a source of income for many individuals, but it has also managed to string together ideas like online media presence, brand creation, management, and so on. So that is what I'm going to speak about. And yeah, this slide, the beginning of online travel blogs. So with the rise of technological innovations in the late 20th century and the rise of social media platforms in the early 21st century, travel narratives entered a digital domain. The first travel blog on the internet was uploaded in January 1994 by Jeff Greenwald. The idea was to travel without using planes, and I believe Kostavda would agree that the distinction he made between tourists and travelers. So the idea was to travel without planes to experience as many cultures as possible and to meet as many people as possible. And at this point, I would like to say that he traveled for 9 months, visiting 27 countries and writing 19 dispatches. And this is, now you have to think that this is back in 1994. And he had an Omnibook 300 with him. So only 19 articles he wrote, and they ranged from 250 words to somewhere between 3000 or more. But the thing is, and this I quote, in 1994, sending out a blog was an adventure. It essentially forced me to interact with people I wouldn't seek out during a normal trip. In my scattered ports of call, I befriended local telecom managers, diplomats, computer nerds, even ship captains. All of them were amused by what I was doing. The idea of posting travel stories on the web was utterly new, and few people thought it would catch on. But everyone saw the potential if it did. So I'm quoting this from Greenwald, and he also tells that in 1994, the goose days of finding connectivity. Nowadays, we are overloaded with data and information. But back in 1994, there were the number of websites that were on the internet, you could count them on fingers. So this is another thing he says, that which is why he had to rely on tech-savvy locals, whether in Senegal or Shanghai. And at the turn of the century, though blogging had become more about isolating yourself in an internet cafe and paying by the minute, I did it when necessary, but it no longer felt like an immersive or disruptive exercise. What had once been an expedition became a commute. So it became more or less a very normal thing to do, and it could be done much more frequently. And another thing that I'd like to stress here is that, which Jeff Greenwald highlights, that with the rise of technology, while traveling and means of communicating and being in touch with people has become easier, what he says is, nowadays it's not just travelers who are behind their computers and smartphones, but people in the country you are visiting. So he goes on to compare about the different experiences he had in Nepal before and after the so-called technological boom, and he says that that is technology, gives the illusion of creating community, but in fact it limits us. To me, it is the antithesis of what travel is all about. Now, he compares these experiences with the local Sherpas of Nepal, where earlier he could converse deeply with them on a very one-to-one basis and learn much more intimately about their cultures, practices, sports, and so on. But later he could not, because they were also busy on their iPhones and pads and all those trackers and everything. So, next slide please. Now I would go to this area of travel blogging by Indians, and I believe the previous paper, the one before that by Amrita and Richik, we will find some common grounds here. So as I was listening to their presentation, they told about how travel vlogging has brought the world closer and how it is a very realistic way of capturing what we might find in different places. Am I right in? Yeah, so that was what you were talking about. Now, I would like to go to a different note where I would like to argue that all that shines is perhaps not gold. Please, can we see the screenshots? Now, travel vlogging, it came more or less came into its own around 2013 to 15, and I have taken 3 screenshots yesterday. And the reasons that travel vlogging really took up, I saw 2 reasons, but hearing their presentation, I also agree with one more, that the availability of cheaper technology, as in smartphones equipped with better cameras, because earlier we used to have this 2 megapixel camera which would essentially capture nothing, but now we have 64, even 108 megapixel cameras, so very good to capture anything around us. So that was that, and also the cheaper access to internet. I remember in 2015 or 16 when Jio came and we lined up just in front of the college gate to have the Jio SIMs, but we did not have access to phones, so it was not an entirely legal enterprise, but we'll talk about that on a later date. Yeah, so between 20, and also I'd like to agree with their presentation that the role of Indian cinemas also had a big influence on the rise of travel vlogging as an enterprise. So as they spoke about the films Ye Jawani Hai Diwani and I forgot the names, Zindagi Na Milegi Dobara, and films like that, also maybe earlier Dil Chahta Hai to some extent. They had a huge role, and these screenshots, I have 3 screenshots of 3 travel vloggers. This is, who is this? Okay, this is Indian Travel Singh, and you see the date of joining is March 14, 2013, and 417 videos, 228,000 subscribers. Next one, please. This is Tanya Khanija. She also joined around the same time, 2012. And so what I'm trying to say is this is not a coincidence, as they also put in their presentation. This is the coming together of a few factors: films, availability of technology, and access to cheaper internet. So next one, please. Yeah, this is Visha Khandelwal. She also joined 29th July 2014. So this is the time when all these factors came together and travel vlogging took off. Now most of us here will remember that before the access to better technology, we had this one Kodak camera at our homes, and they had to be fed with reels, and we could not waste pictures. Whenever we went, wherever we went, we had to either stand like this or a little smile, but we could not do something like this or any funny poses or something goofy, anything, because those would waste reels. So when these technological factors came together, what we saw is an exponential growth in documenting traveling. So it is wherever we go, like Kaustav Da was asked this question, that overload has become the problem, where instead of experiencing it, we are always trying to document it and perhaps to some extent also exhibit it. So from that I'll move on to the next thing in the presentation. Yeah, travel flexing. So this is the last part of the presentation. Now what is travel flexing? Travel flexing is one of, if I may say, this is the one of the newest thing in a list of things that have almost become kind of a social status. So earlier people used to flaunt their incomes, their salaries, the possessions they have, but also nowadays traveling a lot or traveling to very expensive places or staying in fancy hotels has also become a way of showing off. Now I am not telling that everybody is doing that or something, but we can also notice tropes which I will show you via through videos to explain my point. Now travel flexing, Zabaka says, is the act of showing off how amazing your life of travel is and how amazing you are for having such a great life where you can travel so amazingly. It's using persuasive tactics and strategies to convince audiences that you are an aspirational image. So it is also the communicative process by which travel influencers position their brands in the market, virtue signal to their audiences, potential brand partners and uninitiated followers, and strengthen the community that supports them by generating social value or status that gets imparted to everyone involved. So
we have just 2 more minutes for thought flexing.
Yeah. The first video please. It's just a minute long and video 1, yeah.
The truth behind travel content creation without romanticizing it. When you see me post a picture of me saying, off to a new adventure, what you don't see is the stress behind packing those color coordinated dresses. When you see me traveling to a new place, what you don't see is the tiredness of being on the go all the time. When you see me doing solo trips and making new friends, what you don't see is the exhaustion that goes behind carrying my own weight along with the constant urge to feel safe. When you see me getting sponsored trips, you don't see the amount of brand calls, negotiations and creative burnouts that go behind it. When you see me speak on camera so confidently in public, you don't see the retakes. Add to it the weather uncertainties. Point is, I live 2 lives. So you tell me, is it fair to compare your 100% behind the scenes with someone's 10% well-curated Instagram feed? Kyunki kya hai na? When you see me post this reel, what you don't see is the doubt that it may not get enough shares and that people are going to keep neglecting.
So just at the end of the video we saw that the priority is also on gaining engagement. More than experiencing or sharing, the focus is on attention, grabbing the attention for the duration. Now the second video please, quickly, yes, it will take 1 minute. Although the video is 8 minutes long, I'll just show you 30 seconds of the video.
Sponsored by Squarespace.
Just
helping
skip
you
this
build
bit,
your own
10 seconds
beautiful
or so.
website.
Okay, let it do it. So this is the exact presentation of travel flexing.
I wanted it to be and more. It was the kind of trip that gets you enough content to post on Instagram for a whole month so that everyone thinks you're constantly traveling. The kind of trip that changes you as a person and gets you at least 6,000 new followers.
6,000 new
I learned
followers.
so much about myself on this trip, but there was one thing that really stood out to me, and that is, you don't need a storyline to make your travels look epic. All you need is a voiceover in a soft, airy voice, and with the right dramatic pauses, it'll sound inspirational. I've learned that all you need are shots of yourself walking along the beach in a flowy outfit, leading your faceless boyfriend places. Places like untouched waterfalls, pristine rice fields, mountains I didn't climb, and blue-ass water. And with the right color grading and uplifting cinematic music, I can make average-looking places look totally Insta-worthy.
Okay, so I'll just pause it here. This video is available on the YouTube. If you just go, if travel influencers are honest. So that is what I'm trying to say, that we have reached a point where instead of sharing, we are focusing much more on the economic or the commercial aspects of vlogging, which is to gain more followers, to place brands or contents very subtly, to bring in more basically revenue and money. So to conclude, I believe that presently the area of online travel vlogging has entered a point where writers have evolved into creators and readers into viewers or consumers. So in such a environment, a few more factors come into play. Now there are political factors. For example, we had the Maldives spat a few weeks ago. Suddenly we had a spat with Maldives, and suddenly Lakshadweep came into the forefront as the new place to be. And obviously we have the commercial side where creators create their content keeping specific media algorithms of different platforms at the forefront. So they use certain keywords and phrases and taglines to push or to have the digital currency so that they can reach a greater audience. So the question arises that has it reached a saturation point? Have we come to the point where it has become very cosmetic in nature than realistic? So that is the thought I would want to leave you with, so that you can think about it and form your own opinions. Thank you.
Thank you all both. I know we have had a long day and you must be thinking of going back home at the earliest, but still these speakers who have worked so hard to come up with such interesting papers, they deserve your responses. So can we have a couple of them? Questions, responses, comments, anything? Please, the host.
Also, as a matter of fact, travel blogging because still you have to give from your place.
The thing is, when you go on YouTube, you find a large number of Indian railway vloggers. There's several well-known names. One of them is Chinmay Kole. The other ones are called Railway Getaway. Then there is one called Made in India. Now I follow all of them. They undertake vlogging videos of long railway journeys, right? This, for instance, is also something that falls probably into your area of interest. For that matter, the kind of thing that I think Dr. Kostabrai was talking about. There are also so many people who travel by bike. Today there are a large number of bikers who almost compete with each other in ways I think it's dangerous. They travel from Kolkata to Ladakh in about 2 days or something. Well, if you have anything to say on this.
Is there a question or is this more of?
It's just more of a comment.
Yeah, so we have all kinds of traveling now that things have become accessible. For example, Dr. Costa was telling, we saw a picture with the name Royal Enfield because that is the bike he was using at that point. And he also pointed out Harley Davidson. But back at a point, they were almost something we could not aspire to. I'm talking about middle class Indians, we could not really aspire to. But now these brands, what they're trying to cater to the lower income markets. For example, I can give you the example of Hunter 350.
No, you're talking about a specific mode of transport.
Yeah.
I'm talking about things like, say, railways,
yes,
where these people simply book tickets, right? And sometimes they book tickets on AC first class, and sometimes they go by sleeper class.
Yes.
It doesn't matter. Some of them travel by local trains. So that's what I'm trying to say, that there is none of this affordability at any point, particularly when you add the payment structure of, say, YouTube or Instagram, for that matter.
So whenever they make them, I'm not saying that everybody does it. I'm saying that this has started being in the
who has a wide experience of traveling far and corner of India, photographing the remotest part of India. Now, there are some details that you must know about this person, that he was working in a corporate sector, a successful engineer, then he suddenly left his job and devoted himself to the task of photography. Ritayan Mukherjee, he is popularly known as Rick, is a Kolkata-based photographer and the People's Archive of Rural India, that is Paris Senior Fellow. He is working on a long-term project that documents the lives of pastoral and nomadic communities in India. His work has been widely published in national and international journals, and we have reasons to believe that this is going to be an exciting session for the next 30 minutes. So over to Ritayan.
Hello everyone. Subhrata, thanks for the lovely introduction. I can see Professor Majumdar at the back end. Thank you again for the inviting. So basically, I am Rick and I used to work for a shipping company. Then I got bored with my job, then I left it. So before I left it, so I picked up photography as the amateur photographer. So after a while, I also got bored with being amateur photographer. So I started, so I went to meet a friend in Kutch, which is in Gujarat. So on the way I saw a group of people migrating with the camels. I mean, like walking around with the camels with the pack of the bags and everything. So I just become very curious, like, so I started doing a bit of research, and it lands me or leads me towards a incredible world of Indian nomadic pastoralist. আমাদের বাংলায় যাযাবর পশুপালক, তো যেটা নিয়ে খুব কম কাজ হয়েছে আমাদের ইন্ডিয়াতে। ইজ নট মাচ অফ আ পিপল, ইভেন ইন্ডিয়া গভর্নমেন্টের কাছেও খুব একটা ডেটা নেই যে আমাদের দেশে কতজন আছে আর কি, মানে পশুপালক আছে। তো ইট জাস্ট আমি যেহেতু শিপিং কোম্পানিতে কাজ করেছি, সো আই মুভ থ্রু আউট মাই লাইফ, লিভ মেনি প্লেসেস, সো দিস ইজ সামথিং রিলেটেড উইথ দ্য মাইগ্রেশন, also with a group of people who migrate, packing their homes and everything. The project name is, I named it Santé, which is a French term. So this is how it, this is the name of the project. So the project is basically funded by People's Circle of Rural India, then Center for Pastoralism, and IRL's this one, South Africa. So Santéর ব্রিফটা কোত্থেকে এসেছিল আমি জাস্ট একটা গ্লিমস দিয়ে দিচ্ছি। সেটা হচ্ছে যে this is came from a Henry David Thoreau's book called The Walking. It's called There Goes a Santerer, a Holy Lander. They who never go to the Holy Land in their walks, as they pretend, are indeed mere idlers and vagabonds, but they do go there, the Santerers in the good sense, such as, I mean, some however would derive the word from Santé without land or a home, which therefore in the good sense will mean having no particular home but equally at home everywhere. So this is the term for the whole thing. তো আমি একটুখানি বিভিন্ন রকম কমিউনিটিজের ওপর যা যা কাজ করেছি সেগুলো দেখাবো। সো বেসিক্যালি দ্য পারপাস অফ স্টার্টিং দিস প্রজেক্ট টু বেসিক্যালি, যেটা আমাদের এখানে নোম্যাডিক কমিউনিটিজদের ওপরে খুব একটা আইডিয়া নেই, দো উই অল লাভ অ্যানিমালস, বাট বেসিক্যালি উই ডোন্ট নো মোস্ট অফ দ্য ইন্ডিজিনিয়াস ব্রিড কিপার্স আর দিস ওয়ান, দ্য পশুপালক। তো আমি কচ্ছে যেহেতু প্রথম প্রজেক্টের কাজটা শুরু করেছিলাম, সো আই উইল স্টার্ট ফ্রম কচ্ছ। সো কচ্ছে একটা নোম্যাডিক কমিউনিটি আছে, দে কিপস ক্যামেল, অ্যান্ড আমি জানি না এখানে কজনের এই আইডিয়াটা যে হাউ মেনি অফ ইউ ডু ইউ নো দ্য ক্যামেলস ক্যান সুইম? নো আইডিয়া। সো ইন ইন্ডিয়া there is a community called Fakirani Jats which keeps a special breed of camel. It's called Kharai camel, and they can swim through the water, I mean like through the sea literally, to search for the mangroves, which is their principally system. So let's start from the Kutch. যেহেতু তারপরে আমি হিমালয় যাব, and I traveled to Tibet for 3 times. So this is what I do technically. So this is that special breed of camel called Kharai camel. This is Jat Ayub Amin. এগুলো একদম কোস্টাল গুজরাটের ইন্ডিয়া পাকিস্তান বর্ডারের কাছাকাছি এই জিনিসগুলো দেখা যায়। They pack and go everywhere. This is how they migrate. This is where they live. This is a place called Pakha. This entire home, when they migrate, they can pack and go. This is totally মানে একদম রিমুভ করা যায়। This is an Fakirani Jat Mohila shepherd camel herder trying to control this thing. See, this is how they swim through the water. It's taken somewhere in the Jamnagar. এটা ম্যানগ্রোভ একটা সি এর আন্ডার, এগুলো বিভিন্ন আইল্যান্ড আছে। সো দিস ইজ ওয়ান অফ দ্যাম। তো রিজনটা যেটা কারণে এরা ম্যানগ্রোভের জন্য ঘুরে বেড়ায় সেটা হচ্ছে দিস ক্যামেলস আর ভেরি মাচ ডিপেন্ডেন্ট অন this mangrove seeds or mangrove plantation na khele for a long time, they can die because of the dehydration. So era kore ki camels gulo kothao jay graze kore 4-5 days er jonno, then they come back for the fresh water. এটা ওই উলের বিউটি কম্পিটিশন হচ্ছিল, তো সেখানে উটেদের বিউটি কম্পিটিশন ইজ ওয়ান অফ দ্য সিন ওভার দেয়ার। This is a camel medical camp which I just photographed. এখন কিছু কিছু ফ্যামিলি আস্তে আস্তে যেহেতু মানে the modernization progress, they started living in the house, which is mostly comes under PM Awas Yojana and all stuff. It 2-3 years back, like I took this photo before the Eid. Their handicrafts are amazing, so this is one of that. So now I'll give a glimpse of this thing. So since Gujarat, everywhere the industrialization is progressing, so এইটা একটা ম্যানগ্রোভ এরিয়া where they are highly dependent on, but the problem হচ্ছে এই camel milk is one of their main মানে selling USP. এখন খুব demand camel milk এর. Amul, Advait, all the big companies, they started buying camel milk because it's a anti-diabetic thing. So it's chocolates and everywhere. So you can find it in Amazon also, and they are one of the major suppliers. So এটা খুব খরা প্রবণ এলাকা, সেই জন্য লাইক the people generally, if they settle somewhere, they go for like long time. This is a dust storm. সেই ক্যামেলগুলো ম্যানগ্রোভ খেতে খেতে ঘুরে বেড়ায় বিভিন্ন জায়গায়। The problem হচ্ছে the industrialization এত বেড়ে গেছে যে these mangroves are constantly getting destroyed, and illegal salt pans are coming up everywhere, which is creating problem for the camels, and they are dying. It's a dying breed right now, endangered species. So these are some of the photos I took with them in the night. এরম করে পশুপালকরা রাত্রিরে ঘুমোয়, and this all grazing ground is gone entirely. Electricity, this thing is came up. This is the chapter 1 from Fakirani Jats of Kutch. So question ki ekhon nobo na last e ekdom?
As you wish.
So any questions?
Yes. I want to know, how is this, how are they different from, say, the camels that are being bred at Bikaner, places like Bikaner where they have this camel research institute? So are they different?
They are different because these camels are basically coastal ecology এর জন্য camel গুলো তৈরি হয়েছে. Bikaner camel cannot survive in the arid coastal areas of Kutch. No, they cannot. They cannot. They tried and failed. These are the indigenous breed, like you cannot this thing. Like Gujarat, there is a donkey breed. If I can tell you, people will don't believe. There is a donkey breed in Gujarat. Their milk is 7,000 rupees per liter.
No, but these are the wild asses of Kutch.
No, it's only indigenous to the Halari region, Saurashtra. So you just cannot just speak and put them. So we don't know they are endangered. This thing. They are, but still there are. It's a listed breed. You can find it out in animal husbandry website. So ওখান থেকে one of my favorite region in whole মানে প্রজেক্টের মেজর একটা এরিয়া হচ্ছে লাদাখ. So লাদাখের there is a community called Changpas who lives in Changthang Plateau. So Changpas are one of the major supplier for the Pashmina wools. তো আমি প্রথম এই প্রজেক্টটার when I started off this actually মানে improvisation ছিল লাদাখের উপর hugely because it's a very I mean কি বলবো চাংথাংয়ের হানলে ভ্যালি is a very rigid area where I did this photograph for over 8 years. So আমি এখানে just কিছু ছবি দেখাবো. So this is what it is. So this is the tent where they live. This tent called Rebo. It's made out of the yakul. তো এইগুলো এখন আর পাওয়া যায় না ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জের জন্য because the yaks doesn't produce that much of thick quality of wool. So these all things are going away from India মানে because of the climate change. This is the pashmina shredding of a goat. এটা ওই এক্সটার্নাল কোটটাকে কেটে নেয় মানে পশুদের কিছুই হয় না তার কারণ ইটস লাইক মোস্টলি শ্রেডিং দাড়ি অ্যান্ড অল স্টাফ যেটা আমরা করি বিয়ার্ড দিস ইজ আ লাঞ্চ ব্রেক কাইন্ড অফ স্টাফ খুব হার্শ জীবন সো লাইক এই দুই পশুপালক ওই জ্বালানির জন্য ফুয়েল খুঁজে নিয়ে আসছে দিস ইজ আ ফটো অফ আ মাইগ্রেশন লাইক ওরা প্যাক করে ঘুরতে থাকে আগে এগুলো ঘোড়া দিয়ে হতো এখন মোস্টলি ইট গোজ আন্ডার লাইক ফর এই 4x4 ভ্যানস এই একটা জায়গা থেকে আরেকটা জায়গায় এসে দিয়ে সেটিং আপ আ কিচেন So these all photos are taken during time like 4-5 বছর 6 বছর ধরে গিয়ে এইটা আমি জানি না কতজন পাহাড়ে গিয়ে ট্রাই করেছে দিস ইজ কল্ড পোচা বা গুড়গুড় দিস ইজ আ সল্টেড টি ওখানে যেটা পাওয়া যায় এটা ওই একদল লোক এসে নতুন বাসন কোসন বিক্রি করছিল সো আই জাস্ট গট ইনটু দিস এটা একটা ওদের বিয়ের ছবি চাম্পা কমিউনিটির সেটাও আমার পেয়ে গেছিলাম আর কি একবার ছবি তুলতে গিয়ে This is a festival called Saga Dawa. It only happens once in a year, like বড় করে 4 বছর একবার করে হয়. I took this photo in 2022. এই মাঝে মাঝে যে ওই খবর আসে না যে লাইক ইন্ডিয়ান চাইনিজ আর্মি crossed Indian territory as some of the shepherds encountered. This is the mostly the region. It's called Demchok and Hanle Valley ভেতরে. So now here একটুখানি চেঞ্জ করছি so earlier কি হতো they used to be very free flowing area like anyone can go anywhere so now Indian army encroaching and they just destroying the ecology of the Himalayas and bringing up the stuff which the army vans are passing through metal roads everywhere and the Changpas they are constantly getting into a sphere যেখানে মানে fencing everywhere. This is a photo related to the climate change because these goats are very sensitive with the changing winter pattern. এটা একটা অক্টোবর মাসে sudden hailstorm এ a community people who lost a lot of goats. This is a winter photo. এখন কিন্তু এরকম বরফও পড়ে না and this is the end shot. So this is how it is for the Champa communities. So any questions? Either connect করতে পারছি না or it's not getting connected or not getting questions. দুটো হতে পারে.
My purpose that একটা তো আপনি দেখালেন ওই যে একটা টু হুইলার ঠিক টু হুইলার ওখানে কি করে চলবে
ব্যাটারি ও সামটাইমস কি
আমি স্কিডিং এর কথা বলছি কারণ চেইন থাকে না যেটা
ওরা ট্রাই করে অনেক কিছু জিনিস আমি দেখেছি চেন টেন বেঁধে বেরিয়ে পড়ে I have seen weirdest অ্যান্ড সিম্পল লাইফস্টাইল, হ্যাঁ, পাতায় চা খাওয়া থেকে শুরু করে এইরকম অদ্ভুত অদ্ভুত কাজ, এই হচ্ছে ব্যাপার। মানে এই আগের ছবিটা তো করে এরকম ঘষে 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 4 মিনিট করে নিয়ে গিয়ে, এটা আমি আসলে খুব অ্যাক্সিডেন্টলি ছবিটা পেয়েছিলাম আর কি, জাস্ট বিকজ অফ দ্য মানে গাড়ির পাশ দিয়ে দেখি আটকে গেছে। অ্যান্ড দিস ইজ আ রিভার, বেসিক্যালি এই ছবিটাও একটা রিভারের উপরেই তোলা। বেসিক্যালি চাংথাং ইজ ইউজ টু বি, মানে আগে ওটা টিবেটের সঙ্গে, দিস ইজ আ কানেক্টেড সিকোয়েন্স অফ দ্য টিবেট। তো এখন তো বর্ডার টর্ডার হয়ে গেছে, তো এদের রিচুয়ালস অ্যান্ড এভরিথিং হোয়াট ইজ মোস্টলি রিলেটেড উইথ দ্য টিবেট অনলি। সো এই হচ্ছে ব্যাপার। Yeah, of course. Sheep খায়, yak খায়, সব খায়। Even মানে yak is an endangered species now, so they don't eat it. But মরে টরে গেলে খেয়ে টেয়ে নেয় আর কি, মানে আমিও খেয়েছি বহুবার, so that's not the thing. কিচ্ছু থাকে না, মাখন থাকে, নুন থাকে আর চা থাকে। It's called পোচা, এটা কাশ্মীরেও পাওয়া যায়। সাম্পা is a beer. আচ্ছা, মানে অলরেডি 15-20 মিনিট হয়ে গেছে। না না, বেশি। আচ্ছা, এবার আমি একটু ছোট্ট করে টিবেটে চলে যাই। আই বিন টু টিবেট ফর লাইক 2-3 টাইমস, সো ওয়েলকাম। এটা একটা জৈকি গ্রাসল্যান্ড বলে একটা জায়গা টিবেটের। এই ছবিগুলো আসলে ঠিক করে সাজানো নেই অতটা, তো জৈকি বলে একটা গ্রাসল্যান্ড, বিকজ আই ওয়ান্টেড টু সি টিবেট, সো আই ওয়েন্ট টিবেট। I lived in China for 2 years.
So you came inwards?
No, এখান থেকে টিবেট যাওয়া খুব সোজা। So basically all you need to get a Chinese visa. এখান থেকে কুনমিন বলে একটা জায়গা আছে, কুনমিন থেকে আরেকটা ফ্লাইট নিয়ে চেংডু যেতে হয়। চেংডু ইজ লাইক where all the panda lives. So একদিন পান্ডা দেখে নিয়ে I have my good contacts, দিয়ে দেবো, কোনো চাপ নেই। So this is also like where the grassland, মানে এই আরেকটা কালো তাঁবু আর কি। এই ইয়াকে দু very thicker and sweet. হ্যাঁ, মানে ওই আরো ঠিক, মানে technically I have done 3 stories only on how climate change are killing yaks. এটা একটা ইয়াক মরে গেছিল ওই রিভার ক্রস করার সময়, তো বাইকের পেছনে বেঁধে তুলে নিয়ে চলে আসে। So he is the guy, main guy, গঙ্খ বলে, আমারই বন্ধু। ওরই ফ্যামিলি যে ছবিগুলো দেখলেন, তো he is the only one who adopted the Chinese language and English, সমস্ত কিছু শিখে নিয়ে he runs a thing. এটা একটা বিয়ের ছবি। এবার ব্যাপারটা হচ্ছে এইবার একটু পলিটিক্যাল। চায়না যেহেতু আস্তে আস্তে টিবেটকে ঘিরে নিয়েছে, So they are putting fences everywhere. এবার ফেন্স করে দেওয়ার মতলব হচ্ছে যখন when you are nomadic community, if you are constantly putting inside a barbed wire, so they are bound to lose their mobility. So that's how Chinese government took an entire control of the Tibetan population, mostly this thing. And করে ফেলার পর either maximum people they are giving up their tradition of livelihood, or they are becoming a construction worker, and they started living in this bad quality houses, মানে যেটা হওয়ার কথা নয়. Same thing is happening with the tribals in India also. Most of the cases it's a different thing. And এখন maximum Tibetan population they are very much into American sports. Also they are into horse riding like this. And aste aste this is how Tibetan nomadism যেখান থেকে everything started. It became like a tourist place যেখানে এইরকম টেন্ট করে দেওয়া আছে যেখানে চাইনিজ বিলিয়নাররা গিয়ে মানে just they pollute everything. So this is the last thing মানে from Tibet. আর যেটা লাস্ট আমি দেখাবো সেটা হচ্ছে this is our Arunachal. এটা মানে all these people live in, আমি জানি না কতজন এখানে, how many people are interested in trekking?
I haven't done yet, but I'm interested.
So there is a Bailey's Trail trek. Do you know anyone about it? So these all photographs taken inside a Bailey's Trail trek. The Bailey's Trail trek হচ্ছে অরুণাচলের ওয়েস্ট কেমিং ডিস্ট্রিক্টের একটা রিমোট পয়েন্ট থেমবাং থেকে শুরু হয়, and that entire route goes up to Lhasa. So there are two foreigners ছিলেন যারা Baileys, Captain Bailey, they took this trail and went up to Lhasa. তো এখন তো যেতে পারে না, but like this route is basically used by right now the yak herders of Arunachal Pradesh who are known as the Brukpa. So I worked with them 2-3 times, lived with them. So here are some of their photos. এগুলো কিন্তু প্রপার ইয়ার না, this is a place called, this thing called zoo, DZO. So these zoos are basically a mix of yak and cattle. The unlike other nomadic community, they live inside the thick jungle, যেখানে পৌঁছানোটা খুব একটা বেশ কমপ্লিকেটেড একটা ম্যাটার. So they are making the yak cheese, it's called churpi. New market you can buy churpi, yes. It's very expensive. This is one of the photo during migration. This is how they migrate. This is how they live in the middle points. This is an injured yak cub. Another injured yak cub. A dead yak and the chopped off head. এই মাইগ্রেশনের ফ্রিকোয়েন্সিটা আমার যেটা হচ্ছে সেটা হচ্ছে যে আমি খুব সিম্পল করে যদি বোঝাই, তাহলে এরা উইন্টার টাইমে দে জেনারেলি কাম ক্লোজ টু দেয়ার ভিলেজ, অ্যান্ড দ্য সামার টাইম দে উইল গো টু দ্য টপ. দ্য রিজন বিহাইন্ড দিস, ওরা যখন দূরে চলে যায়, মানে ইন দ্য সামার টাইম, ওইখানে তখন ঘাস থাকে, the grasses over there, the rangeland, pastoralist, the green field and everything over there. And then suddenly in the winter time they started migrating back towards this thing. So এখন প্রতিটা কমিউনিটির ডিপেন্ড করে. এখন earlier it used to be for Arunachal like March April থেকে they started migrating, কারণ অরুণাচল তো প্রচন্ড বৃষ্টি হয়, so they have to reach to the top before the roads are getting blocked, landslide and all. কিন্তু এখন তো all thanks to climate change everything is delayed. কাশ্মীরেও তো বরফ, we have seen all what Gulmarg and everything happened. কিছু কিছু বাচ্চা they goes to the modern school right now. Some work for construction companies. bro and all. These are like, their lifestyle is also very different what we have seen. Most of the schools are operate করে না, they are non-operative schools. This is a timing হচ্ছে লোসারের টাইমে তোলা এই ছবিটা, and this is, they are very known, this one, like archers, one of the finest. So this is the last shot for the 4 communities. আরো আছে, but like now I'll take the question answers.
আমি এমনি শুনেছি, জানি না ঠিক শুনেছি না, মানে গোটা ইন্ডিয়ার মধ্যে নাকি অরুণাচল প্রদেশের ট্রেকিং রুটটাই টাফেস্ট।
Because it mostly happens during the monsoon time. Our jungle trek is always tough. আর প্রচুর জোঁক থাকে, leeches. So this is the thing. আর ফাইনালি আর একটা আছে, আমি জাস্ট দেখিয়ে দেবো, সেটা হচ্ছে যে দেন আই টেক দ্য কোয়েশ্চেন আনসার্স। Kashmir, there is a group in Jammu Kashmir, it's called the Bakkarwals. Bakkarwals are very politically right now, they are under huge pressure because most of their grazing ground during the migration, even the top, they are all taken by the Indian army. So, মানে এত চতুর্দিকে ব্লক 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 ব্লক। File size are huge. এইরকম ছোট্ট ছোট্ট করে পাহাড়ের ভ্যালির ভেতরে they live within the tent. এটা হচ্ছে ওই দড়ি পাকাচ্ছে, মুখ দিয়ে ওরা ইন্ডিজিনিয়াস উল তৈরি করে। This is an injured horse's leg. Water crisis is very huge in Kashmir and Jammu, so most of the women has to go like 3-4 kilometers just to get drinking water. The handicrafts are beautiful, so which they don't sell, but আমরা একটু চেষ্টা করছি এখন এদের এইগুলো একটু বিক্রি টিক্রি করানোর জন্য। প্রবলেমটা হচ্ছে ম্যাক্সিমাম জায়গায় এখন এদের এই যে থাকার জায়গাগুলো দে টেকেন বাই দ্য জম্মু কাশ্মীর ফরেস্ট ডিপার্টমেন্ট, সো দে ক্যান ইভ্যাকুয়েট এদের এনি ডে। So this is one of the মানে area which I photographed. Is all people are like very tough situation they live. এই ছেলেটা একমাত্র one of the community member who became a journalist and doing very well. His name is Hanik Jatla. মানে you can find his work in internet. দারুণ কাজ করে। So this is the 4-5 communities আরো আছে, but মানে it's not related to the topic I want to show. So this is the end. So I can take the questions now.
Sir, do they have access to internet connections, the interior people?
They have. Ladakh they don't have. Arunachal they rarely have. But Jammu and Kashmir, all thanks to Indian army and movement, like they are so traced. So everything, like they get internet connection.
I don't understand the part. They live within the tents. And is it their tradition or it's because of the pressure?
No, they live in the trends. You cannot live in a park. See, most of the people are migratory people. Their lifestyle is dependent on the season, right? So, in the summer they will go on the top where the grass is there for the animal only. So, সেখানে তো permanent বাড়ি বানাতে পারবে না. So, they will live in the tent. So, So in the winter, যখন আস্তে আস্তে ঠান্ডা পড়তে আরম্ভ করবে, they will from top, they will come down. আবার একটা জায়গায় টেন্ট করবে for 3 months. Then gradually I will come back to the village, up close to the village. থাকবে টেন্টে. Then like again this thing. No, this is what they do for zillions of years. Like they are Koshupa. They are the Jajavar. Jajavar cannot have the homes, right? I mean, like risky in a sense to us. এখন তো আমার এখানে থাকতে ভয় লাগে যে রাস্তাঘাটের ট্রাফিক। That's the point. Yeah, I'm making a statement. I'm looking for a place in Ladakh. I'm very serious about it. So আমার ওখানে কমফোর্টেবল। আমার তো বেলুড়ে রাস্তা ক্রস করতে ভয় লাগে।
How much of priority is education to those students?
Yeah, that's a very good question. স্যার ভালো কোয়েশ্চেন আছে। সেটা হচ্ছে this thing is that এখানে একটা স্ক্যাম আছে। Government has the funding for teaching of the nomadic community children. প্রবলেমটা হচ্ছে টিচাররা টাকা পায় বাট যায় না। It's a huge issue. You can figure it out. The moving school of Kashmir, moving school of Jammu, there are zillions of articles are there. I interview few of the teachers, they say like, sir, ওরা তো ঘুরতে থাকে, আমি আর এত দূর দূর 10টা বাচ্চা পড়ানোর জন্য কি করে যাব? But actually it's not 10 kids. There are several kids, but they just don't go. একটা করে উইকেও বা মাসে দুটো করে ক্লাস করলেও হয়. It's a huge thing. A lot of লেখালেখি happened, but nothing changed. যেমন in the Ladakh, I have seen there is a Buddhist schools are there where Dalai Lama যে guidance দিয়ে দিয়েছেন, so a lot of people goes to send their kids to the this thing, to monastery, they learn modern language and this thing. When they migrate, they barely has access to the school or the education. But government give funds to the teachers to teach the kids of this community. But it never happened, mostly never happened. So this is India's unseen world of nomadic pastoralists. খুব neglected, অথচ India governmenটের 5.7% of GDP comes from these people. যে অথচ এক্সপেন্সিভ যে কোনো জিনিস এরা সাপ্লাই করে। ইন্ডিয়া মিট প্রোডাকশনের মানে there is a beautiful article came up yesterday, আমারই এক খুব ক্লোজ বন্ধু লেখা, আমি দেখাচ্ছি, 2 মিনিট লাগবে। This is a fantastic article which came in AESA. AESA is like one of the finest place working for this pastoralists. এটা যদি কেউ পড়ে বুঝতে পারবে যে how big actually the business is. But we barely talk about it. Yes, that's it. মানে প্রায় 1.5 কোটি লোক total dependent on this pastoralism এর উপরে। 4.5% of total Indian government GDP comes from these people, but still very neglected, and this is where I work for. So yeah, that's it. End of the story. So anything else? Questions?
Sir, are these people eligible for vote?
Yeah, of course he is. They are Indian citizens. Why they aren't?
But are they registered in the?
Yeah, but like they don't vote means doesn't mean like they don't. If the voting is happening, when they are migrating.
One question is, so when you pay visit to these places, how do the local people treat you? Do they treat you as an outsider?
I don't think so. They have. See, there are two problems. This is also a very good question. I love to answer. So the thing is that first question I expect from everyone. ল্যাঙ্গুয়েজটা কি করে হয়? So for Ladakh I have my driver so we can communicate. Arunachal they understand broken Hindi. Kashmir there is no problem itself. So like it manages. The thing is that all these photographs taken over the period of time. I've been to Ladakh for 10 times straight. So yeah, 10 or 11 times, something like that. So what I do particularly, I photograph one particular family over the period of years. So I keep them visiting so they know like this guy is going to come back again. So they start talking, and then these people are still very simple people. They will let you know easily. Anyone is traveling to Ladakh, somewhere in the Somoriri or কোথাও একটা গিয়ে এই টেন্ট সামার টাইমে কেউ দেখে যদি ঢুকেও যায় ওরা বসে চা খাইয়ে দেয়। Then you start talking to them and this is how it is.
আচ্ছা, একটা একটু complicated প্রশ্ন হতে পারে।
Absolutely.
এটা হচ্ছে যে yesterday we had a speaker here who asserted with great force that travel gives the traveler power, which is like dominance. So as a traveler, did you find yourself with lots of power and dominance? Or
No.
were you kind of...
I don't know. I generally do not, I never travel for the sake of traveling. So I cannot answer that. I generally don't go with the travel thing. But I only travel when my camera takes me to the places. So I cannot tell what this thing. So আমার মনে হয়, since what my perspective as a photographer, so it's not us are very important. It's this people voice is very important too. এটা যেটা আমি আজকে দেখালাম জগা খিচুড়ি হলো হয়তো খানিকটা, because like these all are part of my full blown reporting where like I have to write on their voices. So এটাই হচ্ছে ব্যাপার। ট্রাভেল করলে এখন ফান্ডিং এরও তো একটা ব্যাপার আছে। আমি জাস্ট চলে গেলাম বেড়াতে, আই ডোন্ট নো হাউ সাস্টেনেবল ফর এনিওয়ান ইন দ্যাট লং টাইম। সো দ্যাটস মাই পয়েন্ট। আমার একটা সিগনিফিক্যান্ট পোর্শন অফ ওয়ার্ক ইজ ইন সুন্দরবন, হুইচ ইজ আ ভেরি ডিফারেন্ট থিং। আর একটা আমার লেটেস্ট খুব পছন্দের কাজের জায়গা হচ্ছে ঝাড়গ্রাম শবর কমিউনিটি। সেটা একটা আই ডোন্ট নো ওয়াই কলকাতা মিডিয়া নেভার কভার্ড ইট। শবর কমিউনিটি আই এম ওয়ার্কিং এক্সটেন্সিভলি। ইটস আ ভেরি ব্যাড সিচুয়েশন ইন ইন্ডিয়া রাইট নাও। ওয়ান অফ দ্য ট্রাইবালস আর লাইক দ্যাট। আমি যদি ছবি দেখাই পিপুল উইল গেট আ শক অ্যাবাউট ইট। সো আমি না একটা কজ পেলে কোথাও যেতে ভালোবাসি। ইটস নট নেসেসারিলি লাইক I have to go somewhere and get the power to this thing. So
আমার কোয়েশ্চেনটা হচ্ছে যে ইন্ডিজিনাস পিপল যারা পশুপালক কমিউনিটি থেকে বিলং করছেন, তাদের মধ্যে থেকে যখন কোনো একজন সো কল্ড সেন্টার অফ দ্য নেশন, ধরুন আউটসাইড যেটা ওদের কাছে, সেখানে যখন সামহাও ধরুন এই যে ইন্ডাস্ট্রিয়ালাইজেশন হচ্ছে, ওরা যখন ওখানে কাজে যোগদান করছে, তাদের ভিউজটা কি?
It depends on Bakkarwals. এটা খুব পলিটিক্যাল একটা প্রশ্ন। ওকে, আই উইল আনসার দিস। লাইক দিস Bakkarwal community আমি লাস্টে যেখানে দেখালাম, সো দে কল themselves Gujjar Bakkarwals of Jammu and Kashmir. There is a community status is that Gujjar Bakkarwals community. The thing is that ওখানে Bakkarwals-এর representation ছিল in an organization, গুজ্জারদেরও ছিল। Now Gujjar peoples, they are very smart because they live very close to the urban cities. So Gujjar political leaders, what they did, all the facilities they brought towards the Gujjar people. So Bakkarwals they left out. But the thing is that since we live in a country where like political people gives lucrative offers, এই কাজটাতে ফাঁকেনি যাদের রিপ্রেজেন্টেশন আছে, বাট দ্য লিডার্স দে ডোন্ট ট্রাস্ট এনিমোর বিকজ দে স্টার্টেড ওয়ার্কিং ফর দ্য অ্যাডমিনিস্ট্রেশন রাদার দ্যান ফোকাসিং দেয়ার সেভিং দেয়ার ওন কালচার।
তারা কি তাদের যে কালচার সেটা থেকে টুয়ার্ডস আরবানিটি তারা যেতে চাইছে?
আরবানিটির দিকে যেতেই হবে, জানো তো। দিস ইজ স্যাড রিয়েলিটি, বাট ইটস আ ফ্যাক্ট, বিকজ মোস্ট অফ দ্য পিপল দে জাস্ট ডু ইট ফর দ্য passion and they have their no other livelihood. So gradually the younger generation, they have started moving away from the profession. They do not want to get inside this. Every 4 months you pack a home and go somewhere else. In the Champas of the Ladakh, the climate change is so harsh. So earlier they used to perhaps like যেখানে 2-3 বার চেঞ্জ করলে চলে যেত in a year. So in that এত unpredictable weather, there are no ঘাস টাস বাজাচ্ছে না, so they have to keep on moving. Like যেটা হয়তো 3 months এ করতে সেটা 1 month এ করতে। So and automatically internet, roads are everywhere, Indian army building the roads everywhere. So ultimately তো তুমি modernization এর দিকে one step at a time আস্তে আস্তে যেতেই চাইছো। So this part of my photographing stuff is mostly related to archiving and world which we don't see anymore, something like that. এটা আমার মনে হয় না থাকবে। Yes, sure.
I want to know about the medical facilities since they live in the remotest areas. So what kind of medical facilities do they get, or do they get with the modern facility? I don't think so. I think they use the herbs or something like their own. They make their own medicine.
Absolutely. Thing is that there are two things. There are two kind of medical facility we can highlight. Please see. The one is like for the medical facilities for themselves, and one is for their animals. So I have seen it's a very bad situation where the animal husbandry doctors, they do not entertain these people because they cannot speak and talk like me and you. So they don't give the schemes receive the schemes that government prescribes. And mostly they are healthy people. So like kichu problem hole they try to resolve by themselves, or else like in that cases kichu hole niye jay hospital. But like it's very bad. Even the child deliveries and everything, I have photographs of delivering a child and all. It's inside the tent only. So not possible. Also like there is like animal husbandry department minister I meet, like Purushottam Rupala is the animal husbandry department head right now. I did meet him like in Delhi last time in December for a meeting. So amra kichu korchi kache in something is coming up to registration of one more breed of the animal. So like he also saying the same, no one has ever done the like Adam Suram Sumari of these people. Amra chesta korchi, but I don't know. So unless there is a constructive numbers we have in our hand, so you cannot really put a pressure on the government to do so. But government is scheme ache. I am not saying like this government is not doing it, government or ager government kichu koreni. But the implication of the staffs from the top to the policy, just like that the education question. Teacher er jonno funding ache, teacher ra salary o paয়, but they don't go. So sometimes galo 3 মাসে একবার just to like save stuff. এই হচ্ছে ব্যাপার।
Sir, what about the relationship between two coinciding tribes? মানে আমরা very recently northeast-এ কিছু violence দেখেছি tribes-দের মধ্যে। তো আপনার experience থেকে আপনি কি বলবেন যে
no violence? What is the violence? These people are only a handful of people. They don't have any pack. They have a very stern statement. But this is, if I say this, like a lot of people don't believe it. So like one of the funniest statement আমি শুনেছি, just which I am বাংলাতে একদম খুব simple করে দিচ্ছি। It was spoken in Ladakh. They said, like when the problem started. I said when? They said the problem started when the civilization invented or started how to do the agriculture and farming. We started settling down. We decided this is my land, this is your land. Then we started fighting. We don't settle in a place, so we don't fight. And it's very simple. The same thing is happening China-তে ওটাই হচ্ছে যে তোমায় জোর করে কাঁটা তলায় ঢুকিয়ে দাও, then I have 10, you have 20, so you start fighting. This is the same thing.
Sir, I just want to know that are they harmonious, religiously harmonious?
Yeah, they all practice their belief. Most of them, like Ladakh is Buddhist, Arunachal is Buddhist, but they are mostly like they will keep themselves everything within themselves. And few group of people they are animistic, so that's not here this thing. Maharashtra and all, there are the community I have photographed, like they are right now living as a bonded labor in a brick lane. I mean like they used to be the donkey herders, but এখন আর কিছু করার নেই, so everyone become labor, 40 ডিগ্রি 50 ডিগ্রিতে কাজ করে. I think we can wrap up. 40 minutes. Sudipta, please.
I will ask a senior student here. Thank you very much.
So we have a 15 minutes of tea break now. Your tea is waiting outside.
Respected dignitaries and my fellow students of literature, I am Anushka Chaudhary, student of Brunware University, and I am currently pursuing my master's over there. So before indulging into my topic, which is a travelogue of my hometown, diaspora within a single state, I would like to establish as to what we consider to be a travelogue. Travelogues have been a significant tool for documenting people's experiences of different places and their diverse cultures since time immemorial. Its vivid descriptions made it possible for those who didn't have a chance to explore the world to at least get a glimpse of it through their power of imagination. This in turn gave them a sense of belongingness, as the non-travelers found a place in other people's experiences. Therefore, one can say that travelogues have played a crucial role in liberating mankind. Now, traditionally, travelogues only included written texts, films, blogs, but however, with the advent of modern times, travelogue also took a turn towards YouTube blogs, Instagram reels, etc. Thus, the ever-evolving form of text is very much visible in this case. If postmodernist literary theorist Stanley Fish's "Is there a text in the class" is taken into account, then one can say that a text is anything that can be analyzed. This ranges from a book to spoken conversations. Thereby, it is possible to contend that oral accounts of one's own experience also qualify as travelogues. After all, reminiscent narratives have been an integral part of shaping cultures and behavior. Hence, I have chosen my personal narrative as a text for this presentation. Now, my hometown is in Malda. I have lived there for 16 years of my life. Therefore, my initial cultural upbringing have been inevitably done there. Not only my memories of Malda, but my parents' stories about the town has shaped what I conclude as my hometown that exists there. Situated in the banks of Mahananda River, Malda is one of the largest cities of West Bengal, and its history reverts back to the colonial times. It was initially named English Bazaar by the Britishers, who had established a commercial factory there in 1680. But it was only in 1830 that Malda was established as a district. Malda is rich in its culture in terms of its folk music and dance that speaks of seasonal fruits, fishermen catching fish, farmers farming, agriculture, etc. Apart from this, the cities of Gaur and Pandua that comes under the Malda district are also enchanting tourist spots that showcases historical archaeological sites. These cities were once renowned for being the capital of Bengal in ancient medieval times. However, Malda is also mostly renowned for its mangoes, also known as Malda mangoes. These are fresh, succulent, seasonal fruits of Malda that is traded globally and is quite popular for its sweet and tangy flavor. In simple terms, Malda is a cultural mosaic of natural and man-made beauties. Hence, Malda signifies in my mind the smell of mangoes and gala time with my friends in Bandh Road that is situated beside the river of Ganga. So I moved to Kolkata after clearing my 10th board exam in 2016, and Kolkata was never an alien city due to many cultural similarities that Kolkata shared with Malda. Yet I was an alien here. For the longest of time, I was a small town girl in a big city with big dreams, who never understood the hard and fast life of Kolkata. This made my assimilation into Kolkata's culture and livelihood a problematic one, and thus rendering me diasporic in Safranian terms. William Safran suggested in his work Diasporas of Modern Societies that it is a feature of diasporic communities to carry a certain collective myth, vision, or historic achievement in their mind in order to idealize their homeland. Similarly so, I carried the smells of mangoes, the smells of Mahananda River, and the endless memories of my hometown Malda in my mind. This made me suffer from what After Bra had termed as the homing desire. After Bra had opined that home is the mnemonic concept that is cultivated by diasporic communities in order to survive in their host land. When these diasporic people try to return back home, they are disillusioned as their homeland has undergone severe changes which renders it unrelatable to the diasporic people. Juxtaposed amidst the homeland that is no longer their home and a place that is yet to become their home, these diasporic people suffer from a state of homelessness which makes their existence ghost-like. My case is no different than this, as when I travel back home nowadays, I find it stranger than ever, as gone are the people with whom I share fond memories, and gone are the smells of mangoes amidst the hyper-urbanization of the town. Thus, traveling back home is no longer possible, as what I call as home is only residing in my memory. Coming to the conclusion, I would like to say that people travel around the world not only for new experiences, but also in search of home. Travelogues must account personal experiences of diaspora as well, which again goes hands in hand with traveling. Themes of this can be found in many diasporic novels. One of those is The Shadow Lines by Amitabh Ghosh, where one of the characters, Thamma, is filled with angst while traveling back to her childhood homeland, Dhaka. Nonetheless, this multi-layered functionality of travelogues provides a comprehensive picture to the consumer, which only adds to their imaginative experiences. Lastly, I would like to acknowledge Ramakrishna Mission Vidyamandira to give me this opportunity to present my views on this topic. Thank you. I would welcome questions now, if anyone had any questions.
Now, at the end, we will take the questions. Okay. After that, I would like to call Ms. Anindita Mukherjee.
Before the next speaker begins, may I just inform you that we have the author right here, Vishwanath Babu. His book has really become an iconic,
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Anindita Mukherjee, and today my topic is Finding an Alternative India through Vishwanath Ghosh's Chai Chai, Travels in Places Where You Stop But Never Get Off. Vishwanath Ghosh's work, Chai Chai, Travels in Places Where You Stop But Never Get Off, is such a travelogue where the description of the mundane life, the details of Indian people and society provide the reader valid causes to rethink and rediscover Indian stereotypes, goods and evils, romanticism and reality, culture and society. As the name suggests, train journeys have played a vital role in this work. What is interesting is that the stories of small junctions like Mughal Sarai, Jhansi, Itarssi, Guntakal, etc. have come to the forefront. It reminds us of Ruskin-Bund's stories, Time Stops at Shamli, and the Night Train at Deoli. India is not only a country with a rich heritage, sculptures or festival. The integral part of India lies in its many details of the lives of people and their beliefs, culture, society, norms, virtues and vices. In this paper, with a comparative discussion of Vishwanath Ghosh's Chai Chai and Ruskin-Bund's stories, The Night Train at Deoli and Time Stops at Shamli, I would like to find out an alternative India. So my paper is divided into two sections, traveling by trains, and second, the behind the rail station. So in these two sections, I am going to portray the discovery of the metamorphosed Indian society and people and some familiar features and truths that remain almost unchanged. Traveling by trains. In his work, Ghosh claims that there is a kind of sameness in railway stations, and without certain identities like signboards, one can think that he or she is in a country where tea is available round the clock and whose inhabitants have two primary occupations, traveling and waiting. Ghosh's claim finds support in Ruskin-Bund's descriptions of small town stations in stories these stories. In both the stories, we find almost same description of the two stations, one platform, an office for the station master, a waiting room, a tea stall, a fruit vendor, and a few stray dogs. This is a common scenery of most of the small town railway stations in India. Obviously, the tea stall and the chai wala stand there almost like a guiding figure. But there are junctions like Mughal Sarai or Jhansi which had played a crucial role in the lives of long-distance passengers. These are stations where for decades, trains have been making long rejuvenating stops so that engines could be changed and the coaches cleaned and food loaded. For travel-weary passengers, the long stoppage meant a chance to stretch their legs on the platform and fill water and have tea. So over the years, these junctions have become a landmark in the lives of long-distance passengers. But the discovery which comes to the forefront is that in this 21st century, most of the long-distance trains have transformed into a self-sufficient mobile towns, providing people almost all the facilities. As more places are getting directly connected by new super-fast trains, these once mighty junctions have nothing to fall back up on except memories. On the contrary, there is an alternative India. In case of general compartment, the entire scenario is horrible to travelers. Arvind Chauhan, a journalist, shares his dreadful experience of his traveling in Patna Kota Express, as you can see in the PPT. A compartment that stinks of excreta and whose walls are literally dripping with speed and chewed up pan can challenge the hardest stomach. So the same issue in Behra Express is depicted in Ruskin Bond's work. The third class compartment was crowded beyond capacity. The narrator further describes that a man who was trying to get into the lavatory didn't bother to close the door. As the narrator was trying to get out of the train, it would have taken at least 15 minutes to reach the door as people and their belongings clustered up the passage. From 1989, the time when Bond's work was published, to the present day India, this scenario has barely changed. Here lies the alternative India, the part of India which is ignored in this capitalist society. Second part is behind the station wall. So behind the station wall lies a complex, diverse world where each and every place has its own story. In the course of history, India has been dominated by various races, different rulers and different powers. The places that become the center of this power, or places with rich heritage, sculptures or festivals, are the places that come to the forefront. So whenever someone thinks about India, if someone searches on the internet for places that define India, various tourism company advertisement will appear on the screen. And Taj Mahal of Agra will be there at the top of almost all of their bucket list. With the flow of time, history of the small town places fades away or becomes less relevant. Ghost rediscovers the stories of Dhan Chand or legends of Lakshmi Bai, or tries to find the meaning and source of the name Mughal Sarai, and in this way he brings to the forefront the stories of an alternative India. Now I come to my conclusion. The varieties of food in different parts of India, the difference of mindset, language, dressing sense of people, or the tradition that food is a sacred thing and an Indian rarely refuses it to anymore, are the things that Indians can discover and rediscover again and again. Thus the depiction of the mundane lives of people, the rituals, beliefs, or by trying to find out the forgotten histories of places, Ghost provides us opportunities to discover an alternative India. Thank you so much.
Now I'd like to call Avantika Banerjee.
Good afternoon to the respected dignitaries and my fellow literature students. My name is Avantika Banerjee and currently I am pursuing my Masters in English Literature from Brentford University, and today I am going to speak about Wanderlust Chronicles, diving deep into the world of traveling through the travel blogs. To begin with, in the words of David Michel, as he mentions in his novel Cloud Atlas, travel far enough, you meet yourself. And truly, traveling has always been a great way of introspection. Traveling opens the way of exploring cultures that have never been unexplored, experiencing the other way of life that is not experienced, and thereby it creates an unforgettable memory. However, the human desire to explore and discover new places, which is often referred to as wanderlust, has existed for millennia. The early example of the concept of exploring and unexplored can be traced back to the Elizabethan era, which later on was transformed to colonization, but nevertheless, In the 21st century, more specifically in the age of digitalization, our way of experiencing the world has undergone a remarkable transformation. And YouTube, as one of the dominant video sharing platforms, have provided a breeding ground for travel blogs by offering virtual journeys around the globe. Travel blogs provide several advantages over traditional travel mediums that further contribute to their emerging popularity. By providing a first-person point of view, travel blogs allow the viewers to feel as if they were accompanying the vlogger on their journey. This alluring experience further fosters a sense of connection between the destination and the viewer's personal experiences. Moreover, the vlogs often captured an authentic and unfiltered depiction of travel in contrast to the curated and idealized images that one can often come across through travel magazines and brochures. This authenticity resonates with the viewer as it presents a more realistic side of life, culture, and society. To elaborate on this idea, I would like to draw a reference from the blogs of Chinmoy Nath. He is a Bengali travel blogger whose visual narratives tell the stories of life. His content on Bagori village in Harshil Valley in Uttarakhand provides a glimpse of a landscape in India that is far away from the hustle and bustle of city life. Bagori village is located on the banks of the river Bhagirathi in Uttarakhand, along with the many small villages that flourished over the years. Bagori is considered as one of the unexplored trans-Himalayan settlements which exists like a hidden land in the Garhwal Himalayas en route to Gangotri Shrine. Now, traditionally, we have considered that a literary text is a mirror of society. But while analyzing this particular travel blog, or more like a travel film as a text for my paper, I get a glimpse of a life that exists within the country itself. Thus, any discussion about Bagori would be incomplete without mentioning the Jat Bhutia tribes. Bhutias are known as an ethno-linguistic tribe that resides along the Trans-Himalayan belt of the Himalayan range. Bhutia communities are mainly pastoralists and traders involved in multiple occupations like the processing of wool. In the Tibetan language, the word Bose signifies Tibet, that can be pronounced as Fo or Bo also. Back in those days, this word was associated with the Tibetan traders. However, Bhutias are a semi-nomadic tribe that resided in the high valleys of the Bhagirathi river system of the Uttarkashi district in Uttarakhand, India. The original settlement of the Jatbhutias living in the Bagori village was in the Nilang and Jadang valley at an altitude over 3,819 meters on the Janvi, also known as Jatganga, a tributary of the Bhagirathi river. Due to their proximity to the river Jatganga, this tribe can also be identified as Jatbhutias, meaning the Bhutias of the Jat river. As the traveler also interacted with some local people, that further reveals that these people from Jatbhutia communities follow seasonal transhumance because of their occupation of pastoralism and also due to the extreme climatic conditions in the higher altitude of Himalayan valleys. These inhabitants of Bagori used to live in Nilang Chadang valley of Uttarakhand and carried out the trade with Tibetan traders. Across the border, they bartered goods like wool, borax, salt, obtained from the Tibetan mandis for sugar, grains and woolen products in the Indian mandis and vice versa. Therefore, but the Indo-China War of 1962, Nilang Valley comes under the line of actual control. So, the inhabitants had to relocate to Bagori, and presently during the extreme cold months from October to April, the community migrates to Dunda village and sell their goods in the mandis that are situated in the Indian plain. However, since I have talked about village life in the mountains, I would also like to draw your attention on the village life of rural Bengal. So, in doing so, I would like to draw a reference from the vlogs of Ayan Banerjee films. In his video, he has provided a glimpse of Bagula village that comes under the subdivision of Nodia district. This vlog is not just fascinating for its cinematic shots, but also the viewers can experience the bliss of a wintry morning in rural Bengal. When the traveler captured the shot of an elderly man preparing jaggery or the local ladies preparing dumb cakes, little children playing on sand, this sight can easily evoke a sense of nostalgia within the people who were blessed enough to spend their childhood in villages of Bengal. Therefore, I would like to conclude my session by saying that Baguri and Bagula are not just two small places, rather these two are very culturally potent lands. And it's on one hand, nature shows no misery in decorating those lands, and on the other, it is the people and their warmth and affection that puts more value to these places. So, change is an inevitable phenomena in our life. So, as the world is progressing, our way of experiencing the world is also changing. Though there shouldn't be any comparison between experiencing a place physically and experiencing a place through a media, but YouTube plays a significant role in 21st century for those who couldn't experience a place but still give them the experience. Thank you very much.
I would like to call Samhita Chakravarti.
Namaskar. At first, I would like to wish every beautiful soul present over here a very good afternoon. I'm Samhita Chakravarti, English language trainer and assessor. If you have heard about Czech project, so I'm one of those Czech experts and also an independent researcher. So today, yes, I should also convey my heartfelt gratitude to the English Department of Ramakrishna Vidyamandira for arranging such a lively session on a topic that is less talked about or less nurtured. So directly coming to my topic, so excuse me. Okay, I'd like to introduce everyone to my topic, still get connected. My topic is changing nature of Tirtha Yatra from a mundane existence to a spiritual realm. Generally, the concept of pilgrimage is associated with a tough journey where pilgrims have to cross many hurdles to reach the destination. In India, the root of divinity is embedded deeply in the enigma of the mighty Himalayas. It is worth mentioning in this context that Uttarakhand is popularly known as Devbhumi for its holy associations Kedar Bodri, Gangotri and Yamunotri. This journey is popularly known as Chardham Yatra among the pilgrims. When Pandavas were on their way to Mahaprasthan, they built Kedarnath for the atone for their sins. They called it the place where one would able to attain their moksha.
by seeking the blessings of Lord Shiva. And again, the holy river Ganga originates from Gamukh Gangotri. Furthermore, Kailash Mansarovar is believed to be the abode of Lord Shiva. Hence, for centuries, many souls have been keen to travel to these serene and mysterious landscapes to attain their moksha, to uplift their spiritual ability. Now, pilgrims like Swami Akhandananda and Swami Apurvananda have expressed the toil of pilgrimage in their narratives. However, the trek routes have disappeared with the emergence of technology and have turned out to be a tourism business today, with all comfort and luxury. So my paper is going to explore how spiritual and psychological landscapes have converted into geographical landscapes by shedding light on the travel narratives from the late 19th century to the contemporary age. So the first idea is, how was the nature of pilgrimage during the late 19th or early 20th century? So the journey of pilgrimage to Himalayas has loved many travelers for ages. So Tirthayatra has been called, the call of divine for the pilgrims. In his narrative Kailash and Manas Tirtha, which is based on 1939 travel experience, Swami Apurvananda has addressed God as the only lighthouse to this indeterminate and inaccessible path. At the same point, actually at that point of time, pilgrimage was an act of renunciation, where people used to renounce the families, the pleasures of life to attain the spirituality. There was completely no certainty whether they would return from the pilgrimage. So it took months or even years to complete a pilgrimage, and the return from the pilgrimage was uncertain. In Tibete Pathe, Himalaya, Swami Akhandananda narrates his travel experience, which dates back to 1887. Now, Tagore used to say at that time that, Tagore has said, Himalaya বা সমুদ্র না দেখলে অনন্তের ধারণা হয় না. This particular line has influenced Swami Akhandananda to experience the mysteries of Himalayas, to taste the divinity that is embedded deep inside Himalayas. There he informs the readers that it took him not more than 2 to 3 months to reach Haridwar from Calcutta via Gaya, Kashi and Ayodhya. The toil of traveling is also evident in the lines of Swami Apurvananda. I would like to quote, "Pother shesh nei, koshtero onto nei." He also describes the pain of spending a night in an untidy shop, or better to say inns, where they were attacked by the bugs and they were lied on the mats of the rugs. So this kind of pain the undertaking of this pain of pilgrimage was evident in those texts. So also I would like to quote, when he was traveling on the rocky terrain, he says, "Edike চড়াইয়ের ওপর দিকে তাকিয়ে তার শেষ যে কোথায় কিছুই বুঝতে পারা গেল না। হিমালয়ান ক্লাবের উপদেশ অক্ষরে অক্ষরে পালন করে, অর্থাৎ ছোট ছোট পা ফেলা, প্রত্যেক পদক্ষেপে একবার শ্বাস গ্রহণ ও একবার ত্যাগ, সামনের দিকে ঝুঁকে চলা, মুখে লজেন্স গোজা, সব কিছুই করে উঠছি, তবু ক্রমে হাঁটু ভেঙে আসতে লাগলো, সারা শরীর কাঁপছে, উঠছি তো উঠছি। এদিকে ঝর্ণা দেখে হুমড়ি খেয়ে ঝর্ণার ধারে বসে আকণ্ঠ জল পান করে সকলে শুয়ে পড়লাম, আর এক পা চলবারও যেন শক্তি নেই." So this portrays how tough the pilgrimage was at that time, which we can't think of standing in this 21st century. Now, I would like to shift from the late 19th century to the late 20th century era,
where the technology develops and the communication system also develops. So the toil of trek routes were replaced by the bus service and other vehicles. Uma Prasad Mukhopadhyay laments this change of the nature of pilgrimage in his narrative Pancho Kedar, where he says how the toil of trekking was obliterated with the development of the communication system. To quote a few lines, সেকালের যাত্রী পথ হাঁটে সারি সারি, মাথার উপর বোঝা, হাতে লাঠি, পায়ে ক্যাম্বিসের জুতো, গাঢ় ব্রাউন রং, পথশ্রমে ক্লান্ত দেহ, অতি ধীরে চলে, মাঝে মাঝে গাছের ছায়াতলে বিশ্রাম নেয়, বড় পাথর পেলে বসে, না হলে পথের ধুলোর উপরই আরামে পা ছড়ায়, সাদা জামা কাপড় দুদিনেই ধুলোর রঙে গেরুয়া রং মাখে, মনও গেরুয়া, যাত্রী দেখলেই জয় বদ্রী বিশাল লাল কি জয়, জয় কেদারনাথ বল ছাড়ে। আর এখন বাসে চেপে নিশ্চিন্ত মনে কদিনেই যাত্রা শেষ, খাওয়া দাওয়া থাকার অনিয়ম বা অত্যাচার নেই, অকারণ রোগ ভোগেরও ভয় নেই, আছে পথে পথে বাসের ঝাঁকানি, সময় মতো বাসের টিকিট মেলার হয়রানি, হয়তো পথে বাসের হঠাৎ অ্যাক্সিডেন্ট, পথ চলার কষ্ট নেই, হাঁটা পথের সেই আনন্দটাও নেই। The lamentation is highly portrayed in the lines where he sees the pleasure of divinity is getting obliterated somewhere. He went to Kedarnath twice. One was in the year of 1928. In his first visit, he covered 400 miles with his mothers and other teams. And after that, in his visit, another visit in 1968, he informs the readers about the remarkable changes of modern days. And coming to the modern age of the contemporary era, now the contemporary era, where we don't have to wait for a bus, neither have to trek long routes, but we have numerous options starting from ropeway, starting from ropeway to numerous other private vehicles, helicopters. Each and every mode of transportation is available, from where the trek routes which took 8 to 10 hours in the 20th century, I'm saying. Now in the 21st century, it takes only 2 to 3 hours. Or if I give an example, Gaurikund to Kedarnath.
Time is almost up.
Okay, I'm wrapping up. The Gaurikund to Kedarnath is only just 8 minutes. So with this, I would like to conclude. In 2013, we had a destruction at Kedarnath, Mandakini. I just have a last question. That is it not an indication that we should preserve the sanctity of these holy places? Should we not construct so many buildings and somewhere we are losing the sanctity, the holy, what should I say, the holiness of the place? পবিত্রতাটাই নষ্ট হয়ে যাচ্ছে যদি খুব সহজ বাংলায় বলি। Thank you. With that, I'm concluding my presentation.
হ্যাঁ ছবির সময় তো দিব্যি চলবে তাই আমি যখন ছবি
যে ল্যাপটপটা কানেক্টেড ছিল সেইটার সাথে দিয়ে রাখছি
ওই ল্যাপটপটা তো হচ্ছে না।
যেটা ওখানে ছিল যখন আমি ছবি দেখাচ্ছিলাম ওটা তখন কোথায় ছিল? ওই ল্যাপটপটা কোথায়? পেন ড্রাইভ ডিটেক্ট করছে না? এটা একমাত্র আমাদের বাপি পারবে। ঠিকই তো বলেছিস।
অনেক সময় পেন ড্রাইভ কম্প্যাটেবল হয়।
কি বললো কি ওকে?
Srinjani Sharkar, do you have a PPT presentation? Yes. Dipto, do you have a PPT presentation? Please come up. We'll take you later. So let us just proceed with the presentations and we'll call you up. Sorry for the inconvenience. So we're proceeding with Dipto, the last presenter on the schedule. And as we sort this problem out, we'll have our next presentations.
Okay. Thank you to the Department of English of Ramakrishna Mission Vidyamandira. My respect to Honorable Chair and my love and greetings to all my friends and co-participants who are in the audience. So the title of my paper is Looking Back Towards India's Natural Beauty and Its Decay Through the Lens of Vibhuti Bhushan Bandyopadhyay's Aranyak. Aranyak tells us of an innocence that is impossible. In his book Shriti Rekha, Vibhuti Bhushan wrote that he wants to capture the poverty, simplicity, virile and active life of this country. The picture of the heavy dusk, deep forest, Kasurania forest, all this. In Aprakashita Dinalipi, he wrote that he wants to write a novel on forest. There will be the story of silence and wood. In Aranyak, through the eyes of Satyacharan, Vibhuti Bhushan portrayed the wild beauty of a Janamanabhin land of Purulia district of Bihar. Mostly surrounded by the tribal peoples, the land has been raised from the river basin of Ganga. The narrator was appointed as the manager of the estate to smoothly distribute the property among the ryots. By the order of the landlord, narrator was bound to distribute the land among new subjects, not to get old tenants back. So the narrator had to stay there to manage all these things. The jungle land was of 20 to 30,000 bighas. The narrator states his condition while he arrived first time. Thus far, I had spent most of my life in Calcutta in the company of friends and in libraries, theaters, films and music sessions. I could not imagine a life without any of these pleasures. For the sake of few rupees a job, to end up in a place so lonely that I could scarcely have imagined it. If one was engaged in work, there was certainly much to do, but I was newly arrived. I could not yet understand well the speech of the local people. But as the time passes, the narrator gets so much attached to the forest reveals its beauty to the narrator. The beauty of mystery, quietness, wildness made the place just like a parallel universe. What attracted the narrator at first was the simplicity of the forest. Under the layers of uncivilized, barbarian, raw, unsophistication, there lies a continuous flow of simplicity that is detached from the civilized materialism and greed. For example, at the occasion of arrival of the new manager, that is the narrator, the people of the forest arranged a feast. They explained the cause to the narrator. They said that, Hujur, they are very poor and they never get to eat rice. Ground from kalai and maize, that's their daily fare. 12 months of the year. When they do get some rice, it is considered a feast. Your coming here meant they would get some rice. The entire lot was tinged by that thought. This is an example of unselfish joy that has no connection with the materialistic needs. It is very rare to be found in today's modern civilized world. But the forest is not only about simplicity and beauty. It has dark side too. The struggle for power is also there. The jungle has its own rule. The exploitation of weak by the stronger is also there. That's why, on the other hand, there were people like Nandalal Wara and Chotu Singh who are continuously engaging in looting these simple peoples. There were Philistiwalas who used to cheat peoples after the harvesting is completed. But all these exploitations are actually the gifts of civilization of which the local tribes had no idea. As a manager of the state, the narrator also tried to protect and help his innocent tenants as much as he can. It was a new experience to the narrator while dealing with his subjects. Every little glimpse of life was unveiling in front of him. Tragedy of the Rajput wife Kunta, ambition of the dancing boy Dhaturiya, unattached philosopher Yugal Prasad, non-Aryan king Dobrupanna, and his daughter Bhanumati, actor Dasrath. Life of all these people made the narrator think about the transiency of life. The life of the forests are beyond civilized common norms. It is solely based on local faith and belief systems. Narrator quoted an incident, that is, suddenly I was startled to hear a woman wailing frantically. A group of young men and women could be seen on the top of the high bank, engrossed in laughing and chattering amongst themselves. The wails appeared to me from one of the group. What had happened? Had someone shuffled off the mortal coil? Nothing of the sort, was the answer I got. One of the girls had made up with a woman friend from her parental home. It was the local custom that if a married woman met a girlfriend, relative, or kin who lived elsewhere, they embraced each other and began wailing. The knave might suppose that they had lost forever someone dear to him, whereas this was merely an accepted way of being courteous. Not to cry would be to invite censure. If they did not cry before people from their natal home, the implication was that they lived a happy life in their husband's home. This was considered a shameful situation for a young woman. The narrator witnessed many mystical incidents there that can't be imagined in a civilized society. These are the myths and legends that made the forest almost like a parallel universe. According to the common belief, there was buffalo god Tagore. To protect the tenants from the wild buffaloes, the local cultures of the land like Punna, Jhulan, local fair are folk traditions of the land. At the beginning of the rainy season, Punna is celebrated. This is the occasion when the narrator witnessed the poverty of the land. Again, the simplicity of the employee of Brahma Mahato, the tax collector of the local fair, has been portrayed by the narrator. Slowly, the narrator becomes attached to the solitude of the forest, the real nature of the earth revealed to him. He gets amazed and depicts his feelings as, had I been told that there were uninhabited tracts of forest and hills so close to Bengal, and that they were in no way inferior to the rocky deserts of Arizona or the vales of Rhodesia, I would not have believed it until I had come here myself. The narrator.
আমরা almost like 10 minutes touched, huh? So like.
Okay. The narrator gets attached to the real nature of the forest by worshipping it. He becomes devoted to the magic of the forest that is simple in nature but complex in terms of exploitation. The vast nature expands our hearts. The nature unveils herself if one has the sensibility to feel it. When all the settlements completed, the narrator was returning from the estate and discovered the land in a new way. A new India formed out of old magical unsophisticated land. New names, dates, places, peoples added as a mark of civilization. Forest lands converted into agricultural land. Though the old magical land remained captured in the pages of Aranyak, we can revisit and jump into the parallel universe through the eyes of the narrator. Thank you.
Is the presentation is fixed or no?
Yes.
So Orkojit can come?
Yeah.
কাগজে পেন ড্রাইভ আছে মানে একটু না প্রেজেন্টেশন
What's the problem now?
The pen drive transfer. এই পেনটাকে হ্যান্ড করে যাচ্ছে আমারটা পেয়েছি কি জানো না না আমার কাছে আছে আমি ভুলে গেছি
I talked about it. He said not right now, but you can go and talk about it.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Orkojit. Currently, I am doing my PhD at the University of Colonial. So, the title of my paper is Rediscovering the Land and Multiple Selves of the Travelers in the film Dhanak. So, as Raymond Williams said, culture is something that is alive and moving. And that is why we too move to explore the cultures within the culture. So, exploring the untrodden is one of the primitive dispositions of the human race, and traveling as a theme has always been there in our cultural history. Film, as a modern and complex verbo-visual medium of storytelling, provides a multidisciplinary perspective of looking at life as an amalgamation of different journeys operating on the same plane of reality. My paper aims to take up the film Dhanak, 2015, directed by Nagesh Kokunur, and look critically into the theme of traveling in the movie. The protagonists in the film, Pari and Chotu, are the two primarily who reflect the theme of traveling. Could you please change? Thank you. So the self of a traveler figure has two selves or two halves. A cerebral self, which is governed by logic and reason, and the other hand, the emotional or the instinctive self, which actually makes traveling not only about a physical displacement and discovering new geographical identities, but also about self-exploration. Rita Carter, in her book Multiplicity, A New Science of Personality, talks about a single man having multiple major or minor selves. Unlike this, Pari and Chotu showcase the dual selves of an ideal traveler and unitedly stand for a single self of a traveler. Subverting the normative gender hierarchy, Nagesh shows that how Pari, a doubly marginalized girl, and his brother Chotu, a blind, socially labeled as disabled boy, set out for a journey to Jaisalmer for his eye operation with the help of Shah Rukh Khan's grant, and explored the myriad aspects of human life and culture in the hostile yet beautiful sand dunes of Rajasthan. Pari, being sensible and visually able, sees the world around her and describes it to her brother. On the other hand, Chotu, the amateur, visually disabled character, feels the world with tactile reception. As traveling to a new place includes both visual and emotional pleasure, Pari represents the cerebral, whereas Chotu represents the emotional consciousness of a traveler. Chotu is seen time and again persisting for food and rest in most unfamiliar times, when Pari tries to manipulate him and does only what is practically helpful for their journey. So, Chotu, the disabled character, idealizes Salman Khan, a popular symbol of power, to satisfy the lack of ability in him, whereas Pari satisfies her marginality as the second sex in the society by idealizing SRK, a popular symbol of love and romance. So in the journey, their journey is entirely situational and unplanned. Being from a household that has hardly any income, they know that they have to reach Jaisalmer by foot and occasionally with the help of others. Enthusiastic music, along with the continuous shifts among the long and mid and close shots, capture the initial moments of their journey. Sometimes the frame highlights the abundance of the sand and tiny figures of the siblings in long shots, whereas the representation of the hostile nature and utter helplessness of the humans is seen. Whereas the middle shots focuses on the siblings, and the desert background with driblets of green signify the ray of hope and endeavor of the traveler. The land of the sand dunes was not entirely a new thing for Pari and Chotu, because it was their living land. It is where they actually came from. So, but it was the people they met on their way to Jaisalmer who made their places rediscoverable. Most of them were Indians, having completely separate journeys of their own. At first, they meet a truck driver who helps them by giving water and shows them the right road to Jaisalmer. He too tells the siblings that he wants to meet SRK2 at Jaisalmer, but he has to deliver tomatoes for his livelihood. Next, they meet a drunk man who gives them lift on the tractor and allows them to eat as much as giver they wanted. In this scene, we see Chotu singing a Rajasthani folk song with the man. Chotu never considers himself disabled and tries to be himself. The man treats Pari and Chotu as his own son and daughter, helps him with money for their remaining journey. This sequence shows the excellent hospitality of Indian people and their unique connection with culture. Up next, they join a group of pilgrims and later meet a religious guru through an apparently helpful priest figure in order to get success in their journey. The religious guru performs false magic tricks to cheat her devotees, and later the same priests plan to kidnap Pari and Chotu. This shows another side of India where religion and culture are so intertwined that religion in many cases are misinterpreted and used as a way to manipulate laymen. Eventually, they are saved by a lady. Thank you.
You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Eventually, they are saved by a lady bandit and treated with care. So, the fear of dacoits in some regions of the north central India shows the diverse ways of sustenance in the extreme natural conditions. It turns out to be one of the most interesting scenes where Pari and Chotu meet a Californian white man who is traveling the world to give love a chance. Although the man is a true traveler figure, he is not trusted by Pari initially for his for being a cultural outsider. Even then, it is Chotu who keeps his conservatism aside and assimilates with the other by tasting his chocolates with heartfelt belief. The cross-cultural harmony is expressed metaphorically when Chotu sings a folk song, and jams with Douglas Adams and his self-written song. Chotu trying to sing Adams's song signifies the cultural acceptance through the unification of Oriental and Occidental ideas. So this is the last slide. The journey takes Pari and Chotu to Om Banna Dham or Bullet Baba temple situated on the NH62 Jodhpur Pali expressway to fulfill their wish. Worshipping an inanimate or non-human object shows the continuous myth-making tendency of Indian culture. This divine bike stands as the unitary symbol of diverse journeys that every living creature traverses through. As conclusion, I would like to say that their stance as travelers are also different. Their journey is not for the sake of discovering the lands, but still they gather diverse experiences, just as the 7 different colors of rainbow or dhanak. Unlike other adults of the most characters in the movie are seen to be taking Pari and Chotu's journey not as a childish delirium, but with seriousness. To conclude my paper, I would quote Francis Bacon from his essay of travel, who states, "Travel in younger sort is a part of education, and in the elder, a part of experience." Thank you. Thank you so much.
Sukanya Mitra, please.
Good afternoon to the person of the seminar and to the fellow presenters and to all the students. Myself Sukanya Mitra. I am from the University of Calcutta, and my paper is not inspired from any movie or any book. Luckily it was my own journey, my own solo trip, which I have done in last 2 months in 2023. So the name of the paper is Journey to Bathinda, Memorable Cultural Odyssey of 2023. So the first day when I got the call from the university, I was being appointed as a research assistant at Akal University, which is in Talwandi. I know the name of the place Talwandi became so popular after Abhishek has done a good mimic of it. So when I was living there, unfortunately I didn't have a good camera, so that's why I couldn't capture much of the geographical things, but I did some research works there, and my job was to interview the students who were there in the university, and the project was on the first generation students, the first generation who were actually entering into the college. And now the problem was that my Hindi is a broken Hindi, which was inspired from the Bollywood movie. And there, the language they spoke very conveniently, it was true Punjabi, the Shuddh Punjabi they used to call it. And when I reached there, it was a huge culture shock which I have faced. I mean, I was living in a hostel, which I've never been. I was eating veg foods, and I was looking for some options for non-veg, which I didn't get. And when I actually went to the university, I was so young that the students used to call me ma'am, and I was like, please don't call me ma'am, I was just past my master's last month. So at that place, actually I have learned various things. First of all, I met new friends. They used to call me like, you are from Kolkata, is the place for Rasgulla? And I used to tell them that yes, I am the place of land which is famous for Rasgulla and which is famous for, and they used to call broken Hindi, like they used to say, Ami tumake bhalobashi and these kind of things, which was very funny, but initially it was not. When I actually reached the station Bathinda, in the train I was thinking that it could be the movie Jab We Met and I will meet some person in the train, you know, but when I reached down to Bathinda, it was quite dark. I couldn't even find a coolie. I had 4 luggages and I was running across the station finding for a coolie. Then I lodged for the first day at the place of my supervisor, which later on I realized that she was actually studying me, that I came from Kolkata, I'm a Bengali, how was I being, so she was actually studying me. And then, but I have met with some spirituality. I would say that I resonate with their spirituality because at the time of Diwali, I was missing my home badly. That I was missing my friends, the firecrackers, the parties, everything. And then they took me to their Gurudwara actually. This is the place where I call them that the Damdama Sahib Takht Shri Gurudwara. So in the morning, I went there. It was initially for me, it was just a place, just for the religious place, you know, and because I am a Bengali, I am a Hindu, I didn't get much along with that religiosity. And in the evening, they bought some firecracker and we had some fun. But later on, I used to get used to with their spiritual beliefs, and they used to have some Shabbat, they call it Shabbat, that in the evening, they does this little prayer thing. And in Kolkata, it would have been different that in Saturday, Sunday, we used to go for parties and we used to go for Nandan and Rabindra Sadan to see some beautiful theatres or something. But at there, the only fun was to hear their bhajan and shabad. But I would say that it was my first solo trip. I was never being home, like I actually went with my family beforehand, but this was my first solo trip, and it was a huge responsibility, you know. As a research assistant, my supervisor was expecting so much things. My friends were actually getting along with me and they were expecting certain things. One incident I would like to recall that after getting frustrated with their rules and regulations, I decided that I will spend my Christmas in Delhi. So when I came back from Delhi at my hostel, I saw that my room is not clean, my clothes are dirty, I need to wash them, and my colleague, she is expecting that I would help her to pack her things, which in Kolkata would have been different because my family would think that me onek din por barite esche o ghumok amra kajgulo kore dicchi. So I had to learn how to become
independent, how to become a good friend with the colleagues. And when we actually sat together for the meals, there were people from Kashmir, there were people from Haryana, Jharkhand, there was people from Kolkata, and we used to eat together. So when the time came for New Year, and we used to greet each other with Happy New Year, the Kashmiri colleague said that no, I can't say Happy New Year because it is not there in our ritual. So that was the first time I heard that, okay, we can't say Happy New Year to each other because it is not in their religion, which was a very important thing. I wouldn't be able to understand these things if I was not there at that point of time. And then I actually went to the interior villages of Haryana, Jharkhand to collect data, and every places I was being, and unfortunately I was held at the responsibility to the qualitative interview, which means you have to speak to people, you have to take the interview, and they who are actually talking in the Shuddh Punjabi, they used to ask me that, Madam, आप समझ पाओगे हम लोग क्या बोल रहे हैं? So I was like, no, my Hindi is poor, but मैं समझ जाऊंगी, कोई बात नहीं है. So I have learned these things to talking to people, getting to know of their lives. I met with new friends and relatives, and I made new relationships. I met with multiple religions. We were actually harmoniously living in there, and that experience was actually very good. Today when I came here to present these things, when I was putting these pictures, I was actually recollecting the thing that Indians rediscovering India, actually when I was there, I didn't rediscover or I didn't realize that I was discovering some things until I came here, until I present these memories in front of everyone. So I believe that is what symbolic interactionism is, that when you share your things with others, how people resonate with us or with you, that's how you will get to know that yes, what you have done. Because the time you were doing these things, I was not aware of such things. So yeah, that's my conclusion. Thank you for the opportunity.
And Srijoni, please.
Good afternoon everyone, myself Srijoni Sarkar. I am pursuing my master's degree in English and Literary Studies from Brainware University. Today I am going to present my views on traveling through eyes, the art of exploration in 21st century. The word travel has the connotation of visiting a place physically, witnessing through our own eyes and later narrating the experience to others. Most significantly, a good amount of financial stability was needed for a person to go outside their hometown and physically witness the place. However, with time, the concept has changed, giving rise to the idea that the modern definition of traveling enables one to visit places even if they do not have much financial stability. Moreover, the joy behind visiting a place is utterly exceptional. However, every individual does not have that same privilege. And this brings us to the understanding of the art of exploration in the 21st century, which brings the new concept of traveling. It is not always necessary to visit the place physically. We can travel from someone else's perspective as well. Books, for instance, have been a medium to explore the culture and history. Books can change people's perceptions of themselves and their environment by presenting novel perspectives, contesting widely held notions and unnamed conventional knowledge. To give an example, Things Fall Apart by Chinua Achebe is one such book that describes how European colonization of Nigeria altered Igbo culture. Not only book, but films, for instance, give a visual representation and understanding of time. The movie Begum Jaan by Srijit Mukherjee gives us a glimpse of what happened during the India-Pakistan partition, and being a part of this culture enables us to travel back to the time when it all happened. And this brings me to my own personal experience. My mother falls under the diaspora community. Her birthplace is Bangladesh, and she came to India when she was 10 years old. As Stanley Fish suggested that anything can be a text, therefore, my mother's experience and her perspective and her memories helped me to analyze through her eyes and her memories and nostalgia. Because of which I am able to travel to the 20th century to know what and where her birthplace was. Therefore, exploration or traveling does not always necessarily mean we have to travel physically. We can travel through books, films and perspective as well. In this era, specifically in the 21st century, we are all aware of the fact that a large amount of capital is not needed, as I stated earlier as well. Traveling through one's eyes implies traveling through one's experience, and this experience can be joyous or sad as well. Through digitization, consumers are able to travel to places about which we do not have any idea. It forces us unconsciously to place ourselves in their spot, to analyze their daily existence. We tend to forget that tribal villages do not exist in this time period. However, because of the digital platform, we get to know about indigenous tribes. Simlipal is a place in Odisha where the tribal people still exist, and this I came to know about when I was researching for my paper. A channel named Talkin Travel caught my attention, and she decides to spend a day with the Santhal tribe of Simlipal and tells the viewers about their natural habitats. Isik village and the Tau Dastarkhan are two hidden places in Kazakhstan about which the majority people do not know. But because of this channel, we are able to travel to those places and get an insight into how eye-soothing these hilly areas are. The reason for bringing these references is to prove that in 21st century, the concept of traveling or exploring is changing. We can travel through lenses as well. Next slide, please. The perspective of one individual is subjective, and their understanding of it is subjective as well. The way one interprets a text, which can be films, books or perspectives or memories, helps one to analyze it in a different way, which opens the door for further discussion. Traveling through the eye stands for traveling through one's personal experience and perspective. In this paper, I have tried to justify the title that I have chosen, which is Traveling Through Eyes, the Art of Exploration in 21st Century. My main focus was to show how in postmodern, post-humanistic world, we are trying to deconstruct the quote-unquote set construct. With time, everything changes, as does the meaning of travel. The previous notion of physically witnessing and visiting a place almost does not apply in this century. However, as I stated earlier, that there is nothing comparable to get the pleasure of witnessing the place or the serene beauty physically. But we also cannot forget that the art of exploration is changing in today's world. Hence, the attempt to show how it is changing. And I would like to conclude my paper by thanking Ramakrishna Mission Vidyamandira for giving me this opportunity and present my views on this topic. Thank you.
We have our this last speaker for the session, and like anything else, like there is 3 minutes of presentation that we missed because of the technical issues. Can you come and please do it fast?
thank you to the department for this opportunity. I'll just quickly take 2 minutes to show a few pictures that I've collected to relate to my paper. So my topic was changing nature of Tirthayatra, how it has taken a paradigmatic shift from the late 19th century to the contemporary age. So I was asked to relate to my paper. This is the origin of Kedarnath. So I just wanted to show how the religious place like Kedarnath have was originated by, this was created by Pandavas. When they were on their way to Mahaprasthan, they lost their way. At that time, they were carrying their weapons. So this is the place where they were stuck, and they wanted the blessings of Shiva to move further. However, Shiva was not appearing, and at that point of time, Bhim was able to find him in the form of a bull, and hence this is the origin when the bull just shifted underground, and only the hump came outside in the form of Shivling, which we get to see inside the temple. And next, so this is the origin. Can we ever imagine today when we go to Kedarnath? This next one. This is the 20th century development which Uma Prasad Mukhopadhyay talks in his narrative. So here we get to say see the changes when the Indian military force was constructing the roads. The trek routes, the so-called trek routes were getting disappeared, and he laments how everything was changing. This is, I just wanted to show the comparison, Kedarnath, Shekalo Ekal. It can be taken in any context like Badrinath, like Gangotri, Yamunotri, just to show just to present my ideas. I just took one example. So this is the Kedarnath back in 1882 or 1872, this era. And this is a picture from 2023. We can see how the influx of pilgrims has been there from the ancient era to today. I just would like to share at the end one data that I have. According to the recent data provided by the Ministry of Tourism, there were 1.39 million of tourists in 2022, and the places of religious tourism generated a revenue of about 1.34 lakh crores in the said years. Could we ever imagine standing in that era? So the main idea, just to conclude my presentation here with all the pictures and images, just show the last video.
में केदारनाथ में आई बाढ़ हिमालय के इतिहास में आई अब तक की सबसे भयानक तबाही थी। बादल फटने के कारण हुई तेज बारिश को इस तबाही का कारण बताया गया था। सहित पूरे देश के हालात बदल दिए थे। इस घटना में 5000 से भी ज्यादा लोगों ने अपनी जान गंवाई थी और हजारों लोग बेघर हो गए थे। उनमें से हजारों लोग तो ऐसे थे जिनका आज तक कुछ अता पता नहीं है। आज 2022 में केदारनाथ धाम आपदा के 9 साल पूरे हो रहे हैं, इसलिए इस वीडियो में हम डिटेल में जानेंगे केदारनाथ।
This is just a glimpse everybody knows of, that how destructive it can be if we try to ruin the religious essence of these places. I should not use the word religious here. I should word the spiritual places. These are not at all religious. These are spiritual places where people try to attain the spirituality. ধার্মিক নয়, আত্মিক, মানে আত্মার সাথে পরমাত্মার যে মানে কানেকশন,
যেটার জন্য হাজার 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 মানুষ না, কিছু সংখ্যক মানুষই পারতো সেখানে পৌঁছতে, এবং ফিরে আসার কোনো গ্যারেন্টি ছিল না। ফিরে আসতে অনেকেই পারতেন না, মানে তখন এটাই কনসেপ্ট ছিল পিলগ্রিমেজ যাওয়া মানে দে আর রিনাউন্সিং দ্য ফ্যামিলিজ অ্যান্ড দ্য প্লেজার্স। টুডে আরাম করে সবাই ঘুরে আসছে লাক্সুরিয়াসলি। কজন spirituality attend করতে যায়, just they are busy taking pictures, and yes, the selfies, yes, we have observed, we have visited the place. So this is the main idea that I want to convey, how the entire idea has changed. পুরো কনসেপ্টের যে পিলগ্রিম মানে তীর্থযাত্রার যে কনসেপ্টটা, তীর্থ কথাটার মানেটাই আজ বদলে গেছে আজ 21st সেঞ্চুরিতে দাঁড়িয়ে। With that, thank you everyone.
So we are all done with the session. So like we can take a break now. Like question and answer. Sorry.
If there are any questions, please responses.
I have a question to you actually. So, was your concept like this, that urbanization is making these spiritual places lose its sanctity?
Yes, to some extent you can say urbanization is creating. Now you will say this, yes, urbanization is needed. Everything, it can't be static. The passage of the era change, we have to accept the change. So yes, change is needed, and I do believe in change, but the change should not actually go beyond its limit. That is what I wanted to say in my paper. I think, that is my opinion, that the government should take some initiative to preserve the sanctity of these places. Limited number of tourists should be allowed at the given time. This is what I wanted, this is what I believe and I wanted to convey. So yes, obviously urbanization is needed and urbanization is there. So not problem with urbanization, problem with economic thing.
You actually answered beyond my question, so I got my answer. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Okay, then like this was all about the first round of paper presentation. Thank you, Mr. Mukhopadhyay. Thanks to all the paper presenters of this first session. We have our lunch session now. You can collect your food packets outside the hall. We are again going to meet after 30 minutes.
It was a wonderful presentation. আমি হয়তো ওই কোশ্চেনটাই করতাম, সিন্স শি হ্যাজ আস্কড।
আপনি যেটা বলেছেন যে কিভাবে এসেন্সটা লস হয়ে যাচ্ছে, স্পিরিচুয়াল যে জায়গাটা, স্পিরিচুয়াল এক্সারসাইজ।
বাট আমার এখন একটা কোশ্চেন আছে, মানে ইটস লাইক হাউ টু কোয়ান্টিফাই দ্য ডেভেলপমেন্ট।
হ্যাঁ, লেটস গেট টু দ্য বেসিক্স।
চেঞ্জ ইজ নিডেড, রাইট?
চেঞ্জ ইজ নিডেড, মানে কৈলাস মানুষ মানে এখন এই জিনিসটা কিছুটা সেখানে সেটাও চেঞ্জ হয়ে যাবে। বিকজ যে 80 কিলোমিটার লং রোডটা তৈরি হয়ে গেছে অলরেডি, সেখানে আবারও সেই ইনফ্লুয়েন্স তৈরি হবে। কিন্তু অন্তত এই মনে হয় যে কেদারনাথ, বদ্রীনাথ, চারধাম যাত্রার কথাটা আমি বললাম, আমার মনে হয় যে একটা ইনিশিয়েটিভ নেওয়া উচিত। এত যে ভালো একটা কেদারনাথের মন্দির মানে
I have never been there.
না, I have never been there, না, I have been there, but আমি মানে এর সাথে টাইম পেলে আমি বলতাম, বাট মানে বলতে গেলে শেষ হবে না। মানে 2017 আমি গেছি কেদারনাথ। What I saw, I felt what the people felt in 1882 or 1980. কেন? বিকজ তার আগেই ডিজাস্টারটা হয়েছে
2013।
হ্যাঁ, আমার তখন গিয়ে যেটা মনে হলো যে সত্যি ওটাই বোধ হয় অ্যাকচুয়াল ডিভিনিটি। কী করে বোঝাবো যে আই ফেল্ট মানে প্রেজেন্স অফ শিব? কী করে বোঝাবো? হইচইয়ের মধ্যে কোনোদিন মেডিটেট করা যায় না, কোনোদিন তুমি করতে পারবে।
Your topic actually talks beyond what you actually speak, and that is, urbanization is actually মানে natural essence-টাকে আমাদের destroy করছে, so it is targeting that as well.
হ্যাঁ, আর মানে এবার
spirituality is not about that religious figure of nature has
রিলিজিয়াস ব্যাপারটা অনেক মানে একদম কনস্ট্রিক্টেড টার্ম, মানে ওই জন্য
The exact thing you said, the connection between Atma and Paramatma.
and that has a very natural connotation.
মানে ধরনের মানে অরিজিনাল দেখানোর কারণ হবে
I think ভিডিওটা পুরোটা দেখতে পেলে I think আরো বেটার হবে।
আমি এরকম চাইছিলাম আর
এসএসটাকে ফিল করা এখন হচ্ছে ফেসবুক ইনস্টাগ্রামে পোস্ট করা
খুব খারাপ লাগে খুব খারাপ লাগে
I think digitalization
যখন এই ব্লগ করছে দেখাচ্ছে যে আমি গেছি
তাও তো সেটা বেটার আমি ডাল খাচ্ছি
সেটাই ভালো লাগে মানে কন্টেম্পোরারি এজের আরও কিছু জায়গা ছিল বলার বাট আমি বললাম না 10 minutes is not enough
There are certain necessary events that we must deal with, but I like how you said that we need to limit it. It's not absolutely stopping it, it's about limiting it.
লিমিট করা মানে হ্যাঁ মানে অর্গানাইজেশন অবশ্যই দরকার কখনোই করছে না ওইটাই তখন মানুষের লাইফের গ্যারান্টি ছিল না সেখান থেকে ডেভেলপ করছে
It was sometimes a hotel for several hundred rupees a day, sometimes a lodge for 90 rupees a day. But I managed, you know. So that was the thrill of traveling in those places, and I think it's the thrill that made the book a success which continues till this day. I mean, I'm not very proud of Chai Chai because when I look back, I think I could have written a much better book, but it continues to be successful. I mean, people know me because of Chai Chai. I mean, I've written better books, I think, but I'm a Chai Chai author. But it's okay, it's nice.
But surely it's not just, I mean, Chai Chai set a trend. I mean, I think it's a trend-setting book, which is why it's probably. Now, what would you think, which of your books would you think are better, like Longing, Belonging, perhaps?
Yeah, I think Longing, Belonging was a lot of hard work. I worked really hard. Tamil City of Chennai, but yeah, that's selling. But Chai Chai was a breeze. I mean, yeah, I wrote it for fun. I mean, I thought my first book, I was not even a writer, so I had no reputation to protect. I didn't have a point to prove to anybody. I wrote it for fun. And I think something you write for fun, I think that works. I mean, that's my learning from the whole thing.
Yeah, but what about your the other book? I'm sorry, I forget the name. The one about you know where you see.
Gazing at Neighbors.
No, you get off. You travel into Pakistan, I think.
Yeah, Gazing at Neighbors in the
Yes, Gazing at Neighbors.
Yeah.
So don't you think that was again? I mean, was that a conscious effort? Like here, you say that Chai Chai was fun. What about that?
No, that was very much conscious effort, and that was so much of learning. That's another place, another example of travel making you humble. Now, when you sit in, say, Bombay or Delhi, and you talk about India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Muslims coming from Bangladesh, termites, and so on. It's only when you travel. Pakistan, I went to a village. The village is right next to a Pakistani village. But the funniest part is you can't even tell which one is the Indian village and which one is the Pakistani village. Our crops are green, our buffaloes are black, their crops are green, their buffaloes are black. How do you distinguish? There is no border. The border, the Kataka, the border we see is actually the Indian part of the territory. The Ratcliffe line is just a collection of pillars. And most pillars are hidden in crops. So you can't even find the pillars. So in effect, except for the farmer, nobody knows which one is India, which one is Pakistan. And a farmer is a farmer. Farmer has common enemies, which could be the weather. He has common friends, which could again be the weather. Where is the enmity? The enmity is in Delhi, the enmity is in Bombay, and other places. So if we actually go to the border, there is no hostility. So that's what you learn when you travel. This is something you cannot learn if you don't actually go there yourself and see for yourself how things are. Lift up of Bangladesh. You absolutely cannot same Lungi, Lingipore after farmer, same there. quote a Bangladeshi who is an Indian who is, there's absolutely no way you can tell, no way. So that's a learning. So far from making you empowered, it actually makes you humble.
Now, what about Tamarind City? Now, I know that you and Shubhoshri, you lived for many years in Madras, that is Chennai. So why Tamarind City? I mean, there are places, I think, I remember one place, one part of the book where you just go out and you sit in this railway station. You remember, you just think about the railway station, how old it was. I think it's one of the urban railway stations in Chennai.
Okay.
Now, the thing is that, can you tell us a little more about, your writing of Tamarind City?
Okay. See, essentially it was, I wrote Chai, and when you finish a book, or when you are about to finish a book, there's suddenly a vacuum. And every writer, I think, is very scared of the vacuum. Because when you're writing, you get into a rhythm. Okay, certain time you finish your whatever you, like in my case, my office work, my journalism. And you come back home at a time and you start working on the manuscript. And that's the most beautiful time, I mean, because you look forward to it. And when that comes to an end, then you think next what? So even before I finished Chai, I signed the contract for Tamarind City so that the continuity is there. And this happened for all my books. Even before I could finish something, I had contact with something else so that it doesn't happen that I come back home and there's nothing to work on. So that was the idea, of course. But I also realized that while there are plenty of books on Calcutta and on Bombay, there's nothing about Chennai, especially for the pan-India audience. So I thought, I think I owe it to Chennai, a city that has given me so much of love and respect. Before I moved to Chennai, I used to work in Delhi as a journalist, and people respected me because they thought I was a journalist, and because I was a journalist, I was close to politicians, ministers, it looked like Tagore, that kind of a thing. Chennai gave me respect for my writing, and that gave me courage to write, to start a blog, and then think of writing books. So I thought I owe it to the city, it's given me so much of recognition, respect. Why don't I introduce the city to the rest of India? But the rest of India, it didn't really care, whether it's Hyderabad, Chennai, Trivandrum, everything was South India. I thought that was such a beautiful city, and it's the oldest British city,
Yes, absolutely.
which nobody knows. People of Calcutta think Calcutta is, no, Chennai is older to Calcutta by 50 years. So I thought, no, I think there must be a book, and that's how I wrote Tamarind City.
Yeah, but why Tamarind City? I mean, something about the title?
Yeah. Because my very first introduction to the city was when I was, I think, 7 or 8 years old. My father went to Chennai, at that time Madras, on work. And when he came back, he was at the IIT campus. I mean, that's where he stayed. He said, I saw a lot of tamarind trees, and I used to love tamarind. So for me, Chennai was tamarind city. So that's how it started.
And what about, was longing and belonging about does it represent your, upbringing in Kanpur and your career outside of Bengal and then a return?
It wasn't really a return. The thing is, again, I was about to finish Tamarind City, and I thought, no, once I finish, what am I going to write? By then I was married and I was visiting Kolkata very often. And I was finding Kolkata very fascinating. Chennai was an old city, yes, but Kolkata was the place which had all the buildings, which had all the stories, which had the charm. It was fascinating on a different level altogether. So I thought, if the British can move from Chennai to Calcutta, why can't I? So I had done a book on Chennai, so now let me write about Calcutta. And that's why like Job turned out, I also moved. Job turned out when he arrived in Kolkata, he started from Chennai. So I also did the same.
That's a very interesting story. Yeah. Now, would you mind if he just took a, does our audience have anything to say? Any comments, please? Yeah, sure, please. Hey, ওনাকে একটা mic দিন। mic আমাকে দিলে ওটা দিয়ে দেবে।
First of all, my apologies. I haven't read any of your books. I'm really apologetic about it, but I certainly mean to read it now. My question is very simple. So when you are traveling, you are gaining experiences, and these experiences you pen down, maybe for later reading or for memoirs or regurgitating your memories. But when you have it printed for our readership, what are the changes that you incorporate in the book? And if you incorporate certain changes, keeping the readers in mind, isn't that a deviation from your experience that you have as a traveler?
No, why not change? I mean, what's the change you're talking about?
Do you make any changes when it comes to print? I mean,
No, nothing like that. In fact, a lot of stuff comes to you when you actually come back home. You know, you may travel and you think you're recording, but actually you're experiencing. But the experience dawns home once you're actually back home. And that's when it all comes back to you. So that's why even though I love collecting notebooks, fountain pens, but when I'm actually on the spot, very little writing happens. It all happens like I went to Murshidabad for the border book. I went to Jalangir, one place called Jalangir, Bangladesh border. It's a 2 hours, 3 hours journey and 3 hours back. I wrote only one line, driver talkative. But the car company owner, something or whatever, just 2 lines. And I panicked that, my God, I have not taken notes. But when I got back home, it all sort of came to me. So there are no changes really, I mean, in that sense. I mean, it's pretty much what you see, what you mentally record. So yeah, I mean, it's pretty much what you see. You write what you see. Nothing is made up. Even though one has the freedom. I mean, I'm going to a remote town. I can make it up. But thing is that as a journalist, one is trained, you know, that you have to write what you see. So so one sticks to the facts. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you.
Now, this, aimless in Banaras seems to have been a bit painful for you.
Okay.
Painful for you.
Not really. I mean,
because you will talk about this.
In fact, it took away my pain.
Yes.
See, the thing is, it's really funny. I mean, Chai, my first book was about to come out. I was a first-time author, so I wasn't even told your book has gone to the press or whatever. I had no idea. And my mother was visiting my brother in Banaras. He was posted in Banaras at the time. And she was just aware that my son's first book called Chai is going to come out. She had no idea what the book is about and all that. And that was the time when she died in Banaras. And I had to rush from Chennai. And then she was cremated at Manikarnika Ghat. So while cremating, I thought, I'm just not the son, I'm also a writer who is probably collecting material for a future book on Banaras. So suddenly from a dreaming son, I became a future author of a Banaras book. At the time I was not even a published author, my book had not come out. But I thought, no, someday I'm going to write a Banaras book. So that sort of helped me sail through the whole cremation process, which is not very easy in Banaras. Or maybe it's easy because you see so many bodies, then you feel that you're not alone. And this happens to everybody. So I went to Banaras, I finished all that, came back home to Kanpur. Within a week, Chai came in my hand, and I was a published author. Then much later, I wrote English in Banaras. And it's really gratifying when I get messages, mails from readers who say, I discovered Banaras because of you, or my dream is to visit Banaras with you someday. Things like that, you know, I think, as a writer, these are very gratifying. You know? It's sort of, these are the biggest rewards you can think of.
Will you tell us a little about your childhood, youth? You grew up in Kanpur.
Yeah. I grew up in Kanpur, so I would call myself essentially a Vipivana. I'm a Kanpur Vana. But then, you know...
I'm one too. Yes, I'm one too.
But then, see, I grew up in Kanpur, I worked in Delhi, I spent 18 years in Chennai, now I spent about 6 years in Kolkata. So honestly, I don't know who I am. I'm, on one hand, nobody. I am, on the other hand, a bit of everybody. So I think that's okay. I mean, I'm quite, that makes me pretty grounded. I cannot say with pride that I'm so and so. I think I'm okay. I belong everywhere. So I mean, you send me anywhere, I think I should be fine. Yeah. So to answer your question, I think I'm nobody. So, yeah.
Now, I've seen that you also write Hindi poetry. You write it and some of them are really good. I've read some of them.
Yeah.
The few ones that you thought you would share. So can you, I mean, you took it up just like that, or was it some?
This really mostly happened because of my Banaras village. See, I'm from Kanpur, and so Hindi in a way is my first language. I mean, that's the language I grew up with. When I say grew up, it's not the language you speak at home, but your friends, stuff like that. The whole ecosystem was Hindi. So in Banaras, I realized that probably my creative whole methodology was trained in Hindi, perhaps. I mean, if I can think of a line, in English the line will be very grammatically correct, but in Hindi line would sparkle. So I thought, I think that's me, you know, so why not? So at that time I got a new Mont Blanc fountain pen. So I thought, I need to put it to use. So I thought, why not start writing? And that was the beginning. And I think I've traveled some distance with Hindi poetry.
Yes, I think I certainly read those you've shared, and I love them. I think they're really good.
Thank you.
Any questions now from our audience, please? Yes, please.
Good afternoon, sir. It is not actually a question, but I would really like to know that since you're an author, there is an essay by Roland Barthes. The essay is entitled "The Death of the Author," where he says that when an author writes a text and when it gets published in the hands of the public, it's the author dies metaphorically. So I would really like to know, do you believe in this philosophy?
I don't know, I don't think so. But honestly, the French guys have a different, I really don't really understand what he means by that. I think we write, at least I write to share, you know.
You write from your own experience too.
Of course, experience is mine, but the whole purpose of writing is to share, to get published. Not to become famous, but to share. Like, the joy is in sharing. Like if I go to, say, Himalayas, for example. I mean, traveling is not fun unless I come back and tell people about it. Look, this is what I did. In the present day, it's no fun if I can't share my picture on Facebook. You know? So, I don't think, I would say the writer is born with the other way around again. That's my belief.
So another thing that, again, it's not really a question, but do you also believe that to interpret a text or to analyze a text, to know about the author's background is necessary?
Well, ideally not, but thing is, if you like somebody, you end up researching.
Yeah.
Like, I'm a big fan of V.S. Naipaul.
But it's not necessary, but researching about the author's
It should not
background.
be necessary, because what he is, it does not matter. Otherwise, that way we are stepping into the cancel culture. That the writer might be a lousy guy as a person, but if he is a good writer, I think we should stick to that.
Okay.
I mean, that's my opinion.
Thank you, sir.
Just before she says something, I must introduce Shubhashri Chaudhary, Bishwajit Babu's wife, and she is a novelist in her own right. She has one of her really good novels, one that she recommended to me. I read it, Across Borders, and the other being Entwined, right? Yes.
But I wanted to actually just picking up on the thread that she asked the question. I think the quote that you're talking about, it's a very popular quote, but it's more from the perspective of the reader, not from the writer. So as a reader, you know, we read what we want to read, and our experiences frame our opinions of that sentence. So the author kind of disappears from our thing. So that's just what I want to say.
Sir, I wanted to ask you a question. That sometimes we see that publishers want certain kind of things, you know, in kind of genre, in kind of storyline, and they usually put on an argument with the author that I think this line of sentence or this line of story public will deserve or public will want that. So what's your thought on this thing? I mean, have you done anything like that where you are unable to express your own experience through the stories?
No, I mean, fortunately, because I happen to be a journalist myself, I'm an editor myself, so I think I've had that natural training. I know, so I sort of know what works. So, if at all I scold the publisher, look, I mean, what are you doing? That's not the way to do it. So, fortunately, so far, I have not had any problem with my publisher regarding that. In future, I don't know, but with my genre, no, not yet.
Anyone else, please? Now, one last, we're almost at the end of it, one last point, Vishanda. What do you think about, you know, as a journalist, then you have taken up a genre of writing which is journalistic. Would you like to try your hand later at things in like fiction, like Shubhashri?
I would love to, yes, but I don't think it's going to come easily to me because I've been so trained to stick to facts that I don't know how successful I'm going to be in inventing situations or inventing characters. I did sort of try occasionally. I can tell a story, yes, but to invent characters who does things which the character actually did not do. I think no, I think I'm being wrong. So, you know, I think too much of training of me is here. So I think at some point either I have to discard that. Maybe I will at some point. But right now what I'm doing is sort of an extension of journalism. So for that I need to discard my hat of being a journalist and sort of start inventing, which is also fun. So one knows how to tell a story. It's just that I have to invent situations, invent people.
But your training as a journalist, your experiences will surely help you because you've seen all kinds of people.
Absolutely. So yeah, so for me all I have to do is maybe change the names. I think the best part about being a writer is, now even this experience, for example, tomorrow I can write about it, that I sat here for so long and I will ask so and so question, and somebody asked me this question, somebody asked me Roland, I don't know how to pronounce that name.
Barth.
Yeah. So things like that, you know. So everything is raw material for me, which I think is an asset of a writer. Every moment, even if you're lying down under a fan, you can write about that. I can see the fan rotating. Suddenly I see the fan rotating of that home where I lived once upon a time, and then you take off. So I think for a writer everything is raw material. One thing I want to talk about travel is, I think when we talk about travel, we often see it as traveling to an exotic destination. I would say travel begins in your own backyard. For example, somebody lives in Belur. I think it's very important to know Belur like the back of your hand. That's when your travel begins. Just like who you are. You are so and so, your father's name is so and so, you went to so and so school. That's your identity. Similarly, the identity of a place you live in is its history. So if you want your own life in perspective, I think you should also know the history of the place you live in. So if you live in Belur and you talk about the Himalayas, but you have no idea what is the name of the oldest building in Belur, I think it's quite pointless. So I think travel is also about traveling in your own backyard. I think that's very, very important.
Well, yes, thank you. I think that's about it. But one final thing, should we be waiting for another book from you right now?
Of course, not 1 minute.
Oh.
But I don't know what, but I mean, 3 years immediately after Baran's book, COVID happened.
Yes.
The pandemic happened and so everything went haywire. So it's only now that life is sort of coming back to...
No, what I meant was, do you have a book already, that we can look forward to be published very soon?
Nothing at the moment, nothing on the card, but soon, yes.
Yes.
Hopefully sometime, yeah.
Okay. Vaishnav Babu, thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
everyone present here. I am Brinda Shamato. Currently, I am working as an assistant professor in the Department of English, St. Xavier's College, Bardhaman. First of all, I would like to extend my thanks to the Department of English, Ramakrishna Mission Vidyamandira, for giving me the opportunity to present my paper entitled A Nostalgic Trip to Chandernagore, a Place with French Roots. Next slide. Yes, so my introductory part would deal with otherization of the third world countries by the Western nations. So before I start talking about this otherization, I would like to talk about the self and other. So whenever we talk about the self and other, we are reminded of Frantz Fanon and the psychopathology of colonialism. Fanon was fascinated by the psychological effects of colonialism on both the colonizer and the colonized. For the white man, the native is always the negative, the primitive other, the very opposite of what he and his culture stands for. Fanon here develops a psychoanalytic theory of colonialism where he suggests that the European self develops in its relation and encounter with the other. And as also Edward Said puts it, the Orient is Europe's contrasting image, idea, personality, and experience. So taking recourse to this fact, I would say that being a third world country, India has always been otherized by the Western nations. Western media has been criticized for representing third world destinations and communities as untouched and unspoiled. The construction of the third world destinations as exotic other has been well documented. It is quite challenging to introduce the tourists to the rapid change in national, social, and cultural contexts. In the recent time, a gradual shift has been noticed from Eurocentric tourism studies. People are now focusing on different parts of India, which in turn contributes to the exploration of the exotic other. Taking recourse to the fact that tourism is one of the essential ways in which we express our humanity, culture, and ourselves, the sojourns that are undertaken by the Western nationals in different parts of India will definitely contribute to the successful formation of cultural discourse. Colonial tourism forms an integral part in the exploration of the third world destination. Western tourism discourse has always been instrumental in representing India as timeless. Western nations have an inclination towards representing India and its communities as stagnant. Small towns in India, particularly in West Bengal, having a history of their own, attract a lot of tourists every year. If we take a close look at the places of historical importance in West Bengal, like Chandernagore, Srirampur, Chinsura, etc., we will not only witness the colonial architectures, but also the colonial expansion which has left an indelible mark on these places. In this particular study, I will mainly focus on Chandernagore, which will definitely take us on a nostalgic trip to the colonial period. Please, next slide. So in this particular slide, I will talk about the nomenclature of this particular place. So there are different views regarding this matter. If we take a close look at the foreign sources, we will see that this place will definitely consider, if we talk about the land of French, then this place was previously called Forashdanga, or the land of French. However, the entire land was not known as Chandernagore. The places exclusively owned by the French people were called Forashdanga. Forash means French and Danga means land. So we can literally translate it as the land of French. In 1673, M. François Martin, a representative of the French East India Company, built a business center in Pondicherry. In 1688, he first came to Chandernagore and with a charter for Emperor Aurangzeb purchased 3 villages, Boro, Kholishani and Gondolpara. The places called Kholishani and Gondolpara are still in existence in Chandernagore and established a trading outpost. So another view regarding the nomenclature of this place is that the name comes from Chandro or moon. The Ganges, which flows down the eastern side of the town, has the shape of the crescent of the moon. Another view is that the name comes from Chandon, sandal, as there was sandalwood forest nearby and sandalwood was exported from this country. A third view is that the name comes from Chondir Nagor, or the town of goddess Chondi. So this was all about the nomenclature of this place. Next slide please. Now I will briefly talk about the places of importance in Chandernagor and how it has played a significant role in the formation of history. Chandernagor has indeed been a place of rich cultural significance. Many tourists all over the world gather here to experience the remnants of France in the former French colony. The foremost attraction of Chandernagor is the Chandernagor Strand, which extends from Ranighat to Patalbari. The picture which I have put in this slide is of Chandernagor Strand. So the most important thing that we enjoy the most about this strand is the morning and evening strolls taken by the people. The beautiful Ganges beside this extended promenade enhances the beauty of this place. The strand, what we witness now, is actually a modernized version of what it was previously. Another significant thing that attracts the attention of the tourists is the newly launched floating restaurant called La Rivière Habitat. So the name, the La Rivière Habitat, also bears French influences. La Rivière means the river and habitat comes from the French verb habiter. So it literally means to live in water or to live beside a river or something. So the name goes the La Rivière Habitat, and it is also known as the Joloshri Prokalpo also. This restaurant provides fabulous food at reasonable prices. So Strand is basically a fabulous place to walk, to read a book, to catch a sunrise or a sunset. So, and if you also happen to visit Chandernagor Strand during Jagathatri Puja, you can also catch a glimpse of the immersion of the huge idols at the Ganges, and you can also witness French jetty, also known as Jora Ghat, established by Durgacharan Rokhi in 1880. Next slide please. Now this is Chandernagor College. So just opposite to the marvelous strand stands the much celebrated Chandernagor College. It was constructed in 1862. Father M. Barthe of the Mission of Frères des Saints-Esprits established a school called École de Sainte Marie. And the names were also previously written in French, and this college was previously called Duplé Collège, and later the college was called College of Bussy.
Brinda, you have 2 more minutes. Please wrap up.
Yes, at present the college houses a museum which portrays the life and works of freedom fighters. Then go to next slide. The next slide deals about Institut de Chandernagor, which is also called the Indo-French Cultural Center. At present, it offers certificate and diploma courses in French. Next, and the picture and go to the previous slide once. The picture which I have put here, it was drawn by me a few years ago as a part of a literary and cultural fest. Apart from this, we have the next slide, please. Apart from this, this is the Sacred Heart Church, or the L'église du Sacré-Cœur, and apart from this we have the Liberty Gate. This is the Naulodulal temple, the finest example of the Dochala architecture. Next slide please. And this is the Liberty Gate, which bears the motto of French Revolution called Liberty, Equality, Fraternity. Next slide please. Now if we talk about the further prospects in Chandernagor, then we can talk about the cultural exchange programs between India and France. If we talk about the food processing industry, then we will definitely talk about the Jolbhara Sandesh. And if we talk about the heritage conservation, then we will definitely have to refer to Jagathatri Puja. Next slide please. So here I have put a few pictures of Jagathatri Puja and the lights which are used to decorate. So And in my concluding remark, I would say that Chandanagar, with its French history and colonial architecture, is capable enough of inducing nostalgia to its beholders, thereby making this place not only a land of rich cultural heritage, but also a hub of cultural exchange between two important countries, that is India and France. Thank you.
Thank you, Brinda. May we now have Anustup Bandopadhyay.
Is based on the fact that the stereotypes knowledge system that is influencing us for certain places where we are going and our mentality on that. So we need to share the other side, we need to see the other side in order to see the entirety of it. Now, power is a very significant entity, as we know that power creates the knowledge and knowledge sustains the power. It is a very simultaneous process. For this concept, we definitely have to thank none other than Michel Foucault's book, Power and Knowledge, Selected Interviews, and the other writing from 1972 till 1977. He also has spoken about the term discourse. It is actually the amalgamation of all the set norms and the epistemes in the particular society. It is not at all the eternal knowledge, rather it is very much a man-made creation. Next slide, please. Louis Althusser's book, Ideology and Ideological State Apparatus, speaks about the ideological state apparatus and the regressive state apparatus. According to him, more than the regressive state apparatus, the ideological state apparatus is much more dangerous, as it indoctrinates one consensually. The family, school, education, college and universities and many more come under the term of ideological state apparatus. The knowledge that has been created by the system, the implementation of that knowledge occurs by the ideological state apparatus. Here, one does not even know that he or she consensually agrees to follow the set norms. Thus, the indoctrination happens very saliently from the very childhood. The system, or the topmost branch of the political system, create the knowledge through their powers. They create the knowledge and implement it by the state apparatus. Hence, they influence or indoctrinate every person from the very birth. They indoctrinate for their own political benefits. They create the knowledge of communities which very much are imagined. I would refer Benedict Anderson here. Benedict Anderson's theory on imagined communities states that one does not know every person in his country, or maybe will never know. However, we believe to be the part of the same nation. The system creates these imagined constructs. Imposition of hatred, violence is also done by them. Hence, the imagined hostility is also there between many countries and in an extent among the states too. The ideological state apparatus makes sure that everyone believes these imagined constructs and hostilities too. Thus, unknowingly, it becomes a discourse. The self-centric beneficial game goes on. In this way, the imagined construct also comes to existence. Next slide, please. Right. The moment we talk about Odisha, or rather specifically Puri, it has been noticed that Odisha, from the very hegemonical construct of Bengal, has been subject to as not at all feared place. Yes, it is a place of immense religious heritage and a place for a beautiful nature's beauty. However, when it comes to Puri, it is seen that the people speak about scams more than the beauty. They speak about people's rigidity with the conventions more than anything. I personally have experienced such a view from the very childhood by various sources. In the last month I have been there, I have visited Puri several amount of times, but the construct-aware consciousness I have not had that time. But in the last month, when I visited there, I have found everything as much opposite as it can be. In comparison with the social set norms, it has not even matched a bit. I suddenly am reminded of my previous few visits over there, and astonishingly, my skepticism of present in a social construct comes in front. Every dots have been connected. The psychological conflict I have gone through, that is immense. That has not been only the rediscovery, rather a neo-discovery of that place about the society for me within a hegemonical knowledge system. The hegemonical, next slide. Yes. The hegemonical idea about the north side of the Darjeeling is quite familiar with Odisha. I have been told by many about that place as that the place is not welcoming that much, rather it prefers only the locals. It is also said that the place is very rigid and conservative in terms of their mindsets. Before pursuing my master's in Brainware University, I have been admitted to the North Point College, which is famously also known as the St. Joseph's College, Darjeeling. I have been there for at least a month. Due to few personal issues, I returned and joined Brainware a year later. However, I have never felt such things over there. Rather, it was a very vibrant period of my life. Particularly here, I have rediscovered Darjeeling in a completely new manner. Once I have identified these constructs, that I am part or try to see these things outside of the constricted boundaries. I have discovered many times, traveled many places, but rediscovery only occurred once I come to know about these boundaries. The slide, which in itself speaks to see something from beyond the knowledge system, which of course we term as a discourse. If we can only see it from there, then probably only we can judge very androgynously what we are seeing as a travel viewing or anything at all. Because we cannot let our influence walk into the matter when we are delving into some sort of a view or something. Lastly, these are the sources that I have referred. And lastly, I also want to conclude and I want to give my acknowledgement to Ramakrishna Mission Vidyamandira, and also I want to convey my acknowledgement to my friend Anushka Chaudhary for her immense help on this project, and my friends Srijani Sarkar and Ayantika Banerjee also, who are present today and who have given their presentation. So thank you everybody, thank you my chairperson, thank you sir, thank you everybody.
Thank you Anushka, you completed within your time limit, thank you so much. May we now have Shobhik Datto. His paper is entitled Hiking, Trekking, Mountaineering, A Journey of Self-Discovery. You have 10 minutes.
I'd like to use the head mic.
Sure, absolutely. You have 10 minutes, just skip to time.
Yes, I'll try to. Yes, good evening everyone, Chairman sir, and everyone present here. The title of my paper is Hiking, Trekking, Mountaineering. It's a journey of self-discovery. Hiking essentially is a short walk. I mean, going to Amarnath or Vaishnav Devi, or even if you walk from Chopta to Tunganath, it's a small day's work. Trekking, on the other hand, involves a little bit of more longer walks, maybe 2, 3, 4 days. Sometimes you carry your own clothes, sometimes even your food, you stay in a trekker's hut, sometimes in tents. Whereas mountaineering is a little bit more complex. As long as you are walking on two, you are trekking. But then you reach a certain point in the mountain when you cannot walk any further, but you have to use your hands also. That involves rock climbing, ice climbing, snow climbing, and that involves mountaineering. I would like to begin by telling you a story of what happened to me in 2001. I went to Sandakphu on a trek, and when I reached Sandakphu in the evening, it was, as always, very cloudy. I can't see anything. It was a very cold night, and we went to sleep in the PWD hut. So bitterly cold it was that we remained awake throughout the night, I myself. It was shivering cold, and I was wearing so many things, had a couple of blankets, and yet I could not sleep in the cold. From 2 o'clock in the morning, I was feeling the pressure in my bladder, but I restrained myself because it was punishing to go out, pee and come back. But at 4 o'clock in the morning, my bladders were on the point of bursting. And so I didn't have any choice. I ran out, I relieved myself, and when I raised my eyes, I saw, oh my God, Kanchenjunga is flooded with moonlight. It was after the Lakshmi Puja, and the late moon filled the Kanchenjunga with all its glory. I came back, called up everyone, and this was the morning sunrise that we saw. It is indeed very beautiful. Now, one more thing happened. In fact, two groups went, one by car, Sandakphu is accessible by car, another group went walking. One person who was walking, he felt unwell and he said, I need to take the car, and therefore someone from the car had to walk. This person, he was very disappointed. He said, আমি জানতুম আমি মুরগি হব, পয়সা খরচা করে কেউ কষ্ট করতে আসে। But months later, once his pain went away, he said, those 2 days were some of the best days of my life. I had the opportunity of seeing some other beautiful sunrises in some unknown mountains and sometimes in known mountains. This is Panchachulli, as you can see. Now see, the word first is very significant. The first trek, the first visit. Even you go on a bus or a train, hotel, am I sitting in the best place? Is it beside the window? So the first impressions matter. You walk into a hotel room. Is it clean? Are the toilets nice? Does it have a very good view? The first impressions always leave an indelible mark on you, but that is something which doesn't last for a long time. 1 day, 2 days at most. But what happens after that is you realize that adventure sports in general and trekking, hiking, mountaineering in particular, it has an immense positive influence on the human mind. Let me try to define adventure first. See, what is adventure? We all have our limits. When we try to cross that limit a little bit more, it becomes an adventure in itself. And that is precisely why life itself is adventurous. There are immense benefits arising out of going on short walks along hilly mountains. Go to the next slide. You can go on a conventional route or an unconventional one, on a known path or on an offbeat track, and enjoy nature in its pristine glory. And even the coastlines of India, they too are beautiful. The sky, the sea, the color, the river. And as we move along different routes, these landscapes change continuously. So there is no sense of monotony when you go on a hike or a trek. Now, how is it that not so comfortable environment has a positive effect on the human mind? I mean, you're living in a hostile situation, you won't like it. But why is it that you feel good about it? First and foremost, you see, there are very little distractions. Most of the time you don't have access to mobile towers on a trek. And that gives you a sense of isolation. And then, as I said before, the ever-changing nature, it produces a very calming effect on the mind. I apologize, this is the wrong picture. You can almost feel Wordsworth here, or of some hermit's cave where by his fire the hermit sits alone. Now, have you taken time and looked at the stars? The stars appear so big, so many. I'll try to show you a video which will be appealing to you. Not only do we enjoy the silences here or the sounds which are so drastically different, in this pollutionless environment, we find that our own exploratory instincts, they make us enjoy challenges and overcome them without any sense of fear. Please think of your daily life. Don't we have challenges every day? Don't we overcome them also? Well, certainly the most certainty of life is uncertainty. And yet it is because of the uncertainty that exists in our day-to-day life that life becomes so pleasing, so colorful. Trekking gives me the opportunity to meet and interact numerous people. People who live in simple huts. People who perform daily life, simple life. And we enjoy a sense of freedom in our actions, in our thoughts. And yet, please remember, trekking is a very disciplined thing. You get up in the morning at a specific time, you walk for 4-5 hours, you have at lunch If it's a long day, you have packed lunch, and then you reached a hut, and then you spend the night maybe in a tent also, and then have early breakfast, and then you move on to the next day. Now, have I managed to generate enough interest in you people to go for a trek? I guess so, thank you. Please do go on a trek. Because on a trek, the bondage that is generated among the people, the fellow people who go together, that is far more different. You're basically acting as a single community, and there is no competition. I mean, when you go on a trek, you are just one whole team together. This is George Leigh Mallory. On 8 June 1924, he is believed to have, may or may not have, summited Mount Everest together with Andrew Irvine. They got lost, they were last seen on 8th June, and they may possibly have died on 8th or 9th itself. But we all know these two people, Tenzing Norgay and Edmund Hillary. My question to you is, who climbed Everest first? Was it Tenzing or was it Hillary?
Tenzing.
No. People on a single rope are bound together. There is no first, there is no second when two people are bound in a single rope. Similarly, what happens is this oneness. When you go on a trek, you don't look for the big piece of fish. You don't look for the best hotel.
Dr. Datta, you have 2 more minutes.
Right, I'll finish within that. So what happens is a total change of the human mind. If you go on a trek, your future tours even will be different, because what will follow is an absolute change of heart. I'll end with another short story. In 2009, I went to Annapurna base camp with a student of mine. When we were returning, his shoe was coming off, the pasting of his shoe was coming off, and then it was the last day of our trek. We were supposed to reach Pokhara and then again go for the next trek. When you're walking, courtesy demands that you say hi to the person you come across, and then on the road we overtook a South Korean gentleman. We had wished him hi, how you are, and we left. Now we were sitting, we did not know what to do with the shoes. We are tying strings, we are tying ropes, and this South Korean gentleman came and said, "Shoes?" "Yes, shoes." "Shoes? Shoes?" He took off his own shoe and handed it over to us. That is something which leaves an indelible mark upon you. We won't be doing that once and for all. It is not the hill or the mountain that we conquer. It is our own selves as we become more and more humble, as Vishwanath Babu correctly pointed out so many times. The release of the happy hormones, endomorphins, dopamine, oxytocin, whatever you call it, they continue to flow in your brain long after you have come back into the din and bustle of city life. But life, when you return, doesn't remain claustrophobic anymore. Let this sun shine happily on all of us. Thank you.
May we now have Sneha Mundul. Sneha. Is she absent? Okay. The next presenter is Amisha Kumari Prasad. Yeah. Her presentation is entitled Indians Traveling Down the Memory Lane.
So, good afternoon everyone present over here. I'm Amisha Kumari Prasad. I have pursued my master's from Calcutta University, and now I'm pursuing my B.Ed. While doing these research works and attending the seminar. So today my topic is Indians traveling down the memory lane. Traveling, it leaves you speechless, then turns you into a storyteller told by Ibn Battuta. Unless and until we share our experiences to people around what we have traveled about, we never mean where we went, we never share our happiness to travel, right? That's not a meaningful travel. So traveling is witnessed as an integral feature of human life, especially for them who are living in a modern world. This fun activity is open to all,
irrespective of their age. It provides respite to people from their mundane manner of living. Furthermore, it can provide health stimulation by restoring excitement and reducing stress as well as fatigue. It rejuvenates our senses and eases our mind. It not only connects us to ourselves but also allows us to explore the world with a new perspective. This particular paper talks about specifically about traveling in India by the Indians itself. India is one of those countries you have read and heard so much about that you can at least imagine what it looks like without ever having visited. For the alien travelers, visit to India may be an adventure, but for Indians, it can be both adventurous as well as nostalgic. Some places or sites in India may seem new to Indians, but the sweet fragrance of the soil, the busy roads, the blissful chirruping of the birds, and a lot more are familiar experiences for the Indians. One can delve deep into the diverse culture of India by wandering on its streets and roads as travelers. India's reminiscences of her ancient days appears exciting not only to the alien travelers but also to Indians. In fact, for Indians, the long-lost stories can bring them on the verge of sentimentality. Like other flourished countries, India too has its own history for its own people to get nostalgic on and for the aliens to get an overview of the evolution of the country. India embraces numerous states as a legacy which are historically important till date. States like UP, Delhi, Lucknow, Bengal and many more comprises the history of India, which was made up of a number of different kingdoms. Visiting these states can provide the deprived ones with the glorious history of the country. Where UP would tell the story of the revolt of 1857, Bengal would say about its partition in 1905. Lucknow would say about its Nawabs and Rajasthan of its Rajput kings, and Delhi, the capital, of the celebrated Mughals. In a country that has virtually all the major world religions, it probably comes as no surprise that religion is really important in India. One can't go very far without getting a view of a Hindu temple, a mosque, a Sikh Gurudwara or a church. In visiting India, one would encounter it literally everywhere. Its religion along with its history explains the strong connection that people share with their regional homeland, even if they have never actually lived there or even visited. The rich cultural heritage of India is unknown to other countrymen as well as to some Indians too, who keep themselves engrossed in their wearisome and monotonous lifestyle. India's several historical sites, its food from every corner, the attires in different regions, numerous festivals, choices of mode of transports, and a lot more are left for us Indians to experience at least once in our life. The digital world has made traveling a cup of tea for the busy bees with the aid of travel blogging. Although it can be termed as passive traveling, but this too can transcend oneself. Traveling can introduce us to numerous dimensions of our own. To perceive an individual in ourselves, we need to undergo Emerson's transcendentalist ideology. If traveling fails to dig out another self of us, then it was never worth executing. This sort of psychology leads traveling to the path of literature as well. Traveling integrated with literature results in travel writing, that is travelogues. While dealing with such writings, we witness that it draws on the narratives of a diverse range of writers. Vardhamana Pustakam is a Malayalam travelogue written by Parimakkal Toma Kannavar. Is the first ever travelogue written in an Indian language. Moreover, Rahul Sankritayan, the father of Indian travelogue, played a pivotal role in giving travelogue a literary form. He was a polyglot and he wrote in two languages, mostly Bhojpuri as well as Hindi. So, traveling is not just an activity, it is a continuous process of evolution. Indians discovering their own land is similar to rediscovering their forgotten self. Some walked on the lanes and bylanes to give way to their new experiences, while others give voice to their anecdotes of past. Thank you for patiently listening to me.
Thank you. Thank you for keeping to time. Thank you so much. May we now have Mohboni Nyogi. Her paper is entitled Traveling India Through Imtiaz Ali's Highway.
A very good afternoon to everyone present here. I am Mohboni Nyogi and I have done my Masters from West Bengal State University and I am currently doing my B.Ed. I would like to thank Ramakrishna Mission Vidyamandira for giving me the opportunity to present my paper here. Today I will talk about the film Highway by Imtiaz Ali and how it depicts the picture of the unseen India. India, the land of history and spirituality, has always captivated the imaginations of travel enthusiasts from both within and around the world. The snow-capped peaks of Himalayas on the north to pristine beaches and the great Thar desert makes the subcontinent rich in natural wonders. The diverse landscapes of India are as enchanting as they are varied. Besides being rich in physical beauty, India holds a deep mystic allure that can only be understood by those who immerse themselves in the depth of its vibrant cultures and traditions. People have always made attempts to dive deep and explore the obscure India through different forms of arts and literatures. Writers and directors from all over the globe have tried to explore India's mystic beauty through cinemas, documentaries, travelogues, novels, and so on. Although India has been presented at innumerable times on the world stage by different enthusiasts, the real essence of India can only be perceived through eyes of an Indian. Imtiaz Ali's Highway is one of such an endeavor that aims at portraying the real grace of India by introducing the audience to different cultures of the subcontinent through the roads of India. Besides portraying the physical journey of the protagonist Veera and Mahabir through the western and northern part of the subcontinent, it also depicts the journey of self-discovery of the protagonists. Through the film Highway, Imtiaz Ali captures the mesmerizing journey of protagonist Veera and Mahabir through India. The film delves deep into the intricacy of human emotions by a journey through the diverse landscapes of the country. It tells the story of Veera, a young woman who is abducted a few days before her wedding. The apparent harrowing experience soon gets transformed into a liberating journey of self-discovery as Veera embarks on a road trip through India's breathtaking landscapes with her abductor, Mahabir. On the outset of the film, the hustle and bustle of the city of Delhi is depicted, where Veera is kidnapped by Mahabir and others. As they drive through the chaotic streets and a contrast between the prosperous urban life of Veera and the rugged existence of Mahabir becomes vividly apparent. The scene soon shifts from the urban jungle of concrete to the open roads of rural India as the pair venture into the heartland of the country. As they travel through the picturesque countryside, Veera begins to see the world through Mahabir's eyes. She discovers his rough history and the trials he has endured, which have turned him into a person who he presently is. Veera begins to realize that she has never seen the crude beauty of India during her luxurious trips across the country. She rethinks her own life choices as a result of their conversation, breaking free from the limitations of her past. One of the most fascinating aspects of the film is its portrayal of the diverse topography of India. From arid deserts of Rajasthan to the lush greenery of Himachal Pradesh and Punjab, each location serves as a backdrop to Veera and Mahabir's journey, highlighting the beauty and diversity of the country. As the journey progresses, Veera and Mahabir's relationship evolves from captor and captive to that of companion on a shared journey. They form a deep bond that transcends their circumstances, and Veera begins to see Mahabir as a criminal, not as a criminal, but as a fellow human being with his own hopes and dreams. One of the key themes of the film is the idea of freedom. As Veera travels further away from her past life, she begins to experience a sense of freedom she has never known before. This newfound freedom allows her to confront her inner demons and come to terms with the traumas of her past. Another important theme is the concept of home. In spite of living a privileged, luxurious life at the heart of the country, Veera still feels the lack of the presence of the home of her own. As Veera travels through different regions of India, she begins to question where her true home lies. Is it in the familiar comforts of her old life, or is it out on the open road, where every turn begins with a new journey or a new adventure? I would like to conclude with a statement that highway is not just a journey through India, but a journey of self-discovery and transformation. Through Veera and Mahabir's story, Imtiaz Ali explores the complexities of human relations and the beauty of India's diverse landscapes, making highway a truly unforgettable cinematic experience. Thank you.
Thank you. The next presenter is Srinjana Roy. Her paper is entitled Cinematic Travelogue and the Art of Individuation in Satyajit Ray's film rendition of The Postmaster. Cinematic Travelogue and the Art of Individuation in Satyajit Ray's film rendition of The Postmaster.
Good afternoon, one and all. Without wasting any more time, I'll just begin with the title of my paper, which is presented on the screen here. It is Cinematic Travelogue and the Art of Individuation in Satyajit Ray's film rendition of The Postmaster. Next slide. Here on the screen we have Walter Benjamin's quote from his essay on the concept of history, and what I personally gathered from this quotation is the fact that the act of tracing history is not essentially just an act that happens in memory, but it is a spatial, metaphysical and a metaphorical journey. Kai Mikonen, in his essay, The Metaphor for Narrative as Travel, talks about the narrative potential of such a journey. He says, and I quote, "The notion of travel is prone to give identity and narrativity to a series of events since it humanizes the experience of time and space. It is this essential experience that we are going to look at through the lenses of Satyajit Ray's The Postmaster." Next slide. Here we have Satyajit Ray's personal quotation from his essay, The Artist in Politics, and what we gather from here is the viewpoint of the artist concerned, which is Ray, who emanated through his works a sense of this very broader view of Indian history through a sequence of filmic montage. According to Mrinalini Chakraborty, Ray's films, and I quote, evoke both the epochal sensibilities and the cultural confusions facing those swayed by newly radicalized struggles for political autonomy at a time when much of their quotidian lives are still steeped in the enduring habits and postures of British colonialism. Next slide. the movement of the individual who is ordained to live a life steeped in colonial sensibilities towards a more rooted sense of existence is a concurrent trope in Satyajit Ray's filmography. Here on screen we have 4 images. All 4 are from Satyajit Ray's films. Everyone is aware of them. So in films such as Nayok, Shona Kella, Pother Pachali, and the film we are concerned with today, which is The Postmaster, the travel motive is concurrent, and the agent of travel in Ray's films is therefore an ostensibly invisible symbol of the modern world cutting upon village life, tribal life, village life, whatever we may call it. The next section of my paper is titled The Return to the Native, which is a wordplay with Thomas Hardy's Return of the Native. It is essentially concerned with the primary text at hand, which is Tagore's The Postmaster. The Postmaster emerges as a section of the 3-part bio-documentary commissioned for Tagore's birth centennial. It is called Teen Konna. Much like Teen Konna, 3 fictional films, including Teen Konna, which is Charu Lota and Ghore Baile, explore Tagore's vision of rural-urban division, colonialism, women's emancipation and nationalism. All these are adaptations on part of Satyajit Ray. Next slide. The Postmaster is conveniently titled, according to me, as The Return to the Native, since it is a sardonic tale of alienation and homecoming. However, the alienation is from the native self, and the homecoming here represents coming back to the cosmopolitan colonial agency of British-run Calcutta. The Postmaster is an oxymoronic, ironic, and parodic representation of the comfortably cosmopolitan Bangali who finds life in the idyllic space of rural Bengal to be hard. Driven by the cosmopolitanism of colonial servitude and the illusory comfort that it provides, the protagonist, a Calcutta boy, cannot help but contrast and compare in his mind's eye images of the metropolitan, civilized Calcutta with the culturally barren land of Ullapoor. Next slide. Here we look at the characterization of our protagonist, which is the picture provided. We see the protagonist, the postmaster, Nandolal, who is in a very detached posture. He is looking outward beyond the lens of the camera, and this gaze is very detached. He is not really relating to his surroundings, which is essentially his native surroundings of his native Bangla. There is no admiration, no inspiration, but mere distant observation. We move on to the next slide. As opposed to the postmaster, whose city disposition appears to be so distanced from the village, so acculturated to concrete landscapes, the character of Roto, the postmaster's housemaid, an orphaned village girl, she works in silent compliance. When she is being taught by the postmaster, she is eager to please him, and there is a Hegelian master-slave dialectic that comes into play. In the figure we have here, we see the Hegelian master-slave dialectic at hand, where we see Roto, the child, looking at the postmaster. And the postmaster is not looking at her, but he is in fact looking into the education that he imparts upon her. He teaches her the Bangla alphabet, her own alphabet, but in an English foreign tongue. In the next slide, this is the part that I call the postmaster in the post-colony. Moving beyond the larger humanist vision of Tagore, Ray reveals the corrupt underbelly of the colonial state apparatus that feeds on the hybridized existence of its subjects and subsequently revels in their compliance. Given here is an excerpt from Satyajit Ray's conversation with Andrew Robinson, and from here we gather that he says that the postmaster has a lot of Victorian sentimentality, and I believe everyone agrees when I say that Rabindranath Tagore was steeped in a certain elitist romanticism that Ray wished to move away from, and he says that by the act of adaptation what he intends to do is an essential act of transformation. It is in his own way a criticism of the original. The story's pathos is propelled by the narrative refusal to traverse certain internally articulated boundaries beyond a limited measure. Tagore, and by extension, Ray's refusal to admit any reconciliation between these contradictory realms of the master and the slave in this story signifies his refusal to play the colonial game of upholding one by oppressing the other. We move on to the next part, which is the last part of my essay. I call it the mimicry of the European travelogue. Here, I have presented three sequences of images.
2 more minutes.
Okay. Just move on to the next slide, please. In the first sequence, we see that the postmaster, even though he is at once established as the Hegelian master by his predecessor, the previous postmaster, he says, "Ekhon to apnari rajyoti," meaning it is your kingdom now. This represents the governing dimension of the colonized Babu, who will inevitably be valued more than his naive and native housekeeper, Roton. Roton is clearly here the repressed, doubly marginalized subaltern, according to Spivak. In the next picture, don't just keep it. In the next picture, we have Nandolal as he tries to teach Roton the ways of the educated class. He is trying to teach her the alphabet, as I have said before. Here we bring in two post-colonial theories, which is one is epistemic violence, and the other is Spivak's idea of worlding, creating and shaping the world in a way that the post-colonial subject understands according to your own interpretation. You, I mean to say, is the master here. In the final image sequence that is presented on the right side, we have what Freud calls the uncanny. We have the uncanny appearance of the madman. His visual representation defies any categorization, and that is something that is so scary to the postmaster. We see what emotion it elicits on the postmaster's face, and this is essentially the city dweller regressing in the presence of the madman into that of a trembling and speechless childlike man. It's a very Freudian take on my part, but yes, we move on to the next slide, which is essential and excerpt from the text, the ending of the text, which brings in no humanist solution, because there is no humanist solution that can be brought about by a conflict and convergence at the same time of the master and the slave in a society that is so heavily colonized, right? So with that, I bring my conclusion. Can we go to the next slide and the last one? I say that Satyajit Ray's adaptation is a sordid negotiation with history. In his framing of the colonial and post-colonial relation, Ray actively defamiliarizes the familiar to show how a colonized past lingers in the present, not as a well-rehearsed set of events or tale of contestations, but in residual flashes of violence, memory, and disunity. And here I finally bring in Homi K. Bhabha, the fundamentally important person to talk about when we talk about post-colonialism. And you can look at the quotation, I'm not quoting it again. But yes, post-colonialism led to a certain understanding of divergence and binaries, which we have understood now, and we will continue to understand. Right, and the struggle of the subaltern is something that needs to be gauged at through Ray's rendition of the postmaster. Thank you.
Thank you, Sinjana. Now I believe we have the last presenter for the session, Srijoni Dash, and we have an online presentation. Srijoni is a master's student in the Department of Ancient Mediterranean World History, Archaeology and Art, and she is presenting from the University of Pavia in Italy. Please make the necessary arrangements. Her paper is entitled Traveling by Train in India.
I went into my emails. Welcome. You can start in a minute. You can hear us. No, it's visible and audible, but you can hear us.
Yeah, it's all fine.
Right. Please go ahead.
10 minutes, sir. She has 10 minutes.
Yes, you have 10 minutes. Please proceed.
Okay, so I'll begin?
Yes.
Yeah, please.
Okay. I'd like to begin with a video, and I hope I can be able to present my screen, and I'll be really thankful and grateful if all the technical glitches which I'll be facing
are considered and regarded. So I'll just present from now. So. I hope.
She's having a problem getting the skills.
No, I hope there's some problem from my side to share the. So, is my screen visible now? Is a different screen?
No.
So can I? Okay, can I just rejoin? I hope there's some technical glitch. Can I just rejoin?
Yes. Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
Magical gangster movie or something like that?
It is a joke of block way.
It's technically
If you can't share your screen, you can just proceed with the paper if you want.
Simply make a point. Alright. She can just simply make a point. What is she trying to say? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm extremely sorry for the technical glitches. I better to deliver this just because it's before I'm not allowing the activities with the bed. So I want to go ahead?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. To begin, I wanted to show a screen or a video from the movie Potter Panchali by Shubhjit Ray with Gurkha, which is a young brother. But George Harley একজন রেলগাড়ি দেখতে যাবি? No. Neither did Durga get over the fever nor the two poor and eager up. In poverty and in bad luck, this is the two kids from enjoying a very common yet a very luxurious opportunity in their life. The scene was filmed by Ray in 1950 and was written by Vidyamandira in 1929. both of which became milestone in Indian cinema and as well in Indian music. 1929, almost 100 years from now, of just being able to see the railways and track and not possessing the desire to ride and experience it. 100 years back now, the railways were indeed such an item of luxury for the Indian middle class and all the economic classes below the middle class strata. And now, in 2024, trains in India has become such an integral part and parcel of the Indian household that not riding the trains or not being able to ride the trains, or rather, better to say, not willing to ride the trains, is being considered as a luxury. The topic today is indeed a nostalgic one, and I sincerely want to thank the organizing committee for such a unique thought. Good afternoon, all the dignitaries. This is Srijani Das from the University of Pavia, Department of Mediterranean History and Archaeology, and I again sincerely thank all of you for such a wonderful thought. The Indian Railway, started in 1853 by the whites in India, is regarded as one of the major positive contributions done by them to us. Primarily started as a mere mode of transportation for the commercial goods and an apparel symbol of luxury, the railways in India, with passing of time, are one of the virgin areas of history which thoroughly has been used, but researched very less. India, to say, is one of the blessed country in terms of geography. It's widely believed and accepted. From the Himalayas to the north, to the oceans in the south, to the dry, beautiful deserts of the west, to the smouldering plains of the east, today, all are accessible in just few hours in airplane or by train. Yes, of course, to travel in a less time, airplanes have no competitors, but if one has the time and the desire to know not only about the destination he is traveling, but also about the journey he is going through, probably enhances the flavor of destination a bit more than expected. India, being a country of multitudinous existence of various cultures and religions, all unique, different from each other, journey to it by train is actually more of a learning on wheels than a mere journey. There is no division in the trains, just as a society sees, except in the coaches. This is the only overarching factor, the concept of economy, where each individual is allotted a specific class in the train based on their ability to pay. If one leaves that aside, there are very few less instances where one can be both an audience and a participant at the same time. Traveling by trains in India makes one understand and perceive the country India in true sense. On one hand, one can go on hearing the screams and shouts of the vendors yelling their lungs out in a particular tone, trying to sell the early morning chai or samosa or the lunch consisting of puri sabji, passing through the compartments and vestibules where more than 100 of people are traveling in an allocation of 72. Here one can see the taulia, the gamchas being hung up to dry from the ceiling fans above, and other wet dresses tied to the window rods with rust on them to dry up. Some of the window compartments have lost the concept of being locked long ago, alas. The passengers of these compartments reflect a picture which is very common yet remains unnoticed due to their absence of extravagant colors on them. Here one can hear the babies crying, the middle-aged men reading out newspapers, which after some time may turn into a paper plate for having the afternoon cucumbers or the guavas. The aged women trying to take a nap or trying to talk to each other or simply looking outside the window. The younger generation, unknown to each other, tries to make a familiar conversation where the topic can be Bollywood and can range from depressions leading to unemployment. Old people or the senior citizens mostly are in a drowsy state throughout the day. They generally like to sit in the lower berths, keeping an eye on the shoes and belongings, taking medicines on time and gradually discussing how life was and how life is. If one moves to the washrooms of these compartments, the toilets are of course not at all clear, badly smelling and unhygienic, yet serving as a refreshment room for all throughout the journey. When the sun is about to set, personally speaking, is my favorite time to be in the sleeper class. Through the windows, one can see the sun setting down on the fields and the golden hour rushes by through the windows. The lights are switched on, some of which may not work even. The hawkers are back. The meal times are on. If one travels in a train in southern India, it's obvious to see the scenes of idlis. If one travels in a train of the west, it's of course to see a Marwari family boarding on with khakras or Gujarati families taking share of them. For Bengalis, especially if it's a night train to Puri or Darjeeling, my dear audiences, it might be nostalgic to you because the mandatory dinner has to be luchi aloo dum along with some sweet. The train cuts to the sheer darkness, passing by unknown villages and towns, sometimes crossing a bridge with a river beneath, making a crackling sound, is another one of my favorite scenes to see, sitting by the window. On the contrary, the AC compartments are usually quiet and a composed place with lesser activities as the windows are closed for the air condition, makes a compartment turn into a more aristocratic place than a public one. The gastronomic patterns, though, are quite similar to the other one. I feel the intensity to be attached to the other, to unknown, to know each other is limited here. The above scenario is a scenario for the express trains, but more than the express trains, the local trains covering a maximum distance of 300 kilometers on one go show certain different pictures. The travelers are mainly daily passengers. Being daily passengers, most of them are familiar to each other, turning into great acquaintances in due course. The vendors, like the express trains, are a common scene, but the most fascinating yet the most disturbing scene for the local trains of India, the crowds, which are mostly hanging out of the gate, making their life into a risk game. Well, during the office hours at Mumbai, or even at a very canny Mount Bonga local, the scenes are yet to be perceived. The ritualistic practice of keeping a seat reserved with a handkerchief or a newspaper for one's co-passenger who is yet to board the train is indeed a unique scene, probably cannot be seen anywhere else. To me, this is the beauty of traveling in India via trains, which is unparalleled and uncompromised. This experience is indeed a rare phenomenon which is exclusive only to India and nowhere else. Speaking from a very personal viewpoint, as I've traveled quite a few places in Europe in the past 1.5 years and almost to 20 states of India, the experience of traveling is unique in true sense in India. I vividly remember my awe-striking moment when I first boarded my train from Milan to my university, where the train was all quiet and silent. To me, it did not seem to be a train in any sense. Everyone silent, either focusing on smartphones and other ritualistic works was something very different to me. So to conclude, a journey on Indian trains to me is not merely a journey for some hours on wheels, it's more than that. To end, I'd like to quote Siddhartha Dubey from his paper, Journeying Through the Indian Railways in Around 80 Days by Monisha Rajesh and Vishwanath Ghosh. An Indian train is a space that exemplifies a true sense of transient cultural patterns as it travels through the different states of India, constantly assimilating people of diverse cultures, the inaccessible accommodation of people of various stature, class, sex, gender, and race, and refreshing with all its halls, the train is always in the state of becoming. An Indian train is an acute example of liminal space, inhabiting individuals carrying unique identity settings, make to their respective cultural design, and gives them a space in motion, not just to interact with one another inside the train, but also record the change in external environment. The individuals in the verbal and non-verbal communication, engage in an open-ended discussion with each other passengers belonging to a different cultures, which is indeed a very rare different phenomena. As to me, traveling by trains in India is not only a journey, it's a journey on wheels, it's a journey that reflects how one's life should be. One's life is colorful, has to be colorful. It cannot be silent as a silent spring. Because if there is no sound in the human lives as the sound of wheels, what is a life? And that is probably one of the major things that the Indian Railways has been teaching us since 1853, through the partition, through the COVID, until date. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we come to the end of this session. I would now open the, now we'll open the session to questions. Anyone who has a question or a comment, please raise your hand. And our volunteers will go towards you with the mic. Yeah, please.
This is a question to the students. Do you know that before 1907, there were no toilets in long-distance train? Do you know that? Before 1907, there were no toilets in long-distance trains. It's a historical event. In 1907, a gentleman by the name of Akhil Chandra Sen, he got down from a train to relieve himself. The train left without him, he fell down, he met with an accident, and he wrote a letter to the Railways Department, and I'll read the letter. Please give me 2 minutes, sir.
Sure.
Dear sir, I am arrived by passenger train Ahmedpur station, and my belly is too much swelling with jackfruit. I am therefore went to privy. Just I doing the nuisance, that guard making whistle, blow for train to go off. And I am running with lota in one hand and dhoti in the next, when I am fall over and expose all my shocking to man and female women on platform. I am got leaved Ahmedpur station. This too much bad. If passenger go to make dung, that damn guard not wait 10 minutes for him. I am therefore pray your honor to make big fine on that guard for public sake. Otherwise, I am making big report to papers. It is this letter, it's still in the Delhi archive, that resulted in toilets in current train. Just an observation. Thank you.
Mr. Babu, just a correction. The first is that it's 1909, not 1907. And subsequently, it seems that this letter has been proved to be a fake. Nobody ever really wrote such a letter. But yeah, it's true that for the British model, trains did not have toilets, and this came in later.
Okay.
1909 and
1907. It's 1909, right?
And another thing is, you were talking about John Mallory. Mallory's body was found, I think, a couple of years earlier.
1999.
It was found in 1999.
Right. It was discovered in 1999.
Wasn't it later than that?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes. It was actually Mallory carried a small Kodak Truma camera with him, and numerous expeditions have taken place to find that camera. And if it has still not been found, it must have gone into a crevice. If it is ever found, history will be changed, and it will be proved that Mallory and Irvine were the first people to step on Everest first. Unfortunately, there are 3 steps. When you go from the northern side, from the Tibetan side to Everest, there are 3 steps. The second one is supposed to be the most difficult. The last time they were visible from a distance much below, that was above the second step. So if someone crosses the second step, it is always expected that they may have reached the summit of Everest and failed to come back. His body was discovered in 1999, possibly I may be wrong with the date. And if you see, do a Google search, his body is still there. If you do a Google search, you will find he's such a strong person. I mean, such talent lost. When he was asked by a journalist, why do you wish to climb Everest? It was his third attempt. He said in his famous statement, because it is there.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any more questions? Just 2 minutes. I like to make a point. I don't know if the letter is fake or it's authentic, but there are 2 things that struck me when the letter was read out. We were all laughing at it. Having read our Homibhava, having read our location of culture, knowing mimicry, and having realized that the British idea of being a gentleman was being negotiated in a space that was not British. That was something that I wanted to point out. Now, if you do not have any further questions, I'll sum up the session by just pointing out the chair's comments. Do we have any more questions? Okay. So the first presenter was Brinda Shamanto. Brinda's paper tried to provide the history of possible sources from where the name Chandanagar had come up, and she had provided a catalogue of a place in terms of eateries and roads. But what would have, I think, improved her paper would have really been an engagement with the idea of cultural hybridity, the notion of cultural heterogeneity that you could have explored, how multiple cultures reside at the same space when we were talking in terms of post-colonial locations. Thank you, Brinda. Anustup Bandopadhyay, he was talking about a lot of things. He was talking about power-knowledge nexus. He was talking about what determines travel, which is never an innocent activity. Now, what I would like to point out to Anustup is that, before you travel to a space physically, you visit the discursive representation of that space. You never travel to a space with zero knowledge. You have some knowledge and you travel to the space. So the discursive or textual representation of a text, travels before you are present there physically. That's the point that perhaps the keynote speaker was trying to make. So if you could really look into this and then try to theorize your paper, that I think would be a better idea. Professor Datta, Shobhik Datta, it was a brilliant presentation, and he's a passionate traveler, and he was talking about trekking. He was also talking about the trope of self-discovery. Just a suggestion, sir, if you could look it up. The trope of self-discovery is very old, and if we look at the Puranas, there's a narrative in the Purana which is called the Sthala Mahatmaya, the Sthala Mahatmas, and particularly important the 2 places that recur in the Sthala Mahatma. One is the Kashi Mahatma and the Kerala Mahatma. And what is particularly interesting about the Malabar Coast Mahatma is that when Parashuram comes to Malabar, and he has given away all that he had conquered. He had made a gift in the Derridian sense. He had made a gift of all that he had conquered. But here comes in the twist that he almost recreates Malabar. It is the presence of a traveler which consecrates the land. So he does not discover the land. He redefines the land. So this politics of power and travel is perhaps deeply related, and if you could just look into it as you were talking, as you developed this paper. The next presenter, I think, is Oshima. Oshima, I think you should work with your title, and don't take me to be a very harsh commentator, but it looked very scattered. It was not very organized. It was a very general description of what any travel could look like. There was no you in the paper. It was just a very generalized discussion. So I would really want you to focus on a particular text as you're discussing your paper. Mouboni, Mouboni, I found your paper very interesting. Who is Mouboni? It is a very interesting paper. But I'll just make a suggestion. I watched that movie. Here's one suggestion, that if you could look into travel as a Bildungsroman. As someone who begins the journey as a misfit, and at the end of the narrative, he attains a greater social integration. If that is the parameter, theoretical paradigm within which we look into the paper, I think it will have a better way of theorizing the travel. Thank you. the other presenter was Srinjana, and I too liked your presentation. But Srinjana, there are certain things that I want to point out. The way you were using theoretical tools, I think you were saying, it looked very haphazard. At the beginning, you were talking from the location of a post-colonial reader, and then you were talking about Freud, but you never mentioned someone like Fanon, someone like Gugi, Thiango, or someone like Mamie. There was no reference to that. When you're talking about the psychology of colonial exploit, these are the seminal thinkers who have walked on it at length. There's something you should look into it. The second thing is that when you're talking about terms like subaltern, terms like the elite, they are not homogeneous constructs, and they are very Eurocentric ideas. When you're applying it to Oriental cultures, they must be grounded. There is a difference that must be pointed out when you're applying those. Otherwise, it was a very good attempt. And I will also ask you to look into Andrew Robinson's book, The Opu Trilogy. A journey means a lot in that book. Please have a look at the book. Srijani, I'm afraid I do not have much good things to say about your paper. It was very sketchy, Srijani, and it looked like any travel, just any travel. You were recounting that could have sufficed for anyone's travel, that it lacked focus, and it has to be, the title is also very sketchy, there's no underlining of a particular thing that you're trying to say. So you have to work on your paper, Srijani, right? That's all, thank you. I congratulate all of you. Those were brilliant attempts, and work on it. Thank you so much. I hope the seminar will help you to think in positive lines. And I think I also have the vote of thanks. So may I deliver the vote of thanks now? Yes. Okay. So I thank at first the head of the department, Dr. Shudi Bhattacharya, who came up with this idea. He was the one who came up with the concept note. He did all the hard work. He got foreign funds. He did most of the work. And then I will thank the other teachers, who helped us adequately. I will thank my students. They really worked very hard, put together the schedule, got the printouts, made sure that we have a successful presentation. I will thank the technical support. He has been here from day one, and he has unfailingly helped us. I'll thank the principal. He has been a source of unfailing support, and he's always there. He has lended us this room to have it, and we have dearly missed Professor Sharup Rai. He is recovering after a surgery, and we have missed him throughout the entire period. And as we conclude this seminar on a very successful seminar on this note, we hope to see young minds, getting positive inputs from this seminar, and probably which will help them to develop their arguments better. Thank you so much. Oh, you're thanking me? I question. I thought you were asking me a question. Thank you.